Chat, what's up? Dude, it's kind of loud today. It just me? Music's kind of loud. Yo, what's up, everyone? How we doing? Yo, 41. God damn. 41. Thank you so much, man. Hope everything's going well. Hope today goes well for you as well. Tom Powell in the YouTube stream. What's up? What's up? Yeah, we've been trying it for a little bit. I constantly forget the chat, but other than that, we're getting a little bit better. How's everyone doing? Have I got winning today? Who have I got winning today? Okay. Koi Fnatic. But then where are we going here? Okay, I think I have to. If I'm being a realist and I kind of look at it of what is the odds. I'm looking at the odds, right? And I think Liquid stuff was maybe too individual, even though the actual macro was pretty good. I don't know if they can repeat that. Navi's was more consistent. That's like the only thing that's making me feel like they got this a little bit. But we'll see. Like if they can somehow hit those high highs again with the players, then fair play. That would be very exciting. Vision, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5 months with the Prime. Goka, damn, bro, 13 as well, bringing yourself up to 50 altogether. Chat, you know what to do. Just get some slug approves, get some kind of slug spam in for Goka. Thank you for the 13 gifted, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Is the match delayed? No. So I think when EMEA have 3 games, they do no pre-show. Goka again. Thank you so much, man. It's like that's like 50 gifted in the space of under a week, man. That's wild. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Again, if anyone got gifted by Goku as well, make sure you say thank you to him.
Now we can fly.
I think Artist is still rocking the stash. Oh, for sure. The Wolves game, I was watching a little bit of it. I was watching a little bit of that. I saw that RB did good today as well. That game was always going to be the closest. I say that the Wolves game is getting a little bit close. They don't have the current score update for me. So fine about people talking about other games in chat. If there's other games on. Big Chungus with the Prime. Thank you so much as well. Thank you so much, man. Welcome into the Slug Club. I've been resting well. Yeah, dude. Had the most sleep I've had in like the last 2 weeks today. And for sure, I feel the worst right now. But it will give myself a little bit. I think I slept too long. Pagan5507 as well with the gifted. Thank you so much. Yeah, I should have got up for the Chinese games. For sure. Bonka, what's up? How we doing? Bonka, good to see you, mate. Again, thank you so much for the gifted. 3 altogether, 1 right now. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. I'm not entirely sure how I say your name, I'm not gonna lie. I've gone for that. Zylu CE with the 6 months as well. Thank you for the Prime, bro. Appreciate you. Okay. Checking the pen's working.
Man himself, Artis. You know, he's going to be a big factor in today's game. We haven't seen the maps of the agents. We'll get into that later.
Who are you most excited for on the next team?
I don't know. It could be Mystic. Kiko's a fan favorite. My eyes are on Enzo. There they are, stepping up to the stage. Nats as well. And of course, Yumpy. He went out leading the charge. Speedy today. Wonder if he'll be quick on the server.
Asked me to check Discord. Yeah, dude. I think I did it at one point last night, but then I fell asleep maybe halfway through. I need to double check it.
Yeah, we actually just have a mirror going straight down the middle. That's what it is. The fist bump, it actually breaks the matrix.
I'll check out what he said a little bit later.
There's a tiny gap between those two. That's the mirror.
That's how good our production is.
I think Yoru is legit. I would be tempted to say Yoru's a bit too strong at the moment. I'm leaning a little bit to that. I think we're only just starting to touch the surface of just how good it is. I think it's very good in the current meta. So no, I don't think teams are forcing it. I think that it's probably the highest skill cap agent in the game right now, in my opinion.
From being a professional player,
isn't like
always sort of having that goal
the
of
ceiling's
being
so high on it. You can be incredible. So it takes a little bit of time.
A lot of them, but that is the thing. That this is one of the sort of pinnacle matchups of the group where we're looking at today. Also later on, obviously, we have the same in that upper bracket match between Vitality and Fnatic, and obviously in the middle we have another one of our elimination games. So it is.
We've been waiting for the Euro meta. See, it was always viable, and people asked this question in my chat a while ago. Like, it was always viable, but it was never worth the time putting in, just because like Jed and Raze was so good. And then the slow nerfs of them, and the fact that now like all of the flash agents kind of getting nerfed a little bit, and his flash is still really strong. Yeah, it's kind of, well, at least it was under the radar for a bit. Just the fact it takes a lot of time, like I said, to be good on it. Wolves get the first map, yeah. I have high hopes for that team. Nidalee came with the 14 months as well. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you so much. Sunset. They both have perma bans, it seems.
I prefer it as the third map in the series because I feel like it's always a nice
Liquid split. We haven't seen that yet. Breeze. Okay, both of them.
Just the other day. We haven't seen either of these teams play split, at least within the VCT, and I'll be honest, I know you've written down some stats.
Split Breeze Ascent, that's fine.
VCT at this point. I know that teams are going to change everything up, and the same again. So I feel like they've almost gone different ways with this. Na'Vi have ended up on two maps that they've
Mystic Raze? Yeah, I don't think so.
They've kind of shied away from them.
Akajan with the Prime, thank you so much. Thank you. So he was, so he did a bit of content with it. That might be the most we get.
Well, I literally have to use mind reading at this point because I can't use any data from anywhere else.
Well, I guess you could look at what he used to like to play way back in the day, but with a new composition available, so many new agents, changes to maps as well, obviously with Split not so much. This is where we get excited because they get to show us something.
Lockjam, it sounds.
The agents are being locked in.
It sounds interesting. There's one word I'd use to describe that.
Wait to see it. I'm hoping that we've got some more Yoru action. I think it was successful on this map and breaking through.
Will it destroy Valorant if the next map has 4 sites? 4 sites to plant? What, you just want to do like a... It could, okay, it could work if the, but it all comes down to the choke points, but that, I hope we never get there. Like 3 is a really good balance for this game because of the Sentinels. 4 is mad, but it could work with like double Sentinels, but I really think we should stop talking about it just in case anyone from Riot is here and they get some ideas. But
the fact is, we could have so many different
3 sites, the 3 sites maps are always the best in my opinion. The 3 site maps actually work well in this game.
The Sky's still getting some showing every once in a while. Fade has been one that, like, I feel like
Fracture in reverse. So the attackers started. Dude, I can't even work out how it would work. You couldn't actually have the map like Fracture, it just wouldn't work.
I think Raze is always a great shout. I think even with controllers, like if your team sets up around an Astra, that can work out for you. I think with Omen, it's the more popular choice.
Hello.
KC,
Hello.
Both.
Yeah, KC can do KC things. We learned that season in and season out. But yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation as well. As you mentioned, the Sky still being in rotation. I think that will be something that tapers out as time goes on.
One site map? I feel like we're more likely to get a one site map, but it could be interesting. I could see a one site map working. The rest of the map would have to be pretty interesting in terms of like map control. And the site itself would have to be interesting, because you would have to want to be able to let them take the site, but then somehow defend it from like retake. Like it needs to be. Does it need to be impossible to plant? Yeah, I think so. But again, chat. Let's hope. Like honestly, the maps we have at the moment have so many. The problem is the 2 site maps at the moment have so many issues. I think they just need to get those ones down. It'd be cool if we had a convincing 2 site map. Been a while.
Dogs of his own to get that information, maybe break some trips that are in play from Nats.
See, there's a few things I always enjoy.
Interesting. Fade, Raze, Breach.
Always happy to see that.
No Sentinel. No Sentinel. Solo Sky. So Na'Vi are probably gonna play slow. Na'Vi like to play slow anyway, so that works out well. Angel on Fade. Ardis on Breach.
Everybody was watching, everybody was keeping an eye on, because he was the best of that agent.
Yampy on Viper.
They're still running, as I said, a quasi-double Sentinel. he is someone I know could play everything, but that's not an agent that really clicks
Right.
in my mind as a very young
There's
agent, because he's normally quite
there's a lot going on.
he plays,
There's a lot going on. Comps are interesting. So Liquid's like Liquid's comp, obviously, especially on defense, they can't really clear info as much as they used to with the Sky nerf, and then I mean no Sentinel for Navi's. That one's pretty obvious what it lacks.
This is a situation.
They do have the Viper, so it kind of covers it up.
Where he used to have a silent from the shadows at time. He'd be behind you, and you just couldn't tell how he got there.
Yeah.
So what do we reckon? First 5 rounds. Wait, who starts on what side? Because Navi are gonna expect a push within like the first 5 rounds from Liquid, I imagine.
You reckon, do you?
Yeah, moron.
I don't think everyone thought that.
Would a map like Nuke work in Valorant? It'd be weird.
Matter of opinion and taste.
It would be weird. It depends.
Trying to defend you.
Depends how high up they are. Because Nuke itself, the breach would just own it, I think. Like flashing through the floor and stuff. Okay, Navi on defense, Liquid on attack.
I think that's fair to say. The organizations alone always generate a hype matchup, but the players on the server even more so. For Team Liquid, having that core 3 as well that had risen so high.
The good thing about Navi's comp is pretty much just like they're very good at just stopping power and holding map control. With the breach, the Viper, the Omen, and the Raze, like they can hold onto sites or map control very well. Kiko, probably not the 37 today, but let's see.
But that also removes a lot of the delay you're going to have. The whole point is you normally have that poison orb setting up.
That was nice. Nice Tether nade on this one. Yeah.
Well, that C's combination thrown early.
Huge.
Something you can expect to see quite regularly, but the all-out brawl is going to come in. And actually,
little bit on a different page in terms of middle there. 2 of them are on it, and then I guess they were watching Vents. There's a nice recovery from Navi, and you're kind of seeing with the map, with this comp what I was talking about. The fact that this comp here can just fight for map control so well. You got Viper smoke, Viper wall, C's, nade, stun, Viper mollies, like stopping power, and just it's just outrageous.
I mean, lucky that Enzo even made it out of there in the first place, and obviously had to pop the reload after shooting out the eye.
So you might see Liquid might have to like force through some of this util.
In the opening round of utility, you don't get to see that.
Yeah, it might be about forcing some of this util. If I'm Liquid here and I'm looking at this Viper, it's all about A Heaven as well. I feel like Liquid in the buy rounds, from what I'm seeing already, need heavy focus on A Heaven. Got to pull this Viper away from here, like most likely this way. Either way, to fight, either to fight you Heaven or to retreat to B.
But the fact is, I'm just sat here looking at him playing that agent and thinking, okay,
3 ghosts, so
a different position. Kiko again, back-to-back rounds.
Back-to-back fast kills.
Yumpy lurking on that other side towards B, but he's kind of been isolated now, trapped in that corner potentially. It's a bigger weapon that's holding him. You're going to see some of Team Liquid coming in to bail him out. In fact, he just jumps across, makes it out in time.
So Liquid do have a little bit of a chance into this one, and it's more because Na'Vi do their old school buy, right? The fact that there's only 3 guns means that it's you have more chance. Na'Vi are very good at making sure that the guns always aren't taking risks.
You know that Na'Vi are ready for it. This is the spot that they consider so important on the map. And Artis has styled
2-person push, I say that. This is a gun. Okay, that is a gun. This is doable. Omen flash. Oh, Mystic is taken down before the Omen flash.
But it comes to the 1v1, and this is where Nats can be so dangerous.
2 bullets.
He's got the info, 2 bullets, and he's out. Reload, it gives Artis time to reposition.
It is a good plant for him, Heaven. Artis has no vision block.
8 bullets. It's enough for Artis.
Yeah, man's getting a half at least.
To tank a shot or 2 from
Oh.
Nats. He spots, not even halved on it. Nats has time. He's trying to bait him off of it with the shots, and he's just about avoided dying, but it's gotten to half. Artis has bought himself a few more seconds. That shot whizzes past his head.
Damn, let's tell you what, nicely handled from Artis here. That was a rough situation from him. Like, really rough situation in terms of the 1v1. Nats did great in terms of the damage, and we almost saw what I was talking about. It got a little bit close.
To help them out of this hole they're in.
It is the scary thing that
I don't know, maybe Eric will
about
take
the
the ball.
Navi buy,
Hey guys,
but
could
it
you,
does normally
go
mean
and
that
give
they
Nancy
can
Guardian and an Eco round,
they can make
please?
their
That
next
would
buy
be-
round better.
that would be really
And we kind of see that in
appreciated.
terms of
You
these
just
two
see the
guns,
danger of
right?
this man. That's the
They
thing. We
lost
saw it in-
lost
I
4
think it was
people,
their
but they managed to
second
get
map
3
when he
guns
was
into
playing
this.
on Viper the other day, 28 kills. Like he's someone that you just have to be very wary of. He was overshadowed a little bit by Kiko's 37.
Chat casters are a little bit low.
But you know, it was an
think.
explosive match for both
I'm gonna
of
put
those
it-
players. I think they're going to
put
be
it here.
needed today because we have seen in Na'Vi that, okay, first map, jitters. After that, they obliterated BBL. It wasn't even particularly close. Again, just look at this pressure in mid. 4 players there early in the round. They are... It almost looks like they're hard countering what Liquid want to do, but I don't even know what they could have seen.
Again, and Navi are obsessed
That's
with this
because
mid control.
Kiko,
They keep fighting
again,
for it, and they're
gets the
winning.
first kill.
Here,
That's 3.
1-to-1 trades might not seem
Does
great,
get
especially
traded.
with Artis going down, but they had a
Spike down
pistol
mid.
Yeah.
on Artis, I believe, going into that. Now, 1 rifle dropped. The point of this, though, is damage. If they can continuously chip away at Liquid, they're undoing all the benefits that were just found by Liquid, right? They're trying to force Navi into investing into more weapons. Navi don't. They take the weaker weapons. That should mean Liquid
And
get an
Navi group a
opportunity to build
little
up the
bit over
economy, but that's just not
towards
happening here. Thanks to some
A
really
here,
smart
so
early
Liquid
aggression
looking pretty
from
good for this
Navi.
one.
Now's the harder part of the
Still-
round. You're 3
it's a
players
gamble.
defending
Still
such a
doable.
big site, and you take 1v1 fights.
Yeah,
well,
keep an eye on
Angels,
the
20 HP with a pistol,
Yampy
you've got a
luck.
Bulldog in there.
Not sure I've
Maybe
ever
you're
said that
better
one
moving
before.
up, but then you can't cover as much ground. You know, there's no real easy
30
solution to
seconds
this.
left.
He misses Yumpy by just a minuscule amount.
Yeah,
If that
tries to
ball
get,
went a little bit
tries to get
further around the
info.
corner, the fact is now,
Not
though,
feeling
I
too
almost
confident in
wonder,
terms of
at least
Yampy
I
not
get to if it was
fighting
the same,
Heaven, so they
because
can't
you've
get
got a couple
a
of rifles, your credits are not bad for the next round,
good
but
plant.
just keeping that extra gun might be worth it. Maybe send in Xiao and Angel to see, okay, if they can make this a little bit more
I
competitive.
can bait them in
we
as
give it
well
a
though.
go, we
Right,
try
as
and
soon
get
as soon
back
as these people in
try and
Heaven
do
kind
as
of
much
spot
damage
that
as
it's
possible.
not this plant for Heaven, all the time, especially with what happened in terms of getting info here, they might not expect the late luck from
Right away,
Yampy.
they're moving a little slowly. It looks like they're aware of traps as well. Really
So late.
setting up so late
Yeah.
for the exits, but it leaves Angel exposed. Sagetsu's through, he's been tagged, revealed, and now here's the swing. Easy for Yumpy. Xiao grabs one though, a nice trade. Damage the name of the game, and that game is won by Na'Vi with minimal reinvestments in this round. They have done so much damage to Team Liquid.
Yeah, not a bad round from them whatsoever. As said, Sagetsu's going to be a little bit low when it comes to the finances, probably a light
Good
shield.
eco? Yeah,
rifle
they did.
situation.
They did really good
And
damage.
I believe that oh no, he's actually going to have to go to Bulldog just to be able to afford his orb. So it definitely does still leave a little bit of a mark that he's not able to save, but to take 4 players out is worth it. It means that Liquid are also coming in with
Damn,
some
man's been going
vulnerabilities
gym.
themselves.
Oh my goodness. Wow,
He's
team
showing off
strength
already.
there.
3 rounds.
That's an easy 20
3
roll
rounds
every
in.
time.
You can't, like,
He was
rip
waiting
the
for
sides
that
of a
one.
chair without muscles like that.
No, listen, they thought they needed to upgrade
Any
the
excuse.
tables for Bar. Well, let me tell you, better hope this man doesn't start swinging. Well, they won't stand a chance. 2-1, as we said, Team Liquid, they have a lot of reinvestment.
That's an emote. Oh, 100%
Lexi.
Lexi. 100%. That gets spammed anytime we see him in chat. Yeah, and this was very nice from Navi. Very, very nice. We go to the big buy round. Liquid, probably, with the most obvious game plan again. So this might be where, in my opinion, Navi were maybe a step ahead. Right, we have 3 rounds where they decided to fight heavy over towards middle. The most common thing when you fight heavy over towards middle is obviously to take A ramp, because then this guy feels not comfortable and has to either fight A Heaven or rotate away. And Na'Vi, realizing that they fight 3 early Heaven, most teams will go heavy A ramp and they just have a bit of a trap play over towards A Heaven. So maybe
idea of just escaping out of there, but not having.
maybe Doombro is getting one up on his brother here. Into the big buy round, they did so much damage before. 4 people that can't buy with the 1,900 loss bonus. Huge round.
Now rewarded. And look at this, the player swinging up top, Zip unable to catch another off guard. They're always having that second player to swing to fight. Even if Artis hadn't been swung there, he had the backup of Sagetsu. Every step of the way, they're 1 step ahead so far. The first 4 rounds, definitely swinging towards that defensive side. And now look what Team Liquid are left with. Barely any credits, no ultis online. And again, just circling back to Artis.
Whoa.
All right, oh yeah. Oh, you want to stop for that time?
From the shadows.
From the shadows online.
There you go. Don't get it.
So
You know.
it
The
maybe
good
they'll
thing-
win the round then. Never mind.
the good thing for Liquid is, oh my, the good thing for Liquid is like this Cypher Viper combo, you can always have constant pressure, right? So we're actually opting for the, I think this is theirs. Yeah. Yeah, this was a very nice try from Yampy. Dude, imagine a few numbers here as well, but this was good in terms of the distraction. So let's just talk about the Viper setup a little bit. This blocks all vision from over towards sight, and then we have this smoke as well on top, which blocks from back of sight, right? So only anyone close can see him. And so he pops them both, pushes through, and gets a good kill here. We were pretty much talking about it at the right time. The fact that you have the Cypher that can have the cages over towards A blocks vision, so you can free up putting pressure towards B with the Viper util.
But they're going the wrong way towards A. Xiao's gonna have to defend all by himself, and the first goes easy. The second, even easier. Nice stuff. 3 kills for him in this round, and at least those weapons will be dropped. It's just the 1 rifle recovered for Enzo.
Do pass and push behind. Okay, first of all, Angel's doing good to make sound. Does Mystic expect this? And if he does
turning it into a 2v2 scenario, Mystic has found some space as well. A lack of information now.
Yeah, no idea they pushed out here.
So you'd think hiding within his own smoke, he's actually baited them into potentially thinking it's coming from that corner, and he landed a harder shot. Unfortunately,
these low buy rounds from both the teams are getting close.
Such good buddy system play from Na'Vi. Again,
very good damage.
When you're defusing like that, you see the split-second decision is to go and fight with your teammate, and they're always on the same page in that regard. It's not hard.
LSCN 99 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, bro.
Definitely works out for them.
Appreciate
I
you.
like the aggression out of Enzo. Again, this is something Liquid have been playing with in this round in particular, was pushing
Wolves are running the Killjoy Cypher and Icebox. Oh, my boys. That's my comp, man. That's one of my favorite hidden comps. I'm going to have to VOD review that.
Just to confirm. So this is
it's losing, right? I guarantee. Tell me if it wins or loses.
For something slightly faster, like more brute force as a squad. Because each time I feel like Kiko's been a little bit further ahead of everybody else on these initial takes. But when they've actually gone in together, the trading has not been bad, and they've done better.
It'd be interesting to see what Cypher util they have.
Because each time I feel like they might be slightly overthinking a lot of these
battles. And this is nice from Liquid, creating a lot of pressure over towards back of sight with the wall. We get one out. Dog goes and checks the site. Instant reaction is to push down middle. Dude, the mind games right now are really cool. Omen ult towards the towards spawn, and Ardis has no idea. Yeah, and the guys over towards site need to relax a little bit. Oh boy, what? This is weird.
And he's putting down the smoke as if he's on the site, helping
this one's a little bit weird.
But he's not part of that pronged
Kiko, don't push forward.
Second prong, and he's got 2 players right in front of him, easy as can be.
Lovely. Lovely ult from him, and then they just didn't expect him to stick this.
No way back for Na'Vi.
Dude, the mind games right now are crazy. First 3 rounds, Liquid start going over towards middle, right? So smoke goes in, etc. Na'Vi defend it heavy for 3 rounds. Then they go A heaven. Na'Vi knew this was coming. They have a trap play over towards A. Then the next round, Yampy walks out over towards B, which creates loads of pressure over towards B. They do it again with a raise ult. Na'Vi think it's numbers because they don't have vision, and then insta-react by pushing down towards middle, but they have 2 people waiting. Dude, the brother off right now is sick.
The bow tied on top for Team Liquid, 4-2. They did invest quite a bit. They had their showstopper, and they used that up for next to no value bar crowd control. The punish on Sagetsu mid was fantastic, but somehow
there's 3 of them waiting middle.
From the shadows.
Last player standing.
Caught them almost as off guard as I was.
Just wait until they went around with a neural theft. We'll never hear the end of it. Never ever.
And still hasn't happened, Tom.
4-2. And this is the thing, the finances, because these rounds have been so close, think about it, the 1v1s that have been taken home in the end each time by Na'Vi, it's put their finances in the bin. This is just a full
Nade goes too far.
So much utility, even
yeah, but they knew he was in the corner with this one. Gets out with 21.
It's a nice little set play from Na'Vi.
Liquid as well, after winning that round, decide to go for a different setup. And I want to say this is Na'Vi being 1 step ahead as well, because they go for the A wall, And once they see the A wall, they know that most likely people do the default DRX smoke from over towards B, and they wanted to go aggro and try and catch them as they're doing the smoke. I hope I'm keeping up with the mind games, but it's outrageous right now. I don't think I've ever seen a game start like that.
These players now turning to look elsewhere, just as Kaiko comes out of the choke point.
Let's see if Doombros can confirm on most of this.
Full HP, and the spike to be retrieved can be pulled through. Yumpy's lurk pays off. You know, this spacing from Liquid seems so odd 30 seconds ago, but look at the reward that they've gotten for it. A great swing from
nicely done in the end. I like the idea from Na'Vi. Makes a lot of sense. They tried to have a punish for the DRX wall, DRX smoke. They got the first kill, got out of there, but bit of a gun diff.
has got off to a flyer of a start. We know that when he gets in the groove on this controller, he truly can be a menace to play with. I think
this is nice. They walk reclear the whole way as well.
Okay, they don't have an awful lot to slow us down. With Saigetsu being so aggressive in mid, the B defense most of the time has just been Xiao with a smoke, or Xiao with a paranoia, or maybe a stun from Ardis. So it really sets them up wonderfully to just take this space for free. And okay, a lot of the time
Kiko's flash double satchel.
Face when he's run into the site, but
Sky Flash, if the Sky Flash hits you, double satchel. Pretty cool.
Kiko's up close on this one. Looks like he might be able to get out of there.
Sorry, if the Sky Flash hits you,
information decent for Na'Vi. They've got an idea of what they're facing towards this A site. They're stacked up correctly for now, at least.
It's quite an investment, though, to not actually
right off the rip, yeah.
But they didn't really get anything from it. It's like they got some information, but to use an ult and not really push off it seems a little
interesting wall from Na'Vi as well. It helps them. It's kind of some play over towards heaven, to be honest. Also, it does feel like
it's an odd one. Maybe it
might be on them here. Four person stack over towards B. Spike hasn't fully committed, but the fact that Naps is going over towards B looks like the call's been made.
Some fake control, perhaps. The stun though pushes Liquid back. They're rethinking it, and now they're moving towards A.
Do they actually send it towards A? It looks like a fake, but
from Na'Vi, but the ball's jumped out of the hole at the last second. What is that from Nats? Oh. 2 quick kills, but they've lost their Viper's Pit for Yumpy
instant reaction, because obviously Na'Vi gambled a little bit, 4 people there, and Nats is just fully waiting, and then now recall goes to go over towards A.
And it's seized and being attacked upon.
This is fun, man. there's so much weird mind games going on. This is a sick game.
Having to take gambles, and it's funny. I feel like Ardis' stun actually deterred them from going the exact way they wanted them to go, which just a little bit of bad luck. Zipan, he needs to win what should have been an impossible fight, but with Mystic swinging now, Enzo's going to do the same. They both just given a way back into the round. The remaining 2 players in heaven. You could see Angel.
Hey, dude, Angel was ready to save.
He was sat back waiting.
Angel was ready to save, and then he has to run, try and get over towards the site, help his teammate out, and yeah, they kind of realized that he's here.
I have no faith that this will happen.
Almost got it half. Okay, with the tag on him, it's unwinnable.
The camera just toying with him at this stage, and the double from Liquid is perfect.
Yeah, I think it's an easy thing to see in hindsight, but just that cam being online, not being shot out, it was a really nice idea. He tapped it as the ping went through and stepped off. So they would see him get pinged up defusing and panic and swing, but they just opened the camera.
He's very aware.
He's not on it. All good. And even still, he would have had to hit 2 insane shots to make that work, but he'd already done it in the round so far.
Yeah, mad respect to I mean, they didn't have B main control the whole time, so Nats has to be pretty aware anyway. But that was very impressive.
Control under their belt. Na'Vi have now called a pause at 4-4.
Yeah. Now, what I will say,
they have less util to bait them into coming B. I just think if I'm Na'Vi at the moment, the comp is so good at holding map control. This wall over towards B is a little bit of a nightmare, but they have the Omen, who in my mind is like one of the only agents that can kind of play to get info, tuck in, and TP across. If I'm Na'Vi here, I'm just putting the Omen over towards B, and we either play it aggro, and they can set someone else up, or the Omen can just spot in front of the wall.
We're starting to get caught out. Let's slow things down. But I genuinely think if they get to 6
the wall over towards B at the moment is causing Na'Vi a little bit of trouble. Not too much.
Every single piece of
Don't get me wrong.
You could ever need to set up Zipan on those entries. And when he is on, which I'll be honest, he definitely is, that can be enough to win you a game. So I think for Liquid, they need to be be looking to make sure they have a strong attack half here. And to be honest,
assistant coach for Na'Vi, Latex. Is it Latex or Latex? What do I say his name? He used to be a player. He played like 2 years ago. It was an IGL. It's actually a pretty good IGL.
You know, if it works the first time, it will always work the second.
To be honest, he could probably TP into spawn right
Used
now.
to play Omen.
Maybe so I get to adhere it.
Well, yeah,
We used to
I think
prac against him a lot.
Just in range. But it would be a bold play
remember the
to
team.
go for. I do see him sat down inside the sewers. And I wasn't sure if maybe because he wasn't
need some
looking at
help?
anything, he might have had his ult out. He might have been
Low
thinking about it.
buy-in
Thank
for
God he's
Na'Vi.
decided against it.
Oh,
I just
and I
just
should have paid more
realized it
attention
said
to that. Chad, did they try and go
no, I
more
think he's
aggro B?
good.
The
We can
interesting
send
thing is
someone
Liquid, now knowing that they've gone for
Anyone
the
in mind?
timeout,
Anywho,
and they're going to start
Team
talking
Liquid,
about
yeah,
the
look,
B
this
wall,
attack side,
they change
as
it
you
up.
said, their
We
ultimates
have,
aren't
this is cool,
Viper's Pit for
we have the
Sugetsu,
old,
brutal reactive
we have the
one.
old
Sometimes you
K-Corp,
see
and
the
again,
front
K-Corp
right
did
away.
some, K-Corp
They're
did some
deciding
good
to
stuff,
pump brakes
don't get
and
me
allow
wrong, I
Liquid
know
to make the
that
entry, and I
we
think
have a
that's
lot of
one
melon
the
stuff,
best
but
decisions.
K-Corp,
As
see
long as
this
they don't
trip
have
here?
gaps
This is a
that can just
K-Corp
be
trip.
walked through, which they are being conscious
Behind the
they
box
have
here, goes behind the
spawn.
box, it's like a
That's been the only
reverse,
real problem is when they're
reverse
completely caught
unbreakable
off guard.
trip,
So
you
coming
kind of have
out
to
of the
run
pause,
into it
using
to
the
shoot
weaker
it.
weapons to just see,
So
okay, what do Team
we
Liquid
see the
do when we do
K-Corp trip
nothing?
come out,
Not a bad idea.
and they
You
take
feel a
control,
little
and
bit
so now
nervous. Of
Liquid
course,
to
that's
switch
the
up their
battle that
default.
Kiko manages to win.
They
Execution
take down
and
the
aim,
judge,
the
get a
time is
hill
ticking.
for it. No way you're putting that
25
into this
seconds,
round.
They've realized it as well. Okay,
Oh,
it's
it's
gonna be
20
the speed
seconds
side.
though,
Let's
so
use
I
the
get it.
Viper's Pit. Shorty pulled out. They're spamming onto Shao. I don't know how he's managed to dodge all of those bullets, but he won.
Good luck, Sugetsu. Can he stop the plant?
They need to clear this map
Can
off
his
the
team
site.
flood in?
Plant coming through.
10 seconds left.
Sugetsu yet to be
Plant
found, but they've
goes
got
in.
Plant in.
Yeah, and
This is not a
Sipan
problem,
tried to
'cause that
swing and stop
Viper's
the
Pit is
plant.
completely useless.
Yeah, it was a good idea. It narrowed down the angles, allowed his
One
teammates to
enemy
maybe win
remaining.
off of time by denying that plant, but the second the spike is down, this starts to just fade away completely. I mean,
Lovely.
1 kill, 2 kills, 3.
Lovely
even
rounds.
still,
I'm a-
low HP, having to defuse
What do I
time
think about
against
the
it. There was
Viper
no
ult?
way.
I think it's
Team
fine.
Liquid
20
have
seconds.
retaken
20
the
seconds,
lead,
2 people can be
5
close
to 4.
spawn.
And a very strong statement from them. But remember, that was not a full buy from Na'Vi. This was not
I like
a
this,
round where they
I like this
expected to win.
backup
They did
default
put the
from
Viper's
Liquid.
Pit in. It was a
It's
big
really cool.
investment. A risk, didn't seek it or find any reward
I
this
also
time
think
around.
that as much as Na'Vi were ahead in the mind games first
Yeah, I
4
think as well,
rounds,
it's
I think
one of those things where the
I
Viper's
think
Pit,
yeah,
although it
I
could've
think
been really
Liquid
valuable for them
winning
in
out
terms
now
of
in the
the
mid and kind of like the mid
just to
game.
actually
There is
use
a
it.
lot
I
of
mean, I
mind games,
understand
crazy.
the
And then
use
for
there,
this
but
one
that's
round
one
where
of
they
the
knew
things
that
they've
they were
been
going to
struggling
try
with
and
is Sugetsu has been a
change
one
up their
and
B
done.
stuff, they now
Xiao's managed to get
they
a kill
now
before the HUD's
bring
even
back the B
disappeared.
wall.
He's that quick. Aggressive push. I think they've
Nice from
realized as
Na'Vi.
well that,
Again, we've
okay,
been
the
talking about the
extremities
fact
now
that they're
being
going to
fought
change
by
up their
Liquid.
B
Their
because this
initial
B
mid-fights
wall's been
weren't
causing
going
them too
well,
much trouble,
and
so they
now
go
they're just
aggro
trying to
again, get a
almost be a
first
little
kill,
bit cheeky, like, okay,
and
you
well,
don't
I
have
say they get a
information.
first kill over
I'm gonna
towards B.
take
They
risks
pushed
and
B
push
and then
through
got kills over
utility.
towards heaven.
Well, this time Na'Vi have been waiting. 2 opening
So,
kills. A full
as we could see,
rotation
mid
back
was weak
towards
here,
this B site. It
and
is being watched
honestly,
by Artis.
Liquid
He
at least
also
have the
has
info
rolling
that they
thunder.
fought
By
here and
chance, see
fought
where
here,
they
so
get past him,
you're probably
unless
going to see
he
Liquid
decides
go
not to
mid
use
next
it.
round.
And while Kiko finding Zipan means he might have to.
I like this though. Yeah, it's a wise decision from Artis. Retake ult so strong on B, and they haven't even planted. The second that they attempt that, here it comes. Rolling thunder in.
They still have a lot of time. Oh, that stun back aside was nice. Kiko tries to go forward and tries to just take them off guard, and I think in a 3v4, I don't mind it too much. He was probably going down, kind of stopped him from flooding.
So now some time bought. Time still has to be acquired. 1 versus 4. Okay.
Oh my.
That was
Yeah, I saw the
closer than
lineup there and I was like,
ready to be.
actually,
But
maybe.
in the end, Na'Vi come out on
Liquid
top. Well handled after their pause, being able to come back.
saw
and keep
double
decking
aggression.
them. The
They're
lead
probably going to
still
call
up
a
for
middle.
grabs as we get towards
Na'Vi
the
might
end of
know
the
it as well.
The thing is, though, they've not had a
The
great
brother off
round
is
since
fun
the
because
tie
they
break.
both
So they're
they
still
both
on
know
the
how
brink
the other
again.
likes to
Like,
play.
those couple of kills right at the end coming out from Yumpy actually make it so that, okay, they can buy, they're going to have light shields, but in the next round they will be screwed again if they lose. So it's still one of those scenarios that's a little bit more problematic. And on the other side of things, From the Shadows still online, but maybe slightly more importantly, Showstopper 1 away for both teams.
Who are the
You've also
brothers?
got
The
Seekers
coaches.
available soon. And
But,
I also feel like this
coaches
might be the
are
moment
brothers,
where
twins.
we go, okay, let's stop running through their smokes. They're kind of expecting that.
Prowler goes over
Yeah,
towards
but again,
A.
a lot of this attack side is just going to be limit testing, right?
Smoke
we
for
saw that from
heaven.
Liquid, certainly in the first 4 or
And
5
Prowler,
rounds of,
okay, Prowler
we
goes
walk out
close
here,
A,
but make
damn.
someone is there. What
Double
do you do if
Prowler
we see
over
this?
towards
Oh,
A
maybe
and
their
Fade
ideas.
Eye.
Already
Like they
Paranoia
used
used it to push
everything
them
to
way
get
back
A
off
info.
site. They can
3
still
people
spam
still over
across,
towards
though.
B.
Even with that
Na'Vi
wall up,
expecting the
it's
heavy
always a
middle like we
danger.
talked
Oh,
about.
that
Mystic,
TP across.
absolute
Mystic, he is
madman.
insane.
Can he get
And limit
traded?
testing, that's
Okay, the trade's came in. I mean, he distracted them to get out towards site. He broke up the crossfires.
Victory from the jaws of defeat. It's a 4v2. They've got the plant. They're taking down Angel.
That's so funny.
I thought everything was going well after Mystic's lunacy, but it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, nicely done in the end. It's kind of like having two duelists with this one. Goes into the smoke over towards it. Do you know what it reminded me of? Like the old Haven trick that everyone was doing at the beginning, like smoke top of B site, TP towards the back. Kind of like that. Smoke towards the box and then just send it over towards Heaven. And it was, I mean, there was much util behind it, but the trades did come in. They got the info. Wall comes down, they can trade it.
Absolute lunacy on the server. But it's worked out, and I don't know if I'm happy or angry with that.
Did he say what I just thinking?
What did he say?
Team Liquid had the lead.
So he's talking about, of course, being Swedish.
Yes.
Swedish meatballs.
Oh, okay.
Naturally.
Okay, now I get it.
Anything else?
Oh, they do the Fnatic boast Omen flash towards Heaven. Fake A Heaven control, then insta TP towards the backside. Man, Liquid got a nice attack half.
The TP comes in. Shao has that fight nice and easy. The swing comes in eventually.
Yeah, and then now we can lurk on this one.
To
Oh man,
lost a big ulti and Nats is doing
this
it
is
again.
actually so
He's
nice. This is
doing
one of
Nats
the best
things.
splits I've watched for a while.
On
The brain off's crazy.
Surely not again.
Strats are
Oh,
good.
in the last
The lurks are
round,
good.
salt in the wounds.
That was impressive.
Nats delivers another finishing blow. 7-5.
From 3-1.
This was 4-1
Okay,
up
from
for Na'Vi.
3-1
I don't
to
think they're gonna be
5-7
thrilled
on
with
the
how things have
attack
gone, but
side
we
of
know their attack
Split
side
is
nothing
very
to turn your nose at.
impressive. That was
I
a
think,
bit of a
again, lot
masterclass
of
in
their
terms of
defensive side with
attack
this
side.
composition was sort of based around risks.
It was 4-1.
Like it was okay, we have
Damn.
to get aggressive, we have to try
It
and
was
take
4-1.
these fights, and in the early rounds it worked for them. I think Liquid did fantastically well to
They
adapt.
won one round out of
even
8
just the first
in
few rounds, the
defense.
amount of rounds they pushed mid, and then go to the late game and look how many rounds they pushed mid. It's completely different because they were like, okay, they're going to constantly fight this. You're going to have
let's
Saigetsu
think.
doing weird
What
stuff,
have
so we'll try and maybe
What have
counter him at the beginning
Na'Vi
of the
got?
round,
So they got
and then
no
went more
Sentinels, so they'll
direct.
probably
They went
be
into
playing
the B side,
slow.
into the A
I mean,
side, because there just wasn't
everything
enough
benefits
utility
Na'Vi to play
to
slow
delay them.
here.
Great
Sky,
half from Liquid,
the
but
fact
that's
that
it. This is
they only have
normally
Sky, so they
when
can
Na'Vi
bait
get
out the
going.
flashes, and the fact that they have no Sentinels, so they can hold defaults for pushes. Na'Vi started off with a pistol. I imagine we don't see them go fast for like the next 5 rounds.
Quickly spilling out into the A site and finding it wide open. Not even traps.
Find an open site on this one as well. There's camera for retake. They get info with the trips that no one pushed over towards spawn yet. Flash goes in, kill off the trip.
Hoping to catch this squad off guard as they went for further aggression, but it hasn't worked out in the spawn, and the paranoia definitely didn't hit.
What do I think of EMEA so far? It's very varied in teams at the moment. The level's higher than last year already, which is great.
It hasn't been taken yet. So it makes the retake so much faster in those initial stages, but they've still been smoked off eventually. So they've got to try and make their way back through. Tiger was saved, Xiao not spotted, not the prettiest of shots, and Kiko in the meantime has managed to find a couple. Xiao now stuck in the mud, needing some support, and there is that support from Saigetsu, and
Damn, how's he getting away with that?
Takes out everyone.
He gets 3 there.
He might have been a little bit late to save his
He's
teammate, but he
dodging
definitely
bullets.
saved the round.
That he did. Na'Vi right back on Liquid's heels.
Dude, double pistol.
Of course it's Saigetsu. Yeah, he's certainly woken up there. Let's take a look at the replay. A couple nice shots.
Yeah, how is it?
As we get to this, man, it gets a little bit ludicrous. Through the smoke, catching one.
Oh man,
catching
one
two, and a quick
reloading.
headshot on
Argus
Yummy.
takes a swing off the other guy as well that's shooting
Those are
at
the
him.
kind of rounds you dream about.
Huge,
And
yeah,
you
that
can
is
see
like the
Angel
most perfect
and
smoke
the
time you
relief
can
washing
imagine.
over his face. That
The Real Silky with the 12 months. Thank you so much for the prime. Sorry, Real Silky 12 with the 7 months. Thank you
Split's
so
not
much for
really
the
one
prime.
of the maps that I would
Too many numbers.
say that it has the most strength.
Okay, in terms of pistols,
but with the rest of
try
his
that again.
teammates having
In terms of pistols,
it definitely gives them
double
an
for Na'Vi.
opportunity
So
to
if they don't get
pad
this,
the
they
gaps a little bit. Now, bear in mind, we know
kinda messed
that
up.
Na'Vi love having a couple of players on pistols themselves, and they love playing light shields. So this is a read. He basically has an operator right now, but he can shoot much quicker.
Only downside
I
is
like
no one to
that.
shoot
This
at
one
over
works
on
out
the B
well.
side,
Yeah,
which
this
is where
one
he's on
works
his
out
way
well
to.
for sure.
You know,
They go for the
benefits
Na'Vi
of
buy,
this
but
rifle as well
everyone knows
sort
about
of
the Na'Vi
outweigh
buy, and
when
other
you can't play
teams might
because they're just going to wall you off. In
Other
fact,
teams
screens would be in
might
the perfect
start
position.
doing this
That one
against
came up a
Na'Vi as
little bit
well.
late, but to no effect.
Does it get them
They can deal
anything?
damage. They can make them all one shot. Kiko
Yeah,
might
they
have a
could, I mean, they
chance
could
swinging
always
out
be
from
one
heaven.
shot, so it doesn't matter
Already
about
you can
damage.
see Zipan, Xiao tagged up 25 shields on
They
Angel
lose
and
one of
Saigetsu.
the
Kiko just needs one shot to the body, and
Well, they
he's
lose one of the guns,
reliable
but they pick it up
to
on
hit
one
at
of the
least
rifle
one.
players.
There's the first. Angel
Sorry, one of the
down.
ghost players.
But now, you know, Angel hasn't been the biggest gun to deal with on the server here. He's had a tough game so far, but the rest of the squad
Yeah,
have been on fire.
Sugetsu kind of wants to get on site to
Navi
get
keep
this
3
gun
players
at the
alive,
end to
they get the
save it,
rifle
so
back.
he's going to push onto
That's a
site.
success in their eyes, because they buy 2 pistols every time. If you get one more,
Yeah,
you force
and this is a win for Liquid if they can lock them in here. And they know they're going to try and get out. Shao should probably be smoking spawn here for them to get out. Smoke goes in spawn. Kiko went over towards Heaven so he can have vision.
Exactly what Kiko has done. He has made things more
Yeah, and they're going to
problematic for them.
haunt
He's
this,
even
fix
gonna
up the
try and
gun.
steal a rifle away,
Big nade.
aggressing all the way
Ooh.
into the corner. And okay, he doesn't manage to
5
take out
HP,
Sugetsu.
so
In the
they
end,
saved
will
2
get
out
one
of
of those
3
guns
guns,
back, but he definitely made
and
that a lot more costly than Navi would
the
have liked.
armor
There's no
has to
concern
get
about him,
rebought on
you know,
both,
bringing that
I'm
rifle
pretty
to
sure.
Sugetsu or anything. It would have been retrieved after Spike dissipated anyway, so a good attempt just to try to deal that extra damage. And I like that.
I
Playing
think
the
double
numbers from
duelist
Liquid,
comp on
they're
this
not
map is dead.
afraid
It's
to let
still
the round
viable.
go. You don't have
It's
to
still
try
fine.
for every retake. Sometimes it is just better to play those exits. Equalizing the numbers, though, up
You're going
on
to
the
see less of it,
scoreboard,
but it's
Navi
still
now
fine.
in a
It kind of got,
decent position.
double
They haven't got,
duelist
like,
kind of
what
got
they had last
overtaken a
time,
little
Art
bit
is so
towards
close to an
like the
ultimate
off-season
or
in
anyone.
terms of the
It's actually
Viper
fairly
Cypher.
evenly distributed on the attacking side.
Combos
if you
very
take a
well.
look at Liquid, well, those
Works very
kills for
well on
Kiko
attack.
Yeah.
certainly helped out. I'm not going down to the
There's a
spike.
bit of,
He
there's a
actually
bit
got
of
the orb.
DRX and Sentinels using it heavy.
Sugetsu was in just moments
Whoa.
ago. Shao,
First big buy rounds,
execution
and that is lovely
in
from
that
Shao.
initial fight. A good start to the round for the side of Navi. As said, they're playing this one with a pistol, so any extra weaponry that can be found, which it can be, Artis is going to get it right now. It's going to make things that little bit more problematic. Angel, well, even knew there was
Nice
a player
trade,
there.
but nice kill
A
from
1-for-1
Angel. You got to
trade,
give him
not
that
the
one.
worst, but you have to bear in mind again, Angel going down in these sort of fights.
Spike goes
he's
down, they
one
have
player that
one
can
inserted
garner
over
the
towards vents. You can
information.
imagine they're just going to
The
go
other
towards B
initiator.
now, because we've got the smoker
Mainly
here.
there for
I
support.
say that,
And that's
but-
what works best if you have that information to work with.
okay, we
You
are.
know, instead of
But we're
burning
going
up the
heavier
utility, not
Heaven.
A lot of his belt is going to be
and a
refreshing.
lot of
So
this.
that's why obviously fault
Wait,
line
where are we
is
going?
used up by Artis start of the round. They'll probably
Where are
just
they
pace
going?
it out until it comes back
Oh
on
my
ball.
god,
Oh,
yeah.
until
Dude,
a kill
Enzo's
is
thinking the
found.
same thing as me. It's
Enzo
just like,
going
why
down,
has
big
nothing
weakness.
happened
They go
anywhere?
straight
A
through Heaven.
control, B
Take over
control? I
control
don't
of
think
the
he needs to
side.
push there,
Oh,
though.
that's
Kiko
unlucky.
I think he's
could
the one that
not
needs
have
to
had
stay
worse
alive
time.
and the others get the info.
With that, I think
But in
we're,
a
got a
3v4,
pretty good
I
indication
get
where
it.
this one's going.
Yeah, you
Nats gonna 1v4 clutch it.
can't really see that happening.
I
And
think
I'd-
for
I would
sure
be
there you
surprised
got
if he
you got to
even
let the other
moves from
players
this
play.
position. Navi with a great start to this half. Like, that's the thing. We talk about their bonus being a
4
little bit
people
weaker than
alive?
normal, but the
That's
fact is
good.
that aggressive
Look
push
at
from
this. I
Xiao,
mean, look at
it
this
seems to
money.
be the sort of burden of this Viper playing middle is that both of these teams have been very happy to just disrespect the utility and go fighting straight towards them. You lose that control, and it's just so much easier to pick players apart. And okay, I'll admit, Kiko was a little bit unlucky with just the timing of turning away. He has been the sort of main player so far alongside Mystic for the side of Liquid, up there again with 21 kills. It has really been an absurd sort of like debut week for Kiko. Because that's the thing, when you come up from the tier 2, especially after Apex sort of choked it a bit, finishing second.
Navi are good with
you kinda
managing
have
their
to look at that guy
economy.
and go, okay,
Yeah,
is he going to be
it's-
able to compete with
they're,
the best of the best? And the answer has most certainly been
they're
yes.
for sure the best at the
100%.
bonus
no matter who you put him
3
up against, he's
guns
able to have these lights
to
out performances. Even now, Team Liquid
Ghost
are
Spy.
losing, right? It's
Like, for sure the
8-7 to
best.
Navi.
They
and Kiko is
rarely, first of all, they rarely
21-9.
get thrifted.
You have a
Second of all,
duelist
they
pop off
rarely
like
lose
that,
more than
it's
one
tough
gun.
to
I would
not
even
have
say they
those
rarely
rounds on the
lose
board, but
one gun.
It's also a way of looking at it. It's the reason that it's this close, that Navi haven't ran away with it.
Hero
You've got
gun,
this guy who's being
Enzo
utilized,
buys a
and
Marshall.
On the attack side, he was
Kiko's
flat in a couple
21 to
rounds.
9,
It's
by the way.
expected. You're a space taker. You're taking space on split. That's what happens.
Well, you look at their match versus Koi. He got 37 kills and a 13-10. Like, without him, they lose. It's just a fact of the matter. But here we go again. You got the Nat save rifle, the rest are on weaker weaponry, but Kiko has got himself the showstopper to play
Okay,
with.
double
so
push over towards B main. I
chance
want to say there was some util
do
that I
some real
missed. They at
damage.
least made footsteps, so they know that they're here.
aggressive push
I'll
as
decide
well,
it all.
just to take some B main control.
In
Constantly
reaction
hunting
to them
for information,
taking...
but just look
Wait,
how far
this is
back
weird.
Navi are playing.
Just trying to, at the same time, trying to get
Navi
double
have
info on
all-
both
Navi
the
have
sides.
multiple games. They are happy to play things nice and slow.
Yeah, it's the 1 minute mark
yeah,
trying to
they're
get
in no
info of where
rush.
they should be stacking on the eco.
Angel's happy to take his time. Haven't
And
seen
it
him with
looks
the
like the call has come in.
push into vents. But
to
been a long
potentially,
time.
yeah, to potentially
He's
go
down
A
at
on
home
this
and
one.
crossing
And
it.
that
I
could
think
be good
that's
for
what
Liquid.
Xavi
We need to keep an eye on the
advanced
time here. We're at 40
in the first
seconds.
buy round,
I
so
just miss seeing him in
We
there.
got a
Every game it
1-3-1
was a
still.
guarantee Angel is in vents, at least in the first 30 seconds.
One way over towards
This
B.
time he's on B.
Yeah, we
and
got a
leading his
one-person
team-
fake over towards
leading his
B.
team
That
towards
pulls
vents.
30
Yampy
seconds
over.
left.
Things really have changed. This play up into A
Yampy
heaven,
still has
the
his
trap
wall to
has
help the
actually
guys on
moved.
A.
It was previously a little further up in heaven to catch them coming through.
20
vents.
seconds
Now
on
it's
this.
only getting them as
And they come
move
into the two
heaven.
guns.
So they bypassed it. Navi straight past the trap and straight into the site. Great flash. Nats can't see a thing.
That is a
Nady
team
finds
flash.
Enzo. This is a disaster now. Kiko trying to recover. Showstopper not landed. And this should be the end of the round. Having to rush out of a smoke. What is that? Mystic with 2 quick kills, a rifle retrieve, and a dream of clutching this out now, turning to a nightmare. He's 19 HP, and he's
And nicely
0.
done.
Well played
Oh,
by
man.
Navi. They
Enzo's
get it in
gotta-
the end.
Enzo's
So
gotta
close
let
to
him
being
play.
flawless, but not quite.
Enzo's got to let him play the team
Almost,
flash couldn't
but
be
just
any worse.
Mystic got in the way, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But a huge round from them again.
Gotta
I feel
be,
like the entries have been
it's gotta be a
sublime,
safer flash
but
on
the
that.
fact is, I think it was just a small flash that went through. And
There it is. Oh my god, we get a. My internet dies at the timing of the flash. Kind of cool. Not gonna lie, this is the first time I've ever not been annoyed at it. Reset chat. What the hell's going on? Damn, they're doing him dirty, dude. Why is it not resetting for me? Wait, the whole stream's gone? The whole stream's gone? Oh. Damn. The whole stream. Poor poor Enzo, man. The whole stream pauses on YouTube. Someone link me. Love that. Thanks so much. The whole stream pauses on his flash.
was that a team flash? That was a team flash. Okay.
Literally. Oh my goodness. What the?
Sky.
Wait,
Let me say no.
is my bind for my pen the same as
Face given up,
muting?
and now that wall's going to be covering the crossover, so his operator's not going to be quite as useful. Enzo with a bit of pressure.
Okay, next round we
Finds the
didn't
opening, the
we didn't
flash
miss a
there,
kill. We
but
just
he
got in
spotted
time.
beforehand. Zipbang quickly able to deal with him. And the code lacking.
Double push gets
Angel's
killed by
work on
Angel.
B
He
has
should have gone
found
down there.
So much value. That's both controllers down for the side of Liquid.
Oh,
Kiko
Liquid
and
forced
Nats
into this
with
one as well. They
everything
get
to
the
do.
op.
And in such
Can't
an
do anything
important
with
round
it.
as well, with all the credits
Pressure
on
over
the
towards
line
A
for
heaven.
Liquid.
Once they lost
It's
A
just
heaven,
Kiko
instant
and
reaction over
op and
towards
4
B.
kills
Angel
to
on top
find
of it,
the
waiting.
safeness.
There's also nowhere really.
Gotta save. Money must
Like,
be
they've still got a
stupid.
player in mid, they've
9k,
still got a player
9k.
outside this A site. Like Zipam, I think was initially meant to be the tip of the spear for the push of the A, but just Angel catches 2-player on the lurking
so
fade.
10-7,
the
and then they got it
lurking
down.
fade.
Got to go down to an eco.
He's just got
Most
both of
likely
them. Not
11-7.
expecting him to
Lost
win that
bonuses
duel with
here,
both of
so
them there, but
they can at
now it
least
comes
get
down to
something
Kiko.
into it.
Can he at least bring something through into the next round? Navi have started to dominate
Oh,
when
yeah,
it
yeah.
comes to this attack.
What's going
side.
on
They've
here?
got so
All the
many
streams
credits
are-
available to them. Like
all the
both
streams are having
Segetsu and
issues.
Shao are going to hit max. The rest of the players won't be too far away. And I
Which
think
is
they're
back.
slowly
Okay, we'll
working out
skip,
the last place
we'll
this man has
go
been.
back
He's
up to
going to
this.
hit the leg shot. Nice one.
Yeah.
But the trade will be there. No
I'm gonna just keep this up. We're just gonna
another
mute it just in case. We you sure?
victory and double digits hit for Navi. They are looking good on
Got the other
split.
one ready to go if need be.
They're looking fantastic on split.
Ah.
I mean, that is
That's a
the
big
hard
victory
work
sip.
done. A 3-round lead. Team Liquid left to pistols. Their back is against a wall. Liquid can make next to no mistakes if they want to close out this map. And again, the key thing is that this is Liquid's map pick.
Do good
Next,
on
we
attack.
move on
Both
to
of these
Breeze,
attacks have
somewhere
been
Navi
outrageously
have
good
looked
at the
comfortable,
moment.
and we could talk about Artis's Yoru, and perhaps it will be the time that it doesn't find the value because people figure it out and so on. That was the thing long ago with Breeze when Angel played the Yoru. It worked
Wolves
once or
8-5?
twice. And then they
Oh, man,
figured
I
it out.
really
The
need to
thing
watch that
is,
demo.
The guy that's TPing now
I really
is
need
Angel.
some time
He's
to
not
watch the
mastermind who's
Icebox
catching
demo.
alerts,
I
conditioning
want to
you
know
into
what they're
pushing
doing
the
with the
map, and then
Cypher
punishing you.
Killjoy.
It's Artis, the guy
I
who
love
is
that
going to be
comp on that
able
map.
to punch through those dimensions and send you back to your own one.
What's that? And that's his hand. It's hand
for
warmers.
Team Liquid if they don't pick this one up, and their chances are slimming by the second.
What can Liquid do to win defense?
I
They
think a
need to
good
be
time take a
less
pause. And that's the thing.
predictable.
Last time out,
That's the only thing.
sort of
Like
had that
Liquid
pause,
are
they had
playing
the
good.
tour,
It's
they
like
adapted, they managed
literally,
to find something new to do.
they're
I
they're
do
playing
think
maybe
it's
in my
been
mind a
difficult
little bit too
with, I
aggro.
don't know, a lot of these early battles
But like
just
their
seem to be
reactions
always
to what's
going away. A
happening are
little bit
too
of
good, but
miscommunication in a
it's
couple of positions
because it
as
is the
well
right
that
thing
has
you should do,
helped
right?
out
Fundamentally,
Navi
it's
with
the
the
right thing you
openers,
should
as
do in
if
terms of
Zipam really
lose this bit of
needed
map
the
control,
help.
gain
Like,
this
he's
bit of
been
map
great
control,
in
but
these early fights so far.
so obvious because it is the right thing to do, and the respect is there in terms of the teams that they always know what's coming next, if that makes sense, in terms of Na'Vi. The amount of times Na'Vi have been waiting for the reaction and punishing them is too much. So they kind of need to be a little bit unpredictable in my mind. I don't think they need to find the fights. I think they can let the fights come to them,
well, that's not the way I saw
which
that
can be
one
scary
going.
against this comp.
Nats is just peeked out from an angle, the only angle really they had to worry about, because smokes are up elsewhere, and he's caught them unaware.
Omen Flash hits one. Oh, I
eliminated,
got unlucky. Yeah, I actually like the Omen Flash there. There was a chance for it to hit more.
Very tough fights in front of the Mystic. An animal with this Sheriff, but after one, he's dropped, and best of luck to Kiko. He can at least recover his Sheriff. Has to pop a reload on that, surely. 2 bullets and a nade to work with. 100 HP. And that's all the positives gone for him. There's plenty for Navi.
Maybe a paint shell can be used to try and clear something, but I think he wanted the element of surprise. Sagetsu, though, not missing. Na'Vi now 11-7, 2 away, but this was this is the round the pause
got the slick box before, yeah. Someone used my icebox comp before he saw a deadlock. Dude, that's got to be a 1-0 to me, Saint. That has to be.
It hasn't had the most
That
success.
has to be a 1-0.
We've actually seen more with the
I don't know how else I would score points.
Maybe
you get the deadlock points.
Being a little bit more
maybe an
ISO.
I get a point if there's an ISO, so I get no more points this year probably.
This operator, and he's going to be playing it again, sort of like standard matchmaking, straight down mid, just looking for the early peak.
Yeah, I mean, sitting back with an op on this, especially up against this comp.
Wait, I think I only get a point if it wins, Saint. How about that?
It's just not going to work for you a lot of the time. They're going to be catching you off. The players are pushing down as well, 2 on middle.
2 push in.
Enzo and Mystic have to win those fights.
Honestly,
if they go any deeper, and they've avoided it.
Could be Opens giving you a point for believing in Wolf, Saint.
Now looking to reinforce the site of their choosing. It's B that they move towards. A good call, but they might just be caught off by this. A lot of information with TP committed into spawn. And
that's nice though, but they messed up the timing a little bit. But does it matter? No.
3 kills so far, but he's got them the site and
so,
the plant. And he's back with his
Fade ult
team.
goes
Couldn't
in,
get
it blocks
much
everyone
better.
in terms of the
Let's
sound.
drop that
Omen
operator.
ult towards the back of the site,
Managed to find one.
and that
Perhaps
is
there's still some
lovely.
life
In
and
theory,
limb
they can't
in
hear
this
it, but
round.
actually one
If they
person
wanna
did
save,
hear it,
that
I
call
think.
needs to be made very soon.
But Shao is just too strong here in terms of the shots. This has been a very convincing attack half from Na'Vi. I love both of these attack halves, to be honest.
Pretty much confirms it. A kill will get Nats' ult and reveal the rest. A nade into the corner, but you have to bear in mind there is also still that Rolling Thunder available to them. It's going to be sent in. Nyon immediately. Angel still sat in the corner. That might be a surprise as well. They're throwing all this util, and he hasn't had to reveal himself just yet. The horn will give it away, but the time, it's gone. There's just nothing they can really do at this stage.
And it's like Liquid needed to save here, but they were so like desperate to try and get around to get back into the game that it's now 5 chances to finish this.
From the shadows of the match.
Both of these attack halves have been
time I've ever said that sentence.
Really good.
Egg on my face, Tom. I chose a bad day to come from the shadows.
Yeah. How dare you?
Liquid have called a pause. At 12-7.
Your curse definitely still exists, by the way. I've never seen anything like it.
It's bothering me. That is.
I mean, that's.
That is the first and only time we're going to see ISO.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that's the only time we're going to see ISO.
I don't know. There could be some. No, there's not.
No,
there's
who? It would be these guys right here.
It would be Navi.
It would be Navi.
Hey, playoffs. If they make it there, who knows?
Yes, because that's the time to do it.
Nah, honestly, Paper X might run it. There's a chance.
In a single
There's a low
elimination
chance.
Playoffs. Let's throw ISO out.
They get props for it.
Please, Angel, don't. Please.
Just saying, he's always ahead of the medal.
Marcus will cry.
Well, not after this result. One more round, 5 chances to close it out. Navi have looked unreal so far. And well, Tom, I mean, the viewers at home can't see the timeline right now, but there's not much to see. It's just red. Navi have won every single attacking round so far.
Go ahead. In case it wasn't clear
Draw
enough.
line, and now
look how
production
straight.
remove the hood.
Look how straight that was. I'm leaving that there. That's staying.
Because Mystic heard the combo. Mystic heard the ult there, but...
Can we show my really straight line, please?
Was he waiting for the Omen ult to stick?
Yeah. case, just to make it a bit more
I need to
clear.
watch that one
Oh,
again.
dear. It's all gone
He's
wrong.
waiting for the Omenaut to stick there. I think he has to shoot that.
A very quick play coming out of Zipan. He's already blast packing through. The snake bites caught him.
Okay, 5 chances for Navi to finish it, and they decide to go fast. Been going like really slow, taking map control, waiting for the reaction of Liquid, and Pause comes in. Liquid's trying to adjust, and they decide to absolutely send it over towards Heaven. The masterclass, man. It's a masterclass. Omenaut gets stuck over towards B main. Gets cancelled over towards B main. He cancelled it. Viper ult goes in. All of Heaven. Damn, look at this. Like, you actually can't get in. That's a nice ult. You have Heaven control and site control. That's the round done.
Into B main, but there's a million corners there that they have no idea where these players could be. There is nothing to do.
These attack sides were very top level.
Short of a miracle, and they're spreading out to take one by one fights.
2 pistols for Na'Vi helped this, but I still think with some of the buy runs we saw,
has to hit something here. And then they need to be quick. That's the thing.
you would still say that Na'Vi probably had this if it went 1-1 pistols.
He's got so much left to do. A Viper's pit through. They know where he is. The flash is
It's a shame because Liquid did everything fun. It's one of those things where Liquid did everything fundamentally right, but it ended up being a little bit too predictable. And yeah, that was fun though. The first 6 rounds especially were like really sick mind game wise.
There was something for Liquid, but Zipango kill came back to the stage.
Hey, listen, I don't know how the community's predictions went today, but I think a lot of Na'Vi fans are going to be pretty happy. Ulysses might still have a chance in the prediction game.
I really need to clear some space on this
With
PC.
13-7,
Otherwise we're
that's a
gonna have no VODs.
convincing opening statement from Na'Vi. Their map is up next after the break.
Map 1 split.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask.
Okay, nice.
about
The
Lola.
VOD is up. The VOD is getting uploaded. And I would say,
Lord Nieve.
if people are a fan of like nerdy Valorant and they miss like the first 6 rounds, the first 6 rounds are definitely worth watching. Like the first 6 rounds are really worth watching. It is a good sign of the brothers kind of knowing each other very well and how the other one likes to play.
Hey guys, it's
Because it was a lot about mind
Watch out
games.
for the stairs, clear this angle.
That was
You're
one
gonna
of
be able to
the.
fight this.
That was a fun game to watch. As a nerd of like the strat side of it, that was a very fun game to watch. Okay, I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready?
Welcome back to the show. I know that Navi just crushed it during the second half, but I wanted to speak about Team Liquid map pick because they have some really cool stuff prepared for the attacking half, and that's something I would want to talk about. So we're gonna bring up the default positioning of their utility on attack. Pay attention to the minimap right now. I'm gonna mark you the Viper positioning when it comes to the orb and the wall, and then I'm gonna bring up also the default positioning from the Cypher cages that are on the A side. On the other side, remember, they play Viper, Cypher, and Omen. All have vision denial in form of their smokes. So now, bearing that in mind, Na'Vi doesn't have a Sentinel in a traditional form, so they can't really re-clear that with any traps that are just being left alone. So now, pay attention to the minimap because I'm going to be putting chips, blue chips, that are going to be signaling positions of players where they cannot be standing. So when the Viper orb on B is active, player on number 1 is not able to stand in that position, but also on number 2 is not going to be able to see into
Dude, you gifted 10 subs to the chair stream.
When the wall is up, players from heaven will not be able to look.
You went for the 10 subs when the chair was here? Respect. Big fan of the chair stream. Thanks so much, though. I do appreciate your support. Thank you very much, man. Chat, what kind of... How many slugs do I see? Chancelete, Booblob, Jaw, Lexi, love that. Okay, let's get a few more slug spam in for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate all the support. Everyone that got gifted as well, if you're here, make sure you say thank you.
Rest of the map might be just cleared with the Omen smokes in vent or in mail.
Who do I favor in Lev Loud? It's a weird... The Lev Loud matchup is weird in my head. Okay, so it's... The thing that I can't get out of my head is...
Right now, this is
insane hero game from Sadak and 2-0 pistol on one map. So that's making me think that maybe it looked a little bit better than actually it could have been or was. But then I'm looking at Lev's map pool thinking Split. Split did not look good. So I think it depends on maps. But I would probably... The safer option is Loud. For sure, the safer option is Loud. Let's just go with Loud. It's the safer option.
Would have been, like, let's say, cleared a little bit less.
I can easily see Lev winning that. Feels like a good 50-50. But I think map pool wise, because we haven't seen all the maps, so it's hard to judge. But map pool wise, the safer option is Loud. They just look more drilled. Kalen'zin looks incredible. Sadak looks like some of the best I've seen him.
As well as he warms up in the AIM Labs warm up as we head
Tripping Duke with the 6 months. Thank you for the prime, and Jolel as well. You felt left out. Thank you so much, Jolel. Appreciate you doing that as well, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thanks for the 2 months.
It is a possibility, especially since it's a map that we still haven't
Wolves
seen
1-2-0. Damn.
I think Kiko
was it like
a lot of potential
like a good 2-0
the bad thing is
or
that we
relatively
have
close
seen
2-0
and what they're capable of doing in the map. The last time that we saw him, well,
I will say that I think
Saint
helped change my pick'ems for Wolves on that one. So
because the impact that he was having with
at least I think I went with Wolves on my pick'ems for that.
He was putting a lot of pressure.
Double Yoru.
Actually, we're going to see Kiko
nice. The Ardis Yoru looked outrageous.
Of course,
let's see what the Kiko Yoru looks like.
That makes things even more
Omen.
Interesting. I was,
so
thinking,
Omen KO diff.
And I also love to see that they wanted to combo it also with the KO. That is a lot of initiation utility because they're not going to have
the only W of your week, Saint. Hey, but at least it's a W, man. At least it's a W. And take pride in that.
Is even better, not only because I'm a big KO stan. I think that it gives you a lot of duality when it comes to the game.
Yeah, although Kiko's
Yoru
I saw a little bit of it in the off season. Maybe it's just like an off season one-off thing. I don't know how it's going to fare up against Ardis.
This could be interesting because Ardis' op Yoru looked
KO, we don't see
disgustingly good.
So far, so
more just his usage of the op than anything else. If I'm honest, positioning was good.
The other day, but I think this composition is brilliant, and I really want to see that operator head to head.
Oh, Yoru versus Yoru, we are truly in the Yoru meta now. Mitchman and Tom.
Yoru is one of the most fun agents to watch. Oh yeah. It really is.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a fun one. The head-to-head Yoru, I know Lothar's
We still haven't seen the fake clone yet, and I know it's coming. I know like a sick fake clone is coming at one point. One that is so obvious that no one shoots it, but it's actually the real dude, the real deal.
Whenever an Angel's playing, it's always
that time is going to be incredible.
So we'll see how things go.
Okay, Liquid on defense, Na'Vi on attack. Na'Vi 1-0 up, knife goes towards A. It's
And that's normally
One.
where you get the best out
That
of the
goes
Yoru,
relatively
the
deep.
space that can be taken,
It's behind the
havoc
wall.
that can be caused. And speaking of havoc, Kiko's
So with the
just
info they
walking
get off the knife, they
straight
decide to
down
push.
the newly reopened
Angel.
halls.
Ready for the
Doesn't
push.
spot anything.
And then we
I
take
like this.
the
This is more what I
TP.
expected the other day in our game, Tom, where we had that Yoru on defense, where you're going to have those gate crashes used for information early, so you can retreat to the other side of the map.
Okay,
and then
second
quick
TP
rotations.
used.
I mean, just
In
take a look
terms
at
of
where it
how
is right
you
now.
play against the
It's
Yoru
Benzo
a lot
back
of the
over
time,
towards A,
this
so
is
you
a
can
good
yet again
example,
have
is
him
the fact that
quickly rotate.
we're
In a
1
couple
minute
seconds, he
in
might go
and
for the
we've used
aggression.
both of the
If
TPs, right?
he
So a
didn't
lot of
hear
the
a
time,
stampede
most
of
teams are going to
players
slow
on
play
their way
against it.
towards his site. Looks like pressure is on. Kiko could get out of here. There's no
Just because
escape
the
for
rushes
Nats.
become a
They're gonna
nightmare,
fight this one
can
together.
always
Through
be
the
on the
wall they
site.
go, and Xiao is down. Setsu,
Big duel.
unable
Nats,
for
can you get
two.
one more?
Nats holds on tight.
Doubt it.
But he's
Oh,
surrounded.
maybe.
There's players
Oh.
everywhere, desperately trying
I gave
to
himself a
find
good try.
fight.
Actually,
But Artist catches
almost
his back,
regretted
and so
saying
we're
that.
down into the 3v3.
With Jewel at
The
middle,
mark of Angel
Yampy on top of this one.
expected this time around.
2v3, and they haven't got the spike down.
30 seconds left.
Dart
Ooh.
Decent.
does a lot of damage onto Ardis already low
And
on
they have no
HP.
idea
Mystic,
Mystic's
he's not
close.
expected to be this close,
Takes
and
down
he's
the
gonna
high
get one.
HP.
Should get the second, but no.
3.
Ardis is still
Oh.
standing the TP
Whoa.
into an open position. He's almost managed to find Yumpy. Both now down desperately
Holy.
low. But
Liquid get
Yumpy
that
will
first
be the
pistol.
one
This
to
was
survive.
close,
It's
man.
but
Ardis
Liquid have a pistol.
nearly did it on
I bet
3
they're happy
HP.
they sent him for the aim last
1-0
shoot
for the
around
pistols,
before this
obviously
game. Otherwise, that could have
2-1
been a little
altogether.
bit awkward. Yumpy just about saving the game. Because if Artis gets off to a start like that, there ain't any stopping him.
It's over.
Gorgeous
This
stuff.
man's already got enough confidence for the rest of us. You give him a little bit more, I think he becomes dangerous at that stage.
It's crazy. Even this TP, you know, it goes down to 3 HP, pops it in the open, and almost 1 bullet away. Look, he's so frustrated not to win.
I love the difference.
4 kills in a round. It's not enough. Or close to it. 20 HP away.
The
Wait, did
difference
they-
between the two of them is
They,
perfect.
let's say 1-1 and they're giving
Very
him a round.
small investment, a shorty, and some light shields for Ardis.
New emote? Yeah,
Few
might be.
sheriffs here and there.
With the one way they
that.
feel confident to go over towards A, they pick
Not
up an
too much.
orb,
Actually,
and
on the
that
other side
is
of things, as I
Ardis's
said, we always
ult, and he
talk
has a
about
shorty,
Navi's
and the fact that
economy
he's picking
management
up
when
the
it comes
orb
to
makes
their
you think he's
bonuses.
going to be using it into this
Liquid are
round, so
actually-
we're going to see a Yoru ult on an
I wouldn't say
eco. We
playing
have
it relatively
4 sheriffs to
safe.
back
They've
it
gone
up.
with weaponry on
And
every
can he
single
get a
player
kill?
straight
Oh, he
through
spots one.
The util. And already,
With the
that's
Omen
actually
flash.
crazy. So
It was a good try.
Ardis already
19 HP.
had earned so many orbs up.
Tell
He
you
was
what,
able to
Chai is a
pop his
big,
ult in
this
the
is a
second
big
round.
win
Like,
for
that's
Liquid.
ridiculous.
Big win for Liquid. They get
It's not a
the
bad
they get
idea
the
to use
ult
it
out
just
of them
to
as
try
well.
to clear out those angles, especially if
I
you
like
drop
the
your
try.
Cypher. At the start of the
I like the
last
try.
round,
They get
you
that
had
kill.
Nats solo playing
It
B,
honestly
then the
probably
rotate from Kiko,
is a
which I
different
don't
round.
think was
It's at
perfect.
least a
They didn't know
close
he
round.
TP'd over. But the key point is that they identified, okay, we take him down, we get B control, potentially a weapon as well. It could have been huge, but the read was perfect.
Yeah, the Omen,
No, he couldn't
Omen
see, he
flash
could still
doesn't
take him down.
fully make sense. I get that they're
Close
trying to
range
Omen
fight,
flash
keep him alive.
the sound
Just
of him
smart
coming out the ult.
utility
I think
plays
they
from
messed that
Nats,
up slightly, but
avoiding
he
what could
can
have
still
been
see
assassin.
close
I think it
range.
shows how
But
much
the fact
they're
that
investing orbs,
Ardis
though,
popped
into
his
Ardis.
ult a
He's
little bit
only got
early to
3
get
kills,
out,
but
he
he's
had
already
the sound
managed to
before he got Omen
burn up
flashed, so
7 orbs
you could
in
definitely
round.
argue that
It
the
really
timing
does
was a
just
little
show
bit
they
off
really
here,
are
but I do
going
like the attempt from
hard
Na'Vi if they get
into
that
making
combo
sure
going.
that he can get that ultimate as much as possible and just cause issues.
I mean, yeah, it's a free drone. You're often going to get him TPing into site plant as well. It's the other big advantage. Nice.
He was
attempt from
desperately
Kiko.
trying to shoot that to make sure that he
Had the
could try and
reveal. They had the
not
information.
reveal that
Player just
position of
about
Ardis
snuck
in.
away on time.
Ardis looking a little bit different in the cam.
Angel.
Same with Angel.
Angel was on the Euro after all. We just didn't know it. And wow,
Oh, there it is.
he's just taken the entry as the
I
Omen.
mean, that's
I feel like
wild,
he
by
uses
the way.
himself as the secondary of something, so he can basically just play a duelist on everything. And
Look
you
at
can
him,
see
just
why.
strolls
Just
in,
wide swinging
strolls into
onto
B.
Enzo. The
And he
B
could
side
cause
fully under the
he could
control
cause the Cypher
of
on
Na'Vi,
B
and it's
a
almost
lot of
purely
issues
just
to be
down to
honest.
Angel
Smoke
individual
TP,
skill.
like even just a
Yeah.
smoke fake
And this is what we
TP over
talked about
towards B
at
could be a
Joke
bit of
last
a
map about
nightmare
Angel's
over the
entry
trips.
fragging
So
Brimstone
I like
and
this as a
Split.
default.
And
The fact
Tom
that
rightfully said he
the
did it
fact
on
that
every
it's Angel as
every
well,
single one. He didn't care. He
you
would run
you
in
know
first.
he's
I remember
crazy.
Haven, Breach,
So
7
if
first
you're
deaths
nuts
on the
at the
attack
moment,
side.
anytime
He
you
did
hear
it.
that
I was on
TP or
about
anything over
Gecko
towards B,
on
you're going to
Vine
be
the other day as
expecting
well.
something.
Like, he was just full sprinting
That's how
around the
this guy
map.
plays. plays. I like this from Mystic. Good chance to get a kill, do some damage. damage. But that's all this amounts to. Time too far gone with so
Pancom,
many
thank you so
players
much
to
for doing
root
that,
out of
bro.
their positions.
Good to
And
see you
at
as well,
a
mate.
certain moment, you're going to start to think, is it worth just carrying this weapon forward, being that extra body to
Crazy is an
protect Kiko,
understatement. Yeah, I
who's
mean,
got
he's
the
full
operator.
blown. He's
After
full
the
blown
sparks
wild,
build up
man.
slightly more, it looks
And
like
you
that is
never
what
know
they'll
what he's
get,
gonna
like
do,
it or not.
and that's scary.
Someone goes jumping
That's
through
scary
the
to
window.
play against.
Surely we won't see from Mystic. Keep the weapon. He's got it in the window. Oh no! Well, that's the weapon gone. But at the end of the day,
and that's
they can still afford a decent buy all round.
pretty costly, but
Wanted to
he
drop
could
the
have got
extra
that out of the
rifle
hands.
very badly.
I really don't see the point. I feel like anybody who you could have killed, you would have seen without having to jump into the window because they've just been forced out of that angle by the spike. So, yeah,
So,
a little bit of madness, I'll be honest, for
Outlaw,
Mystic. And, okay,
5
he's still
people
gonna
that
be
can
able
get
to
one
purchase,
shot.
But you look at Yumpy, who's going to be down on an Outlaw. The light
Could
shields for the
have
majority as
upgraded,
well.
but I don't think they're expecting that
that was worth it at
Outlaw.
all, but
Again,
either way,
Outlaw at the moment where it's kind of sitting
Still
is
in
it's
the
like a
lead,
heavy
Liquid 2-1 up.
anti-strat thing. Obviously, you can look at money and work out good times to buy it, but sometimes you want to know if teams are using it or if teams are buying light
He's
armor.
running straight down and he's already dead.
Okay, they go for a split on this one. Meanwhile, that's happened. Nats sends us over towards middle, and
The
Xiao
crazy man goes down and then Xiao's
dodges
left
the
to
flash
just
and
get
the
a free kill.
drone.
Smokes somewhat lacking for the squad, but the Viper
Xiao's
ball
an
can
absolute
help
god
if
right
Xiao
now.
stays alive.
First of all, to be alive.
So aggressive. Every Viper
Second
for
of
this
all, to do
squad
that.
is, and rightfully so, with shots like that onto Kiko. That player gone, 3 rifles left on the side of Liquid. They know there's a player on yellow. That's an easy fight.
He
for
did
Nats to take.
so much
Surprising no
work
one
to make this
swings on
round
the back of it.
doable.
It's a little bit of a gap. The aggression punished.
Cypher ult is
Perhaps a
great.
chance now
When
with
does
no smokes left
Yumpy
to play
go
with a
from it?
flank
Okay, there
underway
we go.
that
Sorry.
Yumpy's just caught Sugetsu completely unaware. Artist though, he's been hitting shots since the round started.
Time's a little bit low.
He just needs to do a little bit more for the squad, running down that clock, but he's so low on HP. Surely he can't hold on.
Yeah, he's
Enzo,
done
though,
it with time.
He only has a matter of seconds and
Yeah,
it's
and
too
he
late.
even just swings
Can't
him as
hit
well.
the shot anyways, not
Yeah,
with
dude,
Artist
Xiao
playing like
deserves
this.
some kind of
No,
medal,
he may
man.
not
Xiao
been
and
able to get that
Artist
Red Bull
kind of
clutch
combo
through
here.
in the first round, but he's managed to do it here just moments later. It genuinely blows my
What's
mind.
Artist on?
We've
It
heard
feels
in
like
the
he's
past
fragging
that Artist
pretty
didn't wanna
heavy
play
apart
Yoru,
from the
and now I'm
second
watching him
round.
play Yoru, and he may be one of the best I've ever seen. Like
It's
up there with
ridiculous.
players like Forsaken or someone like that. He's just styling on this agent, and also just looks very confident individually on it. Because that's the main thing. It's like I feel like you get 2 sets of Yorus. You either get one that doesn't know how to do the utility properly and just runs around fragging, or someone that does know how
7-3,
to
and he's 1
use
orb
the
away from
utility,
his second
but
ult
they
in the
can't aim. Like,
5th
that
round.
seems to be
They're
the
going
two.
for the
Whereas there's
Paper X
few
record, which was
that are
5
in
on
that
Forsaken
Venn
in the
diagram
off season.
crossover, and at the moment, Artist takes
5
the
on
biscuit.
in 1/2, by the way.
Artist back with an ult online. Not the first time this map. You might be surprised if you've just tuned in, but round 5, he's ready to roll.
Agent Keith.
Utility to work around.
Keith is here,
I
bro.
have a strong feeling he will be the entry point for this squad. Now,
That's still one of the
Liquid,
funniest
it's
things that came
pistol.
out from him going to NA, man.
Well, to be honest,
Keith,
you might wanna
the
commit
Keith
that
joy.
Yoru ult for 2 reasons.
Jesus.
Get it online so
Wow,
much,
man.
not lose any
Valorant,
players
bro.
that you don't have to. Angel goes up the rope,
Valorant,
wins the fight,
man.
now loses a rope.
Change that.
Not being
We
recovered.
can't. That can't happen on a rope.
I love
Absolutely owned them
It's
timing
just
wise.
so enjoyable. Like I know that there will be people losing their minds, and that also makes me just that little bit happier because it's just like even the kills he gets just look a little bit ridiculous. Like just quick headshot in one of the players. Now it's not a bad trade for Liquid.
It was
The
a
main
nice
thing
shot
that worries
from
me
him.
at this stage is
Knife
the
goes in
time.
and
30
hit
seconds left.
2
Two
or
players
1?
within the site.
1 with the
Now,
rotate,
the
I would
information is going to be
imagine.
huge. That's one of the main things that will make this.
Feel a little
less
bit
dangerous.
sorry for
Artist
Yumpy at the
making his
moment.
way
He's
through.
going
They
to
have
get
go
wrecked.
through the snake bite, so they are vulnerable, but he's just making it so that nobody can really
How's he
capitalize.
alive?
So you think Mystic
How's
is
he
not
alive?
low. Yumpy's found another. They still haven't planted this.
How's he
spike. He's got
alive?
bullets. But the time is the main issue. And the alert coming through from Saigetsu
No way
might have
Artist
just
sticks
saved them.
that.
They're not going to be able to deny this. It will at least go down, and it needs to be up to Artist again.
It's the same battle. Artist and Enzo both full HP this time. The weaponry, not great. Mystic's only got a pistol to play with, and with
He's a
Enzo
god,
down,
man.
it's on to Mystic. He's got
20
to get this done.
HP.
His position's been revealed.
Comms come into the
But shot
damage.
that he fired,
Should know.
Artist was
1 body
seen
shot.
too. He's got a fake TP. Boy, he could stick it if he wanted to.
Not a good plant.
Sticking the spike though. It's going to be halved. Here's
Boss
the wall
man.
bangs, though.
He's going
Such low
for it.
HP.
Oh, Mystic could have
Tapped it again. He's baiting him for the
fooled
fight.
it.
Mystic wants to fight Artis. It's a brave
Damn,
move.
had the chance
One he
to
might
fill
live
it,
to
and
regret.
like
If he
Mystic was
stuck it
just
all the way,
believing
who
it
knows?
because he
Who knows?
planted as well. You got to think that he knows it's a bad plant.
That's the thing. If he sticks it all the way, he wins. But of course, with the TP, you don't know if it's faked. You don't know if he's taking it. It's a risk that.
And in terms of
ultimately could
Mystic,
have lost you the round, but
the forward of Mystic
Artis
here is as
saving
well.
Na'Vi at the moment.
Well, you can see
First
it as well.
kills.
I mean,
Ridiculous.
Mystic is just thinking that he planted. He knows it's a bad plant. He's going
Artis
to
on
walk
his own
out.
already has that factor, that little bit of intimidation to him. But when he's popping off like this, you cannot go without feeling his impact on the server. When he starts out, his utility, his
I think
ultimate,
as well,
clearing your
for
position,
Mystic there, it's
pushing you
two
back,
things,
you're
right?
already on the back foot.
I'm on 20
When it comes to
HP.
fighting
Someone
him,
else did damage
yeah,
to
you
me,
haven't got a
so
leg
he
to
knows
stand
I'm
on.
20
He's been
HP.
going in first
So it looks
most
dumber
rounds and
when you lose
clutching
to
them as
someone
well.
on low
Like,
HP
it's
when you
just
full
ridiculous.
defuse
Like, they know
because
the
it's
Lord,
just
by the
one
way.
body
It
shot.
genuinely feels
And
like
he planted.
kill Ardis,
I can't
win round,
really-
which, you don't
I
see
can't really
often
feel
in
angry
professional play.
at
I'm
Mystic
also
here, though.
starting
It's
to
just
feel for the
like
Americas fans who have genuinely been
just
conned
Ardis
by
things.
this man going over there, taking some money and then coming back after doing
Tom,
nothing.
he's 2 orbs away from having the ult. It's outrageous. Like, he can't be playing like this, yet he is.
Zipan.
Yeah, and
taking
close to
down
his
the
ult again.
aggression
They really are
that
going
operator
for...
has had
Again, Forsaken has the
little to
record
no
of 5 and 1
success
half
so
on
far,
Euro on
and
this map. And
well,
if
guess
Ardis
what?
goes
You
like
can
this,
have
he's
all
going
of your
to,
utility on the
I mean,
side,
draw with
Nats,
it.
but
I don't think he could ever beat it.
this man is coming for you. The corner, he's going to TP right into it. I thought for a second he might correct in time. Nats has dealt with the danger man. We'll see if the fact is you kill him and you
Yampy
win.
miles away with his ult.
The
Nats,
decoy might have lured
yeah,
him in.
he has a lot to do
Might know
there.
how
He
to
was
punish
so
it.
confident that people were
Catches it to
rapping
the
towards
decoy,
him.
And then he's caught up as the cage falls. Enzo, good to catch Zipan.
Doesn't want to sit around in the one-way towards the back of sight.
Down to the 3 versus 3.
Yampy for
Ult
sure.
in
I mean,
hand
for
for
sure they're
Angel.
ulting into
Not
this
gonna have
round.
Too much impact, though. He hasn't got the
They've got
spike.
no
There's
drone for
crazy
Enzo. I don't know when his
rotations to come
recon
into
comes
play.
up. Oh,
Maybe he runs it for the information.
Mystic's going to
Tag
tank
on
some
the
shots
Mystic.
here, maybe. Might tank
Not so
another
much
ult.
damage. He's looking just to deny that.
Tank 2 of them.
That's me, bro.
But it's okay. It doesn't do too much damage.
3 HP. Well, a little bit more. Let that decay come back up. But they're buying time. There's a
Big
Viper's pit
Joel.
online, but key thing, Yumpy up behind. If he catches Sugetsu, they can split the site from both sides. The second flash is good. It's
Yampy
very
did
good, in
great
fact.
here, but...
Sugetsu's down, and now they can
Yeah,
let this
but the other
split
two are in
go.
good positions.
The other 2 players dropped in an
Ult goes
instant.
in just
And
before the
Yumpy has
knife
to do
hits
it
him
all.
as well.
A clutch for him on 45 HP. Make that 5. And now stepping into the decay, he's down to 1. It's
Yeah,
the
savage.
easiest fight of Angel's life. 4-2 for Na'Vi, and they're steaming into the lead. A different vibe than what we got even at the start of Split. Team Liquid need
3
to
ults.
find a solution.
No, okay,
And
2
again,
ults into that
they're down to
retake.
very low
2 ults
credits.
into that retake.
Yeah,
Na'Vi
this is already starting
secure.
to feel like a map that you
It was
just
their
almost don't want
ult.
to play them on.
A
They
lot of
just seem
ults.
so well regimented in the post plants. The timing, the spacing is perfect. Okay, they used their Viper's Pit at the end there just to secure the round, but as said, when we saw them play out against BBO, which, okay, we do have the expectation of
comes
BBO
in.
slightly weaker than this Liquid squad, but they dominated on defense. So they're already having a field day, just getting off
Having
to
a hard time
strong
over towards
start
B.
on this attack side. Angel's been able to get quite a lot of entries alongside Ardis as well, and I feel like one of the major worries is the fact that Kiko's gone missing. And bear in mind, that last map was close because he was pulling off crazy rounds. He was doing really well individually. So I almost feel like they just need to sit for a moment, even if it's just Emil giving them a little bit of a talk over of some of the things he spotted, or even if it's just trying to get the confidence back.
Watching all 5?
they
Yeah,
have
we'll
been
watch,
shut down over the last
watch all the way
4.
through to Americas.
Yeah, very much silenced.
Yeah, I skipped
4
the
in a row
first 2
for
China
Na'Vi.
games today because the
Economic
Americas
control,
games are
Ardis is
so
ult.
good
Every
that I don't
round,
want to
it
be
seems
like
like.
feeling tired for
You
them,
can't go
if that
2
makes
without
sense.
popping it.
Like I
He's one away.
don't. The teams are
Coming
so
into
good
this,
that I don't want to like miss
Five
anything.
factors, a lot of what you talk about for Liquid here, having your outlaws, your pistols, the long-range angles. You
They've
get
got
right
the
up.
perfect combo as well. If he gets it, they've got Hunter's
Shoot me,
Fury,
shoot
which
me.
it is basically just the freest kill. Something I know Lothar has been loving for a very long time.
And it's also a problem
One
because
orb
if you're
away
Mystic right now, you're thinking,
for
oh,
that
I've got the
Euro
Viper's
ult,
Pit.
and
What's
it
gonna
feels
happen?
like
Artis is just gonna get that
Liquid
orb,
are
come
like,
up close, go
well,
shoot
like
it.
this. So
He's
they talk
right
about the
here.
one way.
Oh, they
Well,
can
they
expect
talk
it,
about the
though.
one way that's going
The
in
thing
over
is, there's already
towards here. They want to
spams coming through.
disrespect
Enzo
it,
is
and they know that they're going to be going
basically
for this
dead,
orb,
but
so they
even
decide to
still,
punch
Kiko
over
will get
towards
the
A.
kill
This
on
is
target,
a
at
nice
least
plan in the
remove
eco
that
here
ult from action.
with the information
The thing is,
that's
though,
been going
fighting
on.
from this position is going to be incredibly
Yeah,
difficult.
and
Yumpy does
Na'Vi
get away,
honestly
but
felt like they
even though
were
you've taken
kind of
that
ready
man
for
out,
this.
ultimately the result was
Or
the
at least they
same.
had
The man
numbers
advantage
here
has
to
gone
react to
Na'Vi.
it.
You didn't get any weapon refer it, So how do you now try and recoup this round? Now, I will say, a super aggressive push coming down in behind them. The problem is there is a trip.
Nats
So
goes
unless
close,
you're
he
gonna
hears
see
the trip.
Zangetsu go down at some point in this round,
Cam's been watching in case they
Nats isn't
react
gonna be
over
able to
towards
find them
Tube.
unless they come back.
He is here in the steps at least, though, confirming this is an A play for what little that's
We're
worth.
halfway there, mister. We have the
They can
standing
at least
desk.
keep the players in position to try to find something. Flash popped on right, but it's walled up. Mystics caught Yumpy.
They know he's there.
quick
He
to
broke
fall.
the trip.
And yeah, even if they didn't, they have a cam as well that's
Spike
been spotting
planted.
out the whole time, and they've no reason to peek that angle. Hard to get out of it or to kill him. Which is what
Okay,
Zangetsu
nicely
is going
done.
for.
Idea
Nicely
from
done.
Liquid makes a lot of
Does
sense with the
Navi pick up
information on
yet
the
another
eco.
round 7?
Let's see what the bigger
Blue, it's with a
picture
5-2
is like.
scoreline. 5 in
Might
row
see
for
a
Navi,
big switch
but
up with
finally
Cypher over
rifles for
towards A,
Liquid, some
but
ults online. We'll see if they can pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have been very close. So bear in mind, there's
oh
been
yeah,
a couple
is
of
there an
clutches
overlap
back to
today,
back.
or is that that's tomorrow, right?
For Ardis,
If we get a little
that
bit
round was
lucky,
clean.
we get to watch
4
all the
players staying
EMEA
alive. Ardis the only
games,
one to go down financially. You're
There is
starting
an
to see players
overlap
like
at one
Shell
point,
get up to,
which I think is
it'll be
tomorrow.
at max basically in the next round. So this has to be where Liquid break back. Otherwise,
Again,
they're just
Lexi,
gonna
I
have
promise I look
problems
to the schedule.
economically.
I
As
just
you
forget
said,
sometimes.
They've got the ultimates. They also have that operator back in play.
Posture. Yeah.
But
play.
again,
I'll give you
that
that.
potential combination of the dimensional drift alongside the Hunter's Fury could be pretty nasty.
Who's next? Blinding.
Already, Artis is
I was gonna say, how's
gone
Angel still
looking for
alive here?
someone. Quick 2 kills though, Sugetsu.
But
and
they're
Angel drop.
playing just
Push
full
up an
retake
elbow
over towards
attempted
B
by
now
Navi.
is the mix up, and I say
No
the
advance.
switch up, and they
Team
kind
Liquid
of
have taken
did
so
do
much
this
control,
earlier.
and having
They're
dropped
leaning
Sugetsu,
heavier
guess
into the
where they're
lean over
going?
towards A
Team
with the
Liquid
retake
just
util
ran out
towards
of time,
B
or
in
at
terms
least,
of
it was
camera,
fading out.
Faked it, yeah.
But
kill
take a
trip
look
that
there.
they can get
The
from
players have
here
already
and
pushed
here,
through the spawn. This
and
angle's being
retake
watched,
ball.
but it's another angle to be worried about. And here comes the information.
Yeah, and
One
this is
close
good. And
yellow.
Liquid need to try and first of
One
all
on the
try and win this
pyramids,
round, obviously, but
and
needs to
one
be
on the
clean.
plan. Nice and easy.
Money's low.
And now the team can look to punish. The TP's faded out. Decoys caught him
And
as
that is
well.
that's
Really
as
nicely
clean as
handled by
well.
Team
It's
Liquid
not as
on the
clean
way
as you can
back
get it,
through.
but they take
Great
it.
information
One gun
from
rebuy,
Kiko.
one armor
Good
rebuy, very
utility.
nice.
And with that, it diffused and away back in. Finally broken.
And the good
that
news
win
is
streak
Nats
for
didn't
Navi.
really
Yeah,
get
nice
involved
round
until a
from
lot
them overall.
later,
I think
so
just a little bit of extra
information
aggression.
that
They
he
didn't
was
get
actually
bullied out
playing
of
a
the
little
round
bit
by
more
Angel
off
as well
B
with that
site
initial fight coming in towards the halls.
hasn't been found out
And
yet.
I think it was this fight here, which I feel like Mystic will be quite happy about that one. And then the fast flank. They took this round into their own hands and didn't allow for the execute to come through. Because I think that's where Na'Vi right now are truly terrifying. If you let them set up all the pieces, they're probably going to win the round. If
3
you can
ults from
disrupt
Ardis
that
so far,
before
by
it
the way.
happens, which they were trying before. Bear in mind, Kiko
In
had
one
been
half.
pushing with the operator, but this was a little bit more regimented. This was them pushing as a team, and it worked out much better.
Well, we've seen Navi slow things down and try to work that map control. It looks like maybe Team
Another
Liquid had
free
a read
orb
on it.
for
See
him.
Angel lurking. They kill
And it
him.
makes a lot of
You
sense.
say,
Like
okay, well,
they're,
I think I've seen this one
I
before.
like
Either
I
he's
like
the
what they're
first
doing
man
with the
in,
Omen.
or
Not
he's
that
on
they
the
did the
outside of
one way
map,
into
so
this one,
free space
but
to take.
it is good
That's
when the
one
plan is just to
solution
get
punishing
orbs and
aggression,
ults
but now
onto
we
one
need to see them
agent.
win it on their own terms on the side of Team
The,
Liquid. When
the
Navi
Omen
are
really
pushing
does
that
dominate
execute and
A main.
playing the normal game that's
All
been
people are
working for them time
here
and time
again playing
It
off
starts
site. Liquid
this
have
deep
so many
push in.
people here. It's
Artis
kind of just if
got the
Mystic
site
can get
control.
one.
He's been flashed about 7 times, but he's ready to fight again as they
he got
breach
one.
through
I mean, he
the
got-
wall and Mystic. He's taken
What?
all. 3
I think there was a
quick
Yori flash that I
kills. When
missed.
can you miss it? And
I'm
look
pretty
at that
sure.
spotted shell. They use
Otherwise-
their gun, and the
otherwise it
players
was
are on their way. There's no
crazy.
stopping
I
Liquid
really
in
think it was a
round
sick
9
Yori
with
flash.
Kiko's final
Nicely
blow.
done
It's
between the two of them. Yori
5-4.
flash in,
On
Mystic
Navi's
sends
heels
it.
again.
Then just see him laughing away as well.
Dude,
think
I
he
was
knows
like
he got
one
away
and
with
he's
one
done
there.
great.
The fact is, they had the TP that gets them close to
Do
the screen,
we-
but
do
I
I
think
see
they
the
just almost
flash?
expected, okay, eventually, Ardis is
Little
probably going to
flash
try and go
replay?
through
That'd
it.
be cool.
So if he's setting up to go through it, I'll just run straight through, and no one watching it, no one aware. And that's the thing. That is basically Liquid playing them at their own game. They've been trying to do these cheeky little plays through all of these different pieces of utility.
Oh,
so he
man, the
just
flash
goes
was
running
perfect.
through and catches every single one. Angel even in a TP, making his way across to the site. Great round from Mystic, great intuition. And now, well, Na'Vi are the ones on the back foot, going to be taking a pause themselves.
support
Finance
Yoru.
is starting to get on the brink as well. And actually, those ults, we talked about it, they haven't actually gone anywhere for Liquid. Still there,
And
still the same ones.
Na'Vi
Didn't need
right
them in the
now-
last round.
Well, yeah,
I'm trying to
it's just
remember
a
where
simple
Nats was
punish by
during all
Mystic,
of
right?
this.
The best
He was
part
down
about it,
towards
we saw
bottom
that
middle, but I don't know if anyone saw him. I think Mystic killed everyone before they got to see Nats, so they don't know that he's not playing on B site yet.
Running through, so it's nice and easy. Really well handled. And those ultis to fall back on, like you said, worth their
Oh.
weight in gold.
If I'm Liquid,
5 to
I
4,
can, as
time
long
to
as Nats
equalize
is
for
just
Team
saying
Liquid. This
that he
is
hasn't been in
Breeze
positions
like
to make it obvious
Navi's
that he's
map
not playing on B
pick is where
site,
they
I'm not
wanted
sure
the fight
Liquid
to
need
go
to
down.
change
They're
too
not
much.
going to let this one slip without a serious fight.
Yeah,
Joker
and he
Marcus
just plays
is
off
very
site again.
saying that this will be the tough map because Na'Vi always lose their own pick and then
Yeah.
win their opponents. So we'll see. They looked very good on this the other day, but it wasn't their choice. They picked Bind last time out in the series, and
Yeah,
got back to
but I
them.
think you can say
Kiko with a
I think you
flyer
can
of a
say
start.
handsome.
They've started to
Handsome and
really
pretty is fine.
put the pressure
That's not too weird in my
These
book.
aggressive pushes, Nat's
And
taking
that's
space
absolutely
as well.
fine.
Whatever adaptation that was being made, it's just a slaughter.
Oh.
In middle.
Okay, now they know. Now with this round they go, hold up.
See so much
Cypher's in middle.
Liquid playing their own
Cypher's
game.
in middle,
Not
let's go
letting
B.
Na'Vi have a say in how the round starts
And now
how it
Liquid
breathes.
probably
They've
need to
choked all
either
life
play B
out of
heavy,
Navi's
which would be the
round.
most obvious call, or
5
they
to
could
5.
probably play again
Just
offsite.
suffocating them with this aggression.
Yeah, this was one way to find out that,
That's the
that
thing,
they're
I
not
feel
playing
like
B site
Na'Vi,
with this.
especially with the halls pushing, have become a little
That was
bit too
cool.
predictable.
I think
Like,
Cypher
they
down,
did it
bottom and
a
middle
load of
can
rounds
actually
in a
be
row
pretty
with
good.
Angel.
The cages to
Last
get
2
out.
rounds, Sagetsu's been doing the same thing, so yeah, post up.
Yeah, that was
Kiko,
lovely.
give him an
And we still
opportunity
are
for a
playing
free
off
fight
B
at the
site.
beginning of the round. And
Smoke
then
goes
Nat,
in, we're gearing up for our 4th, and that's probably all we're going to
exactly
see
where he
unless
should be.
Artist
He's done it again.
does.
It's almost disrespectful.
pure
He was
insanity
he wasn't
in one
expected
round.
last round. He should be
The
this
4
time. They kind of switched it up a bit, and he has a little bit of support from
attack,
Yumpy. It seems like each
Yoru
member
ult.
of Liquid are having a turn of who's going to quad kill the round.
Yeah, I think he was back on the aim lab shoot around in that timeout because Yumpy looks amazing now. You've already found one on Artis, one orb that is.
Mystic
He's one
3k
away
into
from
Nats
multi.
3k into
Just a shorty
Yampy.
in hand. It could be so
Potential
valuable,
3K.
but now that it's a 2v5, unlikely to be used. It's probably the next round that's going to be carried through for, where they can dump everything into it. The night
Really
Sweet
nice.
Dreams to Artis, 6 to 5.
KO ult
After a shocking
and
start.
so we got
Team Liquid
KO
have
ult,
finally
Viper
reclaimed
ult,
that
but
lead. They
Yoru
were
ult as well. So the
2-0
Yoru
up,
ult
went
is
5-2.
very, I mean Yoru
Now
ult's basically a
6-5, they
counter
put
to
a
the
stop
Viper ult.
Navi.
So
You lose 5 rounds
Mystic
in a row,
can't feel
now
too
you're 6-5
comfortable in
up,
his
and then
ult here.
Andalucia flawless. It's like,
Potentially,
you gotta be feeling pretty good
you
about
could give him
yourself,
some Cypher
and
util
Navi,
in the
again,
ult if they wanted
falling a little
to.
bit flat, but this is
Good to see him smile.
very, very reminiscent of the last map. A sort of a slower start, then Navi go into their favored side, and then just basically brutalize their opponents. Like, it was not fun to watch. So
Playing off B site
going
again.
into that attack.
And Navi
A
just
lot of
have no
ultimates
idea
online
really. They
again.
should have
We
worked out
still
from the
haven't
other
seen
round
that
though.
combination since we had that ult online for Zipan.
Wow.
30
Artis has
HP.
earned up another
Yeah,
one. Nats has been
maybe
styling
got a
in middle,
bit
but this time
too.
they're somewhat prepared.
Maybe got a bit too aggro with that one.
And wow, an Angel for Nats trade. I think that it's almost expected to lose Angel within the first 20 seconds. So getting Nats for free is actually not bad.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
like the fact
on paper
that
that makes
you
B
have two
weaker.
players there,
Say on
right,
paper
that
it does
Kiko
make B
got
weaker
caught by
because the trips
flash,
were here.
TP's back, and then they swing thing, and it's a little bit more clear.
Mystic again, just not wanting to use his
Clear
instant
at
ult
the
because
site,
this would have wrecked it, but he now has ult for after plant. It's not the best ult for after plant, but maybe he can get over towards site. Sova ult combo with the Yoru ult.
Enzo's down.
Yeah,
Well handled.
yeah, you're gonna go
On the
down.
side of Navi, that's
Like
a free
legit,
entry
you're
on the
gonna go
back of
down. There's
ultis,
nothing
a
you can
mad
do
advantage
unless
to
you have a
work with.
movement ability.
Currently, Kiko
Keep an eye
gonna try to find an
on
angle
Sagetsu,
to get
who's
this up. A
just
nice
killed
clean shot.
Yampy over towards middle,
Yumpy down.
and I think they need
You
to.
really have to rely on Kiko doing something
they're
crazy.
wrecked.
He's been known for it. Been a bit more quiet this game, Artis. Well, that one's a little bit too free. And now with his teammates all gone, it will be the close for Na'Vi.
This is
6
nice.
to 6,
This is a fun half.
evening things up as they will head into that defensive half. Now, as I said, versus BBL, that was where they thrived, but Mitch, it was also where they started. So they might have done exactly the same thing. We haven't got enough data to really talk about how we feel like the sides of this map are going to go, and especially with both teams running that combination with Yoru, there's a lot of opportunities for Liquid to come up with some cool stuff, and I particularly like the KO in that regard. I think that you can do some really cool things where sometimes the Yoru
Mango.
flashes are a little bit more telegraphed.
Who
So
gifted
if you
from
have someone
Mango
to set that
Freeze?
up
Thank
for
you so
while
much.
you TP,
The
it can be
total
filthy.
is
I think that's
172
it, it's
Mango.
finding new
You
ways
madman.
to
Thank you
innovate
very much, dude.
So your opponents just can't get that step ahead of you. See the
Frozen
utility
mangoes.
1-2
Appreciate you,
times
dude. Thank
and
you
know
for the 2
exactly
gifted.
what you're going to do. And I think we saw that on the attack side. Those reads there from Liquid eventually, that's when they started to turn the game around, was when they weren't being caught off guard anymore.
In terms of this map, we are... What the hell was I trying to draw here? In terms of this map, in terms of overall pistols, 2-1 to Na'Vi. And the bait comes in, and I mean, at least gets traded. There is a smoke there, but
that's just unfortunate.
does get the kill. And you can forever spam
has
that.
support from Enzo, but this has just become
I mean, honestly, a
horse
recon
battle. The
deep
only
might
thing
be
to
worth
really
it.
watch in the
Try to
meantime
get
is
the
where
kill.
Nats is going. Damn, Zilva's
If Nats can get this,
exactly the same
that
time.
is sight open.
Same brain cells.
We share one.
Not bad
Yeah.
for Nats. That's a quick and clean kill.
And
But Mystic
Enzo has to...
gonna fall. And the
Uh-oh,
spike is
Enzo's
solo
wrecked.
making its way through mid. Challenge about to come through. And Sagetsu's a little bit
Dude, he
quicker,
had,
catching Enzo
he
knife
had
in
to
hand.
go
And they've seen exactly where
all
Nats
the way
is.
around there.
All of the information
There's
to
no
work
way,
with.
there's no
But
way
it is
he was
Nats.
ever going
It's
to
on the other
survive.
side.
Like,
He's
he had to
going
go
for a
past the
head peek
2.
angle. And Zipan and
Kind of had to go
Sagetsu are
past
decently
3.
low. There is an opportunity.
Scary points
the
here
thing
instead
is,
of only one being like this across
They
the
don't
middle.
need to peek. The spike is down in mid. So they can just hide, and that's exactly what Sagetsu is doing. He's
30
like,
seconds
yeah,
left.
Nats is kind of good. I'm also good, but I don't need to fight him. So I just need to buy as much time as humanly possible. Just be an irritation. Not really give anything away. He still manages to hit the headshot. One of the
Got a cage if he wants to
cleanest
block up
players
these other guys.
in the entire
But
world.
the
They've gotta
spike's
be
so far away that
careful,
he kind of
but
wants to take some jaws
it
in.
will
Nicely,
eventually
nicely
just
done,
about
almost close.
Go the way of Na'Vi. I'm just looking at
1-1
the
in terms
HP
of this
both
map
them.
of pistols.
38 between them. It's a bit
3-1
scary.
altogether for
It was a
Na'Vi.
little bit spooky in the end. And
I like
that's
the
always gonna
bait
be
in
concern, but
I like the bait and tube
thankfully
here
they
as
were
well,
able to
especially
get
with the
all that
Yoru, the fact
reward.
that you can kind of
Was
get a
it
kill
was
and
the
TP
recon
out
that got him the shot straight through.
if he wanted to.
Unfortunate for the side of Liquid to be caught off guard right off rip.
Yeah,
And for
Nats
Na'Vi, if
Nats
they
did
can
good
build up
damage
the
there.
streak of rounds,
It was
they
a
might be
wild.
knocking on heaven's door
With
real
all the
quick.
kills that he
I
got,
think Team
he
Liquid,
buys...
they're not going to be able to buy in this one.
Wait,
either.
what are they doing?
We're probably looking at that 2-round lead for Na'Vi. Let's see if they play the same. Yeah, 2 pistols, indeed.
Okay, with the extra kills, they decide to buy 3 light armors. Maybe to tank a ghost headshot, because they know they buy 2 ghosts. And the ghosts are the ones
Thing
that
is, as
take
well,
the
you
risk.
kind of expect that for Sagetsu, it's almost
My goodness.
just aim practice. Oh, this kind of stuck in the corner. I think Nats gets this kill. He does. So that's one of the guns already dropped to the deck. And also in a position that, for the attack, not too difficult to retrieve. For the defense, should be impossible. Even still, though, Zipan's there as bodyguard, defending it to try
Smoke
and
goes
allow
in, and they know they're heavy
Shouts
protecting the gun,
retrieve it.
so they just decide
Sorry,
to go
Angel
onto
to
site
retrieve
and
it.
try and get a plant.
That's what
They have
Benjamin
one
said.
person in their way.
Get lost.
I feel that. I feel that.
And Mystic is on a...
Especially with Angel. He could be
Any
anywhere.
Mystic is on the lurk.
Nice kill.
Damn!
Second. It's just
Okay,
like pistols.
hold up.
He can't be stopped.
They
Wall
both
up
have
as
the
well.
classics,
That's gonna
though.
cover him on the way out, you would think, but Zipan's around the corner, taking Kiko
Okay,
and Mystic.
nicely handled. Not have to
Closing
worry
out
too
the
much.
round
Zipan
the
one
way
away
that
from
he
this as
needed
well.
it to go. They were
Sagetsu
able to
must be able
lose
to pick
some
up a gun,
players,
right?
Tom. They almost lost 4. Even still, they're going to feel
I
the
think
hurt
he
'cause they
picked
lost
up
2
the
rifles.
one
Yeah,
spawn.
I don't think Sagetsu managed. It was Bulldogs, wasn't it? So
Well,
they
no,
didn't manage to
he
retrieve
bought,
any of
or
the
did he buy for someone
guns
else?
that were on the ground, other than the one that Zipan kept. Now, the one saving grace for them, even though they've got a pretty shoddy purchase with those 3 guns,
Yeah. So
is that he's
to buy,
one
he had
off
to
having
buy.
a Hunter's Fury. Which, if you get that going into the first purchase, you can do
But
some
yeah,
serious
buys
damage.
on
Maybe
this one.
plant denial, cause a little bit of havoc while Artis thrives within the madness. Well, for Liquid, you want to bounce back soon. We saw,
Wait,
as
is that a
said, in the
perfect
last
smoke
map,
lineup from
they
there?
didn't win
That
a
is
single round in that
nice.
second half. It was just run away
Because
by
I know the one over towards
Na'Vi.
here, but it's nice to have this one
Artis
as well
in
to
such
mix
a
this up, especially for a
position
fast A.
all the way down mid, and they've just overwhelmed
if you want
Mystic.
to use your
I don't know
wall
if
earlier.
Kiko checks this. I don't know why you would.
It's such a disgusting position. Only
Oh
because he
man,
has
this
the gate
pause
crash to
is
get out of here.
this pause is the
Entertain
one.
the idea
Yeah,
of
they're
playing
really
that
doing
angle.
good at using a
fact
lot
that
of
Sagetsu's
pauses
close
that
to
are like
swing on the
very
back of it,
strong, but normally
truly
one for done,
disgusting.
one for done,
You look over
one
the
and
one
done.
weakness
But
they've
you can
got,
just Euro TP
one
out.
real weakness is, of course, Zipan's got a big old bone
Drone
in his back
goes
pocket.
in towards
It's
tube.
Xiao,
Spots all the
shorty in
tube.
hand, holding a disgusting angle. Where you're probably going to overwhelm at least one of them in a round like this. They're not expecting the shorty to be in
Japan's saving
play.
enough for an ARP.
And it's just to reset
yeah.
their economy as well. They're giving respect.
it's
to
all the
Liquid,
kills as
still
well, to
playing
be
that
honest.
Fiscal game. It will be the A site that is sought after. With Angel up close and Artis further back. I mean, this is a deadly duo to take head on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a gamble of a TP for Kiko.
They
There wasn't
need
even
to try
any
something. It's like,
utility
look
or
at
anything
the...
to get him into the site. No
Did
fight
they
screen
need to
because
try
Mystic
that?
died immediately, so he just TP'd in blind, hoping that he'd get something, and instead, the only thing found is a bullet to the face. Angel
Right,
will
nicely done.
close it with a triple.
But
Na'Vi,
Na'Vi get the
they
bonus
came
on this
into
one.
that with 3 rifles and a couple of pistols. They come out with 4.
At this stage, the confidence has got to be high on that squad. They came in, like you said, with so many weaknesses, and those weaknesses weren't really lent on. Again, these early aggressive positions find them so much
Could you
value.
always shoot the
and
Yoru
attempt
TP?
to push in
Not
and
for
play
like the
close, but
first
I think what you're missing there is just that Viper wall that we had seen
6 months or
consistently
something.
put down from
You've been
Shao,
able to for a long
on
time
the
now.
attack side for
Yeah,
Na'Vi,
yeah.
that allowed
I want to say when it
actually
first
get
came
close.
into
If
it, you
don't have
couldn't shoot
Mystic,
the Yoru TP.
he's
I
not
can't
alive or he
remember.
hasn't got his wall down.
It's actually had a lot of
It doesn't
changes,
work the
Yoru.
same.
Recon goes out over towards spawn,
Stop
as in
Snappy,
outside
you
at A to see if anyone's behind. No one over towards here.
Nonetheless,
Heavier
Saigetsu
stack
under
over
pressure,
towards
but he has support.
B.
The double up of
No Yoru
Viper
TP.
and Cypher on a site, it makes it so difficult to find
Yeah, and
any
they don't
sort
really
of
have the
entry,
guns to win this one.
and with already Kiko, the one man that can kind of cause issues, and then you just got Ardis. He could be anywhere. Well, he's in your spawn right now.
I wonder if Ardis
From
secretly
top mid,
wants someone in
your
his
spawn.
team to die here so that he
Angel,
can get
of
an
course,
off
he's just
next
got a
round.
wide swing
Well, there we
miss,
go.
and he
Angel
gets
answers
what he
it.
deserves. The problem is,
Let's
they've also
let's
got
see.
Shao,
Let's see if
who's
he
gonna
gets
do
an op
exactly
out.
the same thing.
There's a chance.
Second player to be doubled
There's a
up on
chance.
angle.
Can always
Nice try by
rely
Mystic, but
on Angel for that
nothing
one for
found.
sure.
Na'Vi, double digits found.
Let's see. I think he was
10
going to throw the
6.
gun over, and this is going to be an op.
Team Liquid still to get
Maybe?
a round on the attacking side. It's
You
been
want an
5
op?
in a row, all in all.
Conversation is
That defense,
happening.
4 in a row, and now no surprise to anyone. Ardis has got his ulti online. Zipan in the same boat. Hunter's Fury combined. The drift in dimensions. Well, we've already seen what that can do.
I almost want to see a pause called again.
No
because
op.
this is the same
All right.
scenario as the
Could be
last
because he has
half
his
when-
ult.
when Na'Vi
Could be
just
because
won 8 rounds
he's
in a row
shown
and
a
the
lot
game
of rounds
ended.
with him
They're now at 4
been an
rounds
op
in a
anyway in
row,
the past.
And Liquid haven't really made that much of a dent. Na'Vi just looks so good in those second halves thus far, and we're waiting to see a response. Look at the push already from the defense. They are in the bottom.
Thank
of
goodness,
mid.
Stray.
You even expect this many players to be coming up so quickly. Just look, the cages are giving them a
I
gap,
just
a shroud
don't
to play with it,
think
but they shoot the
They
decoy.
should be
and that
playing
actually
fast
saves
against the
the
Yoru.
attackers from falling victim again. They can
Lord,
now
this is
double
up to
back. Do they
Zipan.
expect Zipan?
Not.
They do.
I mean, that's a
Expect
lovely
him or not, they
flash.
saw him, they
That
dealt
was
with
an
him.
insane
That's
flash
all
from
we
Yampin.
needed to
They were
see.
kind of expecting
Shao
him
and
to
Saigetsu
be
now
back
having
at
to make
sight
this
or
retake
yellow at
work.
least.
Shao
That
has
got
his
both.
wall online.
He was in the
Good
middle.
denial of an angle at least. It's planted out in the open, so these players on mid can still have their say. And this is a rare position to see that spike in just due to the control they had. It should allow them to catch them off guard, yet despite
23
both fights
HP.
not necessarily being expected,
That's not gonna haunt them though,
Saigetsu's
right?
avoided death. He's claimed a life already, and with 23
Shao
health
has
left,
vision block with his
might be in
wall
a
of the
tough spot
spike,
for
so he
future
could definitely
duels,
try and do
but
this
Shao
Yampy.
can
No
tap
nade
that
for the spike.
apply pressure.
Has a flash to go through the wall if he
What
wants
need to do
to.
on the side of Team
Especially as he
Liquid is
knows
deny
that
the
the
defusal.
KO should be far
Flash
back.
through the recon,
Recon
as
to
well. They
check.
know where Shao is. They've
That was
got
nice.
this one in the bag, surely. Shock dart's not enough to deal with it, but unless they were to both swing and die, which they didn't.
They're
all
gonna
is
meet
well.
him.
Oh, can Saigetsu make it really costly? I think they're expecting him to be here, watching in his direction. No, he's going to take
Massive.
down another.
It is
That's the
actually
thing, it's
massive.
still not a clean
He has
round for Liquid. They're
1,000,
on
so
the
obviously he
board.
gets
That's
3,000
something
for
at
the
least.
bonus, but it's still
I
extra
do
bit of
think they get
damage
saved
into
a little
the.
bit by the fact that a decoy is shot and the Nats had the quick
Into
thing
the
to
later
jump
rounds.
up over the top of the cages, because that that was very close to being another round.
Yeah,
for Na'Vi,
Japan
just with
got
how
wrecked by the
proactive they're
flash
being.
here a
I
little
have to
bit.
say, I love the way they're
Japan
playing this
maybe-
defense, because one of the things you always worry with these sort of Euro comps is
I mean,
just
I want to see him play a little bit
unimaginative
more
setups,
passive
and
with
they're
the ult.
anything but.
I think he could have just
Either
stuck
way,
yellow, but
It is
it's
going to be
it's
another
too
purchase.
hindsight. If that
Ardis
flash doesn't
still
come
at
in,
the
he
top of
probably
the
gets a
board,
kill,
and he's now
maybe
got
two.
that operator into hand. But the ult up for Kiko. They can also combine it with the null command of Yumpy to create a pretty nasty effect.
The op now
no
does come out
utility
on
the other
Ardis.
side, and a man
Angle over towards
running
A,
around,
one-way
giving
smoke
all
for
the
him to just
information
hold
away.
in terms of Omen. Two people going in tube, and Nats is taking him
Huge
down.
kill on
And
the
now
shell.
what? KO ult stops the drone. They spot 3 on site. Do they push?
And Nats has been shot.
Guys, you
through
spotted
the
3 on
cage.
site.
An unfortunate loss. Their flank now open. Artis on another zip
Guys,
and following through.
kinda committed a little bit heavy here.
Liquid are dropping like flies. It's only Mystic, and he
Kinda-
doesn't last much longer. The
kinda needed to
competition
give
for who could take him down.
maybe
It looked on our
Kiku
screen like
2
it was
more
Zip Man,
seconds
but
to
Artis
just
took the
go.
shot.
Guys,
11
don't
to
go.
7. Navi are showing no signs
Yeah, they
of
committed.
slowing.
They committed
And
too.
now, I would be
They
very
committed
shocked
too
if we
much.
don't get a pause out of Team Liquid. They have got one last chance, a near flawless fight back into this map. I'm looking everywhere, apparently. Oh, there we go. No, it is Team Liquid's pause. For a second, I thought it was Navi, so I was like, there's no way. They're rubbing it in.
I
But
want
yeah,
to
it is
give my
Liquid.
brother a chance.
Let him breathe. Let him breathe. Come on.
I
There's some
imagine he's
jumping
sweating
jacks.
right
Reset.
now. But that's the thing. As said, I saw wanting to see a pause a little bit earlier, just because now it's a reactive one where they're screwed.
You think
like,
about it,
money-wise, they've
Riot
got
has
nothing.
failed
Yumpie's
to
the
give
only one
good
who purchased
agents off the
anything
chamber.
because of how close the-
What I'll say
remember,
is,
one player
it's
surviving.
if we look
That
at the
was
history of
because they
Valorant
got
at the
caught
moment,
the end.
especially
So
when you look
they
at
managed a
Astra
singular
dominating
round
for a
right
year,
back up.
Chamber dominating
Ults
for a
are
year,
now
we don't
mostly
want that
available on
again.
the side of
Like we
Na'Vi.
actually
They've
don't
got
want
an
that again.
operator. They've still
So
got
it's much better for
plenty
them
of
to
guys.
do
You're talking
underwhelming
about
agents
now,
and
Zip
buff them a little bit,
7,300 credits post
than the
buy.
opposite.
So they're not going to have any troubles for the next round. They've almost got Viper's
Harbour?
Spear
Yeah, Harbour
alongside that
had to get a buff
Hunter's
though
Fury.
as well, to
It
be fair.
really is just a bleak scenario for Liquid.
Same
They
with
have to pull
Gecko.
something out of the hat. Now they've got the Viper's
But in
Spear.
terms of the
Maybe if they
approach,
get up to
it's
the
so
side, they
much
can try
better.
and do something a little bit
Like it is
cheeky
so
and
it's
break
so much
back a
better
little
to
bit
have these
earlier
agents that
without
come in,
having to
need a bit of a
gamble their
buff,
entire
than the
economy on
opposite.
this round, but
Because they're so,
it's not
or
a
at least in the
pretty position
past,
to
they
be
were
in, and
relatively
I feel like,
slow to
honestly,
nerf.
teams have got to
That
really
we just have
study
an
Artis
agent
and
dominate
Zip
for a
Man,
year.
this map,
And
both
that's when you
times
can
they
have
played
like
it now,
one
they have
pass and
been
just
sublime. And especially a lot of the time they're
wrecking
playing
it
off
by
each
one-tricking
other.
for
And that's
so
where
long.
you just see like Artis has been away for a year basically, and it seems like the synergy is just right back where it was.
Oh.
What should they do with Deadlock?
I don't think Kiko meant to put his gate crash
I think
in
in a
there.
team
It slightly
environment
missed
it
its
could
way
be
through the
okay.
site.
I
This is an
really do.
attempt
I
to
think
do
the buffs
something
are.
similar
I think the
to
buffs
what
are
we saw
enough.
out of the side
I think the
of
combos
Navi.
are
That
there.
same wall in play. The TP is going to go right up towards the back, and they're going to see
I
what
would.
they can
I
do.
personally wouldn't
Apply
use it.
pressure to
Don't get me
Shao.
wrong.
Push him
But I
back.
think you
This is
could
where
make it
Artis
look okay.
Had to kill time and time again. That's clearly a decoy. Shao ain't falling for it, but he's revealed. No chance. But with Kiko down through the smoke.
Keep an eye on the luck
maybe
over towards
there's still
middle.
some life in Navi's defense. They've been able
Liquid.
to buy their way back through a couple times. In through a Viper's pit, though. Well, the
Kinda.
more players you take down, the
We've
easier
got
it's
a.
going
I
to
mean,
get.
we have a.
But no one wants to be the one
Maybe
defusing that.
Enzo has an ult for
Two
this.
snake bites still.
The
from
ult's
Mystic.
really good over
They
towards
ran a
here.
shock dart actually for Enzo,
Yeah.
which in that pit
Actually,
is
this is a
massive.
better ult
They
than
wanna
I've
deal with
seen.
this guy
Look how much
very
space
soon.
there
They've
is over
spotted him.
towards A main.
Zipman's made his way in a sneaky spot. He's
Wait.
actually used the information.
Wait.
Oh, and the decoy on the back of it. That's absolutely gorgeous. Enzo will find one, but he is dropped on 1 HP. Zipman has survived in making the play
Nice.
of the game. And
No
the DP is
way.
under their nose.
There's no way
Roster is
that all that was
unbelievable. Navi
insanity.
styling on Liquid, now on match and series point.
The synergy between Artis and Zipan is unmatched.
Yeah, I mean,
that was just
Navi
such a
did
beautiful
great.
combination.
Navi did
Artis
really
used it as a
good, but I
distraction.
mean,
He took the
I feel
risk
like Liquid
throwing
had a
everything in
chance
with
here.
the ult, and then you just see Zipan sneaking his way
Wow.
through, fakes him out with
Like,
the
I think
decoy
they-
at the
they're
end,
gonna
and
look back at
Zipan's
this and be
just
like, we
stood
should
there
have
just
won.
like, hey,
The
bro,
spam could have
thanks
been a
for
little
the
bit
easiest kill
faster.
of my
I feel like the
entire
shock
life.
darts could have been a little bit
Enzo
better.
watches this back, or just right now goes, how much you hit him for? How much you hit him for? And realize he's 1 HP. That
Like
could've
the
saved
shock,
the round.
the shock and the
Oh, that is
shock darts are
devastating.
like they're like gold
For
when
Navi,
you have a
it's par for
Viper ult
course.
that covers the spine.
This is what this team does.
Okay, five
Team Liquid
five
back to the
chances.
drawing board on
Close
Breeze.
this one
It
out.
could
We're
be
back here
13
again.
to 7 back to back as well. Consistency.
The repeat.
Name of the game for Navi.
This game was actually
Artis
so
gonna tank
similar
that
to the
reveal.
first one in terms of
It's
Navi
fake
having
now.
a good
He just
start,
wanted to
Liquid
get the
coming
shot
back,
off
and
of
then
the
Navi
operator.
switching
They're not
sides
gonna
and
do
just
it.
dominating.
It seems like an almost impossible road. A 6-6 half in the first and a 6-1 already in this second. Navi needing just 1 to 2-0, take themselves off into the playoffs, and Liquid will have to fight to try and make their way into the
that was a
playoffs.
ding.
Nats, he could insta headshot a guy through a wall, but give him a trip. A little bit more difficult while he's gone. Zipan was the guy that he headshot, and he's just executed him. The Swede is on fire right now. and now they're starting to put the pressure. They've tried to avoid Artis every time, and every time he's in the right place at the right time. Hunter's Fury being put through to support.
I mean, the
They've got
spike
30
is there.
seconds. They need to find their way onto the side. I don't even know if
No,
they're sure where
Mystic
they're
was
going,
trying to
Mystic
get the...
was one sort of
Oh,
snake
man.
in the grass, and now they know where he is as
Yeah,
well. Young
they
Blue
annihilated
has to
them.
do something, has to do it now. 17 seconds, he's gone. It's left all on to Mystic. There's just no time, and Artis knows it. Just trying to burn down that clock as much as humanly possible. They know exactly where he is, and it is
Okay, very nice
too
from Na'Vi.
easy for Na'Vi
Very,
to
very nice from
succeed.
Na'Vi. They're
They're
still
gonna be making their way
proving,
through into the playoffs, and
but
Na'Vi fans
in
everywhere
terms of
rejoicing.
Navi, right,
Artis is
they used to be
back.
so
Na'Vi
good at
is back.
snowballing from a
Something about
pistol.
that opening
They used to be the
series,
best at
man.
winning
I don't know what it
like the
is.
second round and then
struggle
converting the
against
third
BBL.
round.
They had
With the
a
Outlaw being
very
in,
labored
more
series,
teams having
and
to
now
low
back-to-back
by
13 sevens,
on their
making it
second
look
round,
easy in those
like
last couple of rounds.
literally just
And
like classics.
Artis, man, I know
They
you can hear me.
might
I need more of that
be one of the
York.
better teams
More
at
of it.
snowballing at the
So
moment,
much
and it's
more.
easier in
I
this
don't
game
even see you on another
with
agent.
the
That was
Outlaw now.
A masterclass.
With just the pressure
for
of the
Angel and
Outlaw.
boys.
And it's the top two again. Na'Vi, Artis.
Yeah, I think they like.
Na'Vi's it,
I
man.
think they might like this
They just
meta a lot.
played that so beautifully together. I feel like other teams are going to have to watch just the synergy
Because when they
between
won
those
that
two players
pistol
on
there, it
defense,
was
because it
just.
truly was a wonderful display for them today.
was-
And I
I mean,
don't
they
even
just
want to
couldn't be
say it, but
stopped.
I'm
Their money
excited
was too
again.
good.
I'm excited again. They got me.
Angels tied for first bloods with Artis as well, which I think summarizes
You know
this
he had
roster.
more on attack as well. You know he had more.
Oh yeah, oh he did. But I bet he had more first steps too. That's the other side of it. It doesn't matter when it comes to this roster. Victory is theirs. Navi have taken it. And now it's time to move on to our next series, Tom. There's a lot more
map
Valorant coming your way
Breeze.
after this.
Kickoff. So we have out of the three that go through, we have Heretics, we got Na'Vi, and then +1, and then the big battle for 4th spot happens soon.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve.
What do you think Heretics can do at international leagues against other regional teams? I mean, Heretics look really good, man. Especially when it seemed, especially when they got like one demo from from K-Corp, they kind of ripped them apart. So,
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player. And
Liquid
Valve.
are 2 out of
Watch
8
for the
pistols. Hello,
stairs,
Bacan.
clear
Sorry,
this
mate.
angle. You're gonna be able to fight this.
2 out of 8 pistols. Yeah, that's. You gotta get Soulcast back to give you some pistols. Just hire him as a freelancer to make all your pistols, maybe. How about a knockback and the Harbor Cascade? No, Harbor, dude, Harbor's good. We don't need to buff anyone at the moment. We don't need to buff any agents. We didn't even need the chamber buff. I don't know where that one came from. We don't need that. Let me spam some ads. Let me spam some ads.
You ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. You step in a room like this. We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few. Might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up, been TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They're killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Stop it, stop it. This is a rivalry. We have storylines to set up. It happened. I did get the interview with both the brothers. So indeed, they are two different people. We weren't quite sure. And also you did allude that you are actually the same over on social media. But we need to chat about what just transpired on the server. Starting on this side, of course, you guys got the dub. Both of your teams had, you know, shaky first showings, at least on the first maps yesterday. Cleaned it up nicely today. Really, really convincing. Did you change your game plan at all after you watched their game yesterday? You have your own, yeah.
No, not really. We just try to play our own game. We're an experienced roster, right? So usually when you start, don't do that to me. Come on.
Don't worry.
No, but we're a new roster, right? So always starts on both matches, like both maps. We're very close. But the later the maps go on, the more the experience shows, right? So that's what I think happened. You know, we're a good team, but in the end, they kind of falter a little bit.
Did you give him some heat after watching the match against BBL? First map, say something, anything,
I mean,
a little poke?
Okay, here's the thing. He says experienced roster, right? I think we dropped the ball against them.
He always says this.
Yeah, I always say this, that's true. But
it's a good excuse, honestly.
It's a good excuse, but we started strong, right? Like he said, but we lost some key rounds, didn't check some corners. You know, obviously they're playing well. And they are experienced. I will give it to him, but in reality...
Gracious of you.
It should have been at least closer.
So. Should have been closer. Well, you as the older brother by 7 minutes, that's a long time, I tell you that. By 7 minutes, you want to share some wisdom with the little brother? Anything he can do better in his next game?
I mean, keep up the good work. It's not about the short-term results, it's about the long-term results, you know?
Okay, Boomer, 7 minutes.
Okay.
Boomer by 7 minutes? All right, it's rough out there. What am I then? Dinosaurs out here. Now, I do want to chat a little bit about what we can expect from Na'Vi moving forward. Obviously, like looking at what the roster pulled out of the hat last year, lots of very interesting lineups and compositions. So far, it's been pretty vanilla over there, standard, relying on the individual skills. Is this just a format which reins you in a little bit?
I think we're trying to do a little bit cuckoo stuff, you know, but do it as a small sprinkle and not go full into it, you know. So have some own ideas, have some more safety.
You're scared?
No.
Scared.
We have artists, and usually if artist says bro 12 times, then we change comp.
That's what he said in chat.
That's the rule. That's the rule. Okay.
The bro counter.
Learned something today. Guys, thank you so much. Can't wait to see both teams back on this stage very soon. For now, we're going to head over to the desk.
Thanks.
Thank you.
you very much. The Sangren brothers. Shout out to Zoe, by the way. Welcome to VCT EMEA. Now, we talk about the Sangren Bowl, you know, last year as well, Lothar, the twins. Who's going to come out? I feel like Eric surely has to be the more superior brother at this point. He's proved himself.
Well, you're lucky because I have the score right here. And it's 3-1. It's kind of...
To Eric?
Yes,
Chat, we're out here
so
blaming
this
my
is a
ones.
kind of decisive scoreline, I would
What
say.
is that?
But you can also see how they are cooking in the games. Like, this is looking
What is that,
beautiful.
one?
And I'll be honest with you, for me, the 7 minutes gives him enough time to...
Chat, if I drew my one like
You can
this,
see into the future. But this is the thing, Eric, he's won
you guys will flame the hell out of
and
me.
I believe all 3 of those victories were
Look at it.
2-0 as well. So it's been a decisive battle between these two. We might see it again, Lothar, at some point in the future. But what is it that you think Emil need to do if they do meet each other again to make sure that he comes out on top?
Just... maybe
the one emote is
copy
worse.
the playbook. I don't know. Like, it seems to be.
Yeah, it is. No, I agree. I do agree. The one emote is. But there's more chances for me to mess it up. So.
Yeah, and do you think Liquid?
He spent the whole match perfecting this one.
Well, the first match I've seen, we've seen Kiko and Nats going insane in those games. Right now, we didn't see that to that same extent, so maybe they need to again fall back on some hero plays. But so
Who is with Doom Bros? Assistant
Liquid,
coach. It's
Latex.
I think it's Latex is how I say it.
It was the hero plays that kept them always alive.
We've been here before. We've been here before. I'm going to give you a quick rest here. You know, as a boomer,
Might not be
they were
Swedish.
talking
I can't
about
actually
boomers. So
remember
I'm
where
going
it's
to go
from.
from one boomer
Used to
to
be
another
an
boomer
IGL.
as we talk
Used to
about the
play
elimination
like
match
tier
that is
2
coming up
EMEA.
between BBL and Koi. Of course, we
He
had
is
to say
Swedish?
goodbye to a team
There we
already
go.
yesterday. We might just have to say goodbye to another today. Let's start with BBL. Hello, the other boomer. You all right? Doing good today?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Let's talk about BBL, because we watched that game together and you were quite vocal about how you felt about this BBL team.
Still
Not
vocal?
this, but the BBL team, yes.
Come on.
So talk me through
Surely
what you
not.
thought about that game against Na'Vi.
Yeah, so I thought BBL, they're kind of like on this trajectory, right? They're kind of like playing pretty well, pretty solid, pretty, you know, good everything, but not really bad anything. They're just on a constant line. So what do we see here? They just need to work on the communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, eco management, pistol aim, opflex, etc. And they'll move up from this baseline level. But when we saw them against Na'Vi, like how did BBL take that map off of Na'Vi? Well, Na'Vi is like this, right? They're up here, they're a little bit higher, but then Angel decides he's going to walk out and peek with the rifle instead of giving the rifle to Artis. But then Artis is able to pick up the rifle and start carrying some rounds, so they're up here again, and they're kind of like all the way around here type of thing. So right now, Na'Vi has kind of like the higher ceiling, but they have like all these dips and dives. But then we're focusing on BBL, right? BBL has this constant kind of baseline level, but they need to raise that. They need to raise their floor. So what do they need to do to get to the level that they need to be at? It's kind of a mixture of, you know, adding in more layers to their plays. Right now, we see them. Their best map is
Koi BBL?
on attack. It's just like 5A
I think from
or
what I've
5B. Can we
seen,
get some like map control in there? Walk around, explore the
Koi?
map, add some prods, add a little bit of fake.
But if
see
Bind
you
is
can
in
punish
there,
your enemies for making mistakes.
then maybe
but right
BBL
now,
take
we're just
it.
seeing them doing kind of just like
If
the
I'm Koi, I'm
simple
getting rid of Bind
and
straight
not
away.
really much more depth than that.
That's a
Let's
really
talk
good
about that
bind.
set. I'm glad you mentioned it because that has always been, and I was expecting always will be, the map that BBL will win no matter what. We have a meme here in EMEA. If you want to beat BBL, you ban Ascent. Life is Gucci. You don't have to worry about it. But they lost.
Sunset
They lost
Icebox
on the one
Haven.
map they're supposed to win. So how
Didn't even play.
worried should we get?
Didn't even
Should
play
BBL
any of
fans
these
be feeling
maps.
right now?
Map's
I
not
don't
even
think
in the
they have
map
to
pool.
worry just yet. Now is
This
not the
guy's
time to
trolling
panic.
way too
There's
hard,
still
man.
time to recover. Obviously, going up against Na'Vi, it's like, okay, well, we played against Na'Vi. What can you do about it? They need to make sure that they do look back at that game and look at not what they did well, but what were they missing. And what they were missing was
Trying to
on
bait
defense,
everyone
being a
in.
little bit more proactive, moving around a little bit more, getting a little bit more info so they could rotate a little bit earlier. They have the good setups and start around plans, but where they falter is when they have to start adapting or the later the round goes on and things don't go their way. They fall apart in those situations. So getting a little bit more reps, adding in more protocols to fix those types of situations where they need to go next.
And in terms of mind games, because I know you
Chat,
have
how many
a bit of
pistols
mind game
did
yourself, on the other side of
Na'Vi
thing,
win
again,
in
I
this
think
game?
last year Koi coming into this, he banned Ascent. Don't need to leave that open. You're
Their
chilling.
pistol record
After
really good.
seeing what happened with BBL, do you think they need to go as far as banning Ascent, or maybe leave
In the
it
game
open
before they won
and take
3.
risks?
I think
yeah,
we still need to
against
see more
Liquid, it was 3-1. Against BBL, it was 3-1 as well. They're 6-2 in terms of pistols, and they're arguably, I would say, arguably the best at like snowballing. Probably EG proved that wrong in terms of champs and stuff, but let's just say for EMEA, they're probably one of the best at snowballing.
Feel very confident on certain maps. So if you're Koi,
4 out of
you
6.
have really good start of game plans, similar to BBL, but a very different style. A lot of fakes,
4
a
out
lot
of 6.
of map
There wasn't a third
into
map.
their end game plans.
Was there a third map? Oh yeah, they lost Bind.
They looked pretty good against Liquid.
Bind.
They looked good on their
Of course, there was a
Icebox
third
pick.
map. 4-6.
I don't know if it was their pick, but they looked good on Icebox nonetheless, and they looked good on Bind. But it was their attack sides that
the
looked
7
really
out of
good,
10,
and where
but
they
still,
fell apart was
still
on their
outrageous.
defense. Kind of similar to how I saw BBL working too.
I'm going to bring it back a little bit to Kushner, of course, the player that didn't leave BBL. Only 3 players in this kickoff tournament so far in EMEA has played Jett. No one else except for Kushner, Kiko, and Ardis has played Jett. The Jett pick rate is at an all-time low right now at just 4%. Of course, this is something that Kute is very, very comfortable with. As I come back to the desk here with you, Lothar, do you think it's still a good idea for Kushner? Stick to that Raze he's now picking up as well. Stick to the Jett and not do the Yoru, Neon stuff that everyone else
Fnatic
is
today, yeah. We're about to get our
your
defined
guns when you know
meta.
something works well,
We're about to
specifically
see
when it comes
every
to the
team
pillars, because
steal what they
your
got.
job has such a value, there's so much weight when it comes to the performance of the entire team. And if you play Yoru inefficiently because you don't have enough time to practice him, if you play Neon inefficiently because, again, the same thing, your entire team might just fall like dominoes because of that.
They don't need to take that risk, basically. But let's talk about Koi. You already complimented. You thought they played all right. And I also think there was one thing that you said the last time they played that really stuck with me, which was teamwork. It felt like everything was very even between all of them.
Yeah,
the contribution.
Well, first of all, I know this is the first time Kakuka's on the desk. It's not Kakuka, it's Kushner. Sorry. Anyways, moving on. Koi, yeah, so
you're one of us, you learned. Yeah, anyway, carry on.
So Koi, they looked really strong. So when I saw them playing Icebox, for example, where how they were kind of like first denying info, and then they were kind of doing this push-pull. They were moving around back and forth through the map to deny Liquid the info of like, where are we going? Where are we ending? Are we going to do a fake? Where are we at? Like, what are our true intentions? They were really good at that. But where they started to fall apart was, well, one, Kiko's up, getting in their faces, kind of threw a wrench in the gears, but like also looking at their game plan on Bind, their attack side was all about this pre-planned start around set play. And if they were able to execute that properly and they didn't lose players along the way, then things went really well for them. But where things started to fall apart for them, especially on their attack side, was when they weren't able to get those plans off because someone died early, or there was something that delayed them from getting the spike planted, or they were just in a position where they weren't able to stabilize in the round, and then they started getting picked off one at a time by Liquid moving around, picking this guy off in the back, and now it's like, where do I look? Where do I go? Do we continue with the plan? Do we cancel? That's where I see them faltering.
Yeah, and also very important to note when you mention Bind is like they still play with Sky, and you can see how they struggle when it comes to the lack of utility because you don't have the recurring informations coming back. We have seen them play still with some default Sky.
Dan, there's always games on.
For
That's
the first information, the first cycle.
There's always games
but
on
then,
at the moment.
when the round slows down, they suddenly have to repeat all of the angles, and that's where it happens. What you mentioned, they might lose a player because now they have to take the risk without using the utility.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about in terms of a distribution of a contribution of kills here. Everything is so even. We're not really seeing the kind of Kiko effects that we saw on the other side.
Yeah, you're not really seeing Koi kind of playing with this. One person's going to take the matter into their own hands and start carrying and start going off on this like Rambo rampage moment type stuff. It's usually
in Madrid. I don't think so, Saint. I think we got to wait until next off season.
And then everyone
because there's so much like YouTube content that I want to do around these games, but I have no time to sit down and record them.
It's like one over here, one
like
over there.
I've got like
it's
8 rounds that I want to have like videos for. I can't. I have no time.
And also, there's a little bit more
the break in between this and Madrid is going to be great for that.
Camo actually just hitting insane multi-kills on the Yoru, but on Bind, this is exactly what they need more. They need to have that team cohesion, they need to have more understanding of their fundamental level when it comes to trading and efficient map control, because so far,
just as we get close to second round conversions, going up chamber buffs are here to break it.
So those, even though it's a 2-0,
dude, you just stop trying to bait me out to talk about chamber.
When it comes to Team Liquid performance.
One day we'll get a stream. One day we'll get a map where I don't talk about chamber. I feel like I mentioned it every single map.
Kushner doing stuff with the AWP, We've seen it. We know that he does that kind of stuff. So Lothar, surely, if they need to figure out how
How
to
long is
handle
the
a player
break
like that if they want to beat BBL.
between Madrid
We
and
have seen
stage
that
one?
In the previous match
Actually,
from
have
BBL,
no idea.
he was not able to get a shot with the operator because he was always
When's
flushed
it
away.
finish?
Whenever he was
Madrid
standing
finishes
on
on the
ascent,
24th?
on rafters, or maybe next to the tree, he was
like
always
that.
either blocked
Actually, I
off
have no
by a
idea.
smoke,
Do we
he was
even know
either,
when stage
flashed
one
by,
starts?
by the KO, and there was nothing that he can do unless it's a retake. And when you're retaking with an operator, well, then you have a lot of problems.
I guess we could work it out. You just see when League stopped playing.
Yeah,
and then I guess
also,
that's when we play.
Played against Darkso, right? I seem to remember back in the days a few years ago.
Yeah, I had to remind him to sit down when he was prematurely celebrating. I think when you...
Wait, I think we have a clip of that.
Yeah?
I think we actually have a clip
All
of
right,
this
send
the Starkso incident versus you, Josh. Yeah, is that you over there? I think I just saw you.
There's hugging going on. That might not be me. that anywho. Yeah, that's after they went around. They won a map. This is him winning a round. They think they're gonna win. He's getting real excited, but then you know.
You showed him.
I showed him. You know, undefeated against EU.
What's
Easy
the secret?
region.
What's the secret to telling him
wait,
to
no,
sit
wait,
down?
undefeated
Well,
against?
Starkso
Come on.
wasn't really the problem on that team.
Even
It was
I
CNET,
beat
and
still
all
in
you
the
have to
land
do
in
is avoid
UK.
them and
Let's
chilling, so that's
chill
what
out.
we focused on, was avoiding that.
Is
And
he
I don't think
separating
Starkso
Valve
has
from
that type of
CS these days?
CNET-esque
Thanks.
carry player.
Oh, I
right now.
hope he proves you wrong. I hope he proves you wrong. Sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Giants yesterday, and unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to one more
Undefeated.
team. It's time to bring BBL and Koi onto the stage.
Get the screenshots out. They did wreck him on that one though. They probably, I mean, they should have lost Breeze. I still remember that game where CNED was killing everyone.
Well, we've seen both of these teams here at the Riot Games Arena already. Wasn't the best result, wasn't the one
12-7
that
comeback,
they wanted,
yeah.
but they have a chance for
CNED was
redemption today. And a
annihilating them.
reminder that the loser will be eliminated, which
Pancom
means
with
they
the
have
10 months.
no
Thank you.
chance of making it
Big
to
bad
Madrid.
beard with
Considering
the
we
prime
have
as
a
well.
world
Thanks so
champion
much.
on stage right now, and 5 Turkish players that are very, very thirsty to make it to that land. I don't think any of them want to go out right here, right now. But the question is, have they had enough time, Lothar, from the last time that they lost on this stage to be able to turn things around?
They had 8 months of preparations to come into this tournament, so if they're not ready now, they're never going to be ready. And I think like that for Koi, there was little small hiccups that they need to work on, and they are definitely fixable for them for this match.
Where I worry for either of these teams is their defense, right? Their attacks look good, their game plans look good, they have very different styles. One's very slow, one's very explosive. But when it comes to defense, both teams play a very static
I love the
approach,
cameraman
and
that
they
has
kind
to
of
get
do
in
this
there.
like protocol kind of
Wait, this guy's caught on a
approach to
cable.
it where it's like they see something happening and then they'll have a reaction. But I feel like those reactions are too slow. And both teams, it might like work in their favor. I'm worried about, you know, Kushner. We're
Did I end up catching any of the Chinese games? I've watched one VOD of one map. That's it. I need to watch. I need to watch Wolves Icebox for sure. That's on the list.
To stabilize or help his teammates that are, you know, defensive on a site, bunkered down. But then it's just like you're running out into 5 players. What's going on here?
Well, he had 15 first deaths in the previous match, while only 12 first bloods, so that's a little bit of a signal there that when it comes to the performance, right? But what you mentioned about the structure that they have, I feel like that also was detrimental because they played against a less structured team like Navi, right? Where you can't really anticipate what's going to happen. In this particular match, I feel like when you have an enemy like BBL, you're going to expect the Turkish aggression that is like a signature for the team. You're going to expect how the team was going to play. So those protocols might actually be more worth than the previous match.
Well, let's take a look at the map vetoes and see where we're going to go. The Ascent is where I'm most interested here. BBL, they always pick it if it's left open for
I'm
them.
most interested
Koi, again,
because
last season would have been scared
they're going to pick
to
Bind.
to ban Ascent. They left it open.
Yeah.
And my God, I think this
that
is
might
the
be a
first
free
time
map.
I have ever
I mean,
seen
actually,
BBL
Koi have always
first
liked
pick Ascent, Lothar. What is
this
going
map,
on?
to be fair.
This is very surprising because Koi goes with the same ban that they had previously, so it seems like they are perma-banning Lotus, but they get the ban Ascent.
At least when they were Ascent, in terms of Starkso
doesn't
calling,
feel
like,
confident.
Yeah, they're not
I mean,
confident on the map that
they
they've
were
always been
outrageously good on that
confident
map, to
Josh,
be
don't
fair.
worry. Come for me.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and comfort
So this
you.
could be
Good
close,
job,
but
but,
BBL
like,
looked great on
okay,
this
so
map.
Koi also played Liquid on.
Then Koi get rid of
Five,
Ascent
so
next.
I wonder
Yeah, so
what
I imagine
the purpose
Koi-
of this pick was, I wonder like what the mind
Koi
games
kind
are
of looked
gonna be
into this as
going
well,
into
and I
this,
think Koi
first map
probably
on
knew
Bind,
that it
and
was
then
these
split as
exact
the second
maps.
Map, BBL starting on defense. I feel like we're going to see these teams both just really
Before the
strive on their
game.
attack sides, get like 8 rounds on their attacks. So honestly, like we might be seeing the double-digit number, you know, score lines here.
I mean,
Because
this is why I'm worried, because they've always had a fallback. They've always had the comfort zone that they don't even need to use their brains to think about.
Stills
Now they
Walden.
actually
Wait,
have to
what did he
think
say? I
about,
missed it.
More than just a
Is he out?
second.
Is he out here
I don't
flaming?
know if they have the depth, like you said,
Bro,
that
he's
they
trying to
need
bait so many,
well, it looks
so
like
many
they don't
people
have
in.
the depth, but now it also looks like they don't have the confidence.
Well, remember though that on Bind they won against Navi.
I believe in
That's the
BBL
map that
now.
they
I
were
believe in
super-
BBL's bind.
Super happy about.
But you
the
both
I
fact
believe
said
in
it was
BBL's
because
bind.
Na'Vi threw
The
it.
other maps,
Yeah,
not so
so
much.
there was a lot of punishment that was made by
But
BBL towards Navi because
let's see the
they
other maps.
just overextended.
The problem
They had
with
them
the problem with
doing
the
a lot
other
of
maps
weird
is
peaks with
kind of the
ultimates
problem
being
with
in the
every
back
single
pockets.
game
Yeah,
that
that
I've
was
watched
a lot of
Na'Vi
situations like that
in
where
at the
Na'Vi just
moment is
kinda
they
was
snowball.
overextending and getting punished for that, and I don't think that might
Snowball
happen
every
against
single
Koi.
game.
Yeah, I think both these teams are gonna not just be more kind of
So we maybe didn't get to see
just like not giving up
BBL
these
get a
freebies. It's like
foot
they
into
don't
some of
have
these
the
maps.
confidence to go out and give those freebies away. Whereas you have someone like Na'Vi, Angel, he's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna buy a rifle even though the rest of my team's on stingers, and I'm gonna walk around even though I have Gecko ulti, and I'm gonna try to take a first engagement onto the site even though we have all this space. I feel like we're not gonna see that on the defense of either of these teams going into this match. So they're not gonna have those freebies. They're gonna be able to probably execute their game plans on their attack sides. They're not going to have any disruptions.
And we'll talk about disruptions because Pora on Bind was actually a beast. He's playing a breach on this map, which is not something that you typically see, and he was able to single-handedly stop Navi's executions many rounds in a row. We're going to talk about that in the future.
When is
of course.
Fnatic playing
Let's
after
take a
this?
look. It doesn't seem like they're going to change up anything. They don't need to. Right, and we're going to get 2 skies, which I don't think we've had so far.
I don't think we've seen the 2 skies, but I think we have seen a little bit more of the Gecko.
How was the
but
playoff
yeah, just to
bracket
highlight
decided?
Forest Breach, you are right.
Randomness.
When we watched
So
them
they
playing on their
did.
defense against Na'Vi, they had
Before
some
when they
really
initially
good
announced it,
kind of
they said
counter-initiation
that they had like
utility.
a
So what would happen is Na'Vi's about to try to
I guess
do
a
this,
formula for it in
execution
terms of
type
who
stuff,
would go
and
where.
then they're throwing
But
in
I
their
think they
flashes,
realized
smokes, and
that the
everything, and then
Group
Porzin in
A
really
or
good
the first
positions
group
to
had
get
such an advantage that
counter
they changed
stun
it, so it's
off,
now
an
random.
aftershock, flashes for his teammates, and it's going to buy time for their team to kind of swarm out and deal with this attack.
Yeah, but the thing is,
They
Pora was
BBL
playing from the same
5
position
times
every single
fast.
round. So
Dude,
it was
surely
like
that's
backside
BBL,
if
BBL,
that can
BBL,
be
BBL,
caught
BBL.
by
That's
Shadow's
fine,
fade
dude.
with the C's, and
That's
then
not
on top
even
of
a
that,
tongue
we'll have
twister.
we'll have a
Don't
paint
even
show.
try
That's
that
going to
one,
be a
yeah.
problem for Pora's life.
Well,
Need
we
a better
gotta
one.
dig deep in here because it is an elimination match, and it's time
The
to
draw
jump
should be live
into
though.
Bind.
That is
And
one
throw
thing
this
that I
over to
have
our
talked to them
casters.
about
It's
before.
Pavlos
I actually
and
I was actually annoyed at the second Iceland that I asked to see the live draw because I was like, man, why do we never get to see the live draw?
I mean,
So I
elimination
asked
on the
them,
line,
I asked them
right?
to
It
prove
is
that it was a
do
live
or
draw,
die
and
here
they
into
did.
the bottom
So,
bracket of
respect.
the group stage, and heading into Bind.
But they should just stream it.
Testy, I think the
Yeah.
desk said it very well. I think we also have to look towards that breach and fade head
Whoa.
to head here in the composition, since those are the key differences. And with Koi, you do have well,
Dude,
Lauren's not even here.
3 frenzies.
But
love
we
it.
are jumping into a technical push straight out of the bat. As soon as it's fixed, we'll get jumping into the match straight away. But I think what's something interesting here for BBL, and Des definitely touched on it, is the fact that Ascent isn't the first choice for BBL. Instead, it's Bind. I've got a feeling here. Wait, is BBL replacing the Turkish powerhouse go-to map pick here after Ascent being not really what they would have liked when they played against Na'Vi, losing 13-6, and then being able to succeed on Bind? You know, kind of bring the idea. Wait, this is the go-to map now for Turkish teams. Maybe not for Foot. For
Mr.
BBL,
Monster,
it kinda
thank you
seems
so
to
much
be
for the
case.
gifted. Thank you, thank you.
They looked really good on Bind. That is
Totally.
undeniable.
Welcome in.
But again, now that we've addressed that technical pause, I do want to still go back to that head-to-head between the Fade and the Breach. The difference there is that you are going to have a lot more opportunity for some of these set plays on the side of BBL. Some of those trap plays as well with that Breach utility. But it's also the sacrifice where you look over on the
Draw
Koi
stream?
side.
Yeah,
with that
dude,
Fade,
everyone wants
you
to
get
see a
that
live
additional
draw.
information
I
in
don't know
here, and
why.
also the
I don't know why
refreshable,
people never do it.
haunt there, I think, is pretty important as far as how you're able to continue to cycle that up, especially with the fact that for the side of BBL, the only information you're looking towards is going to be Reezy on that Sky, and with
That was
those
Na'Vi Liquid.
nerfs that had occurred
Sorry,
the
Split
last
was
patch,
really good. Split was really, really
you don't
good.
get to refresh those guiding lights. You are
Breeze
lacking
was
in that a lot.
okay.
It's a big trade-off.
Breeze was okay. Na'Vi look, I'm telling you, Na'Vi look back to like, I'm not saying, I don't mean they're gonna win a LAN when I say this, but they're looking back to Copenhagen, like Copenhagen level where it was. If we win a pistol, we have the best chance of converting the third round, and that means that we can just snowball halves and just have dominant halves. And that's how they pretty much won Copenhagen in my books. I mean, obviously they had set strats, but I think they were just better at other teams in terms of converting and getting a crazy start. And if we even just look at their 2 games, they've done that successfully on a lot of the maps. Ascent attack, I think they did it. Or was it Ascent defense? I can't remember. Both of the games against Liquid here, in terms of their attack on Split, their attack on the defense, sorry, on
yeah, this is definitely
Breeze.
an opportunity for them to show that against BBL.
A lot of pressure in that kind of regard. I think especially that Limelight being on start. So not just the champion that you are mentioning here, but also slotting into this IGL role for the very first time. Can he lead this team to success? But again, this roster also
Mr. Monster with another one as well.
Kickoff,
welcome
and
in.
I think that's something that we have to temper our
That's
expectations
a well
with a little
placed,
bit. They were lacking
gifted. We like that one.
depth the other day in their
Mr.
last
Thank you for doing that.
matchup, and we saw a lot of that success there on the attacking side. What I'm worried about is every single map, Koi are going to be starting on the attack. Can they even close a map out on the defense?
That's the thing, right? Defense has been quite the
Does Vitality have a good chance against Fnatic?
Right? Really
they have a
struggling
chance.
coming
I'm
from
not saying
south,
it's a good
so at
chance.
least
They
getting
have
on
a
the attack
chance.
first will get
I
them on
think
the right foot, but you know they can't get into their own heads with the defense being such a
it's
strong
like
point for them. That's definitely something to take into consideration.
they've kind of shown. They've shown a
probably
little
the right
bit.
approach for them, right? Wouldn't you
That
agree? Of
sucks for
course,
them.
you know, starting things off on the
Fnatic
right
have a
foot
big
for them,
advantage.
Getting into
They've shown
as well, a map
Vitality
where
have shown a little bit, and they have a stand-in.
13-11. You can't shy away from that at all. It's
But
actually
yeah,
a
I
very
would give them
decent
like
score
I would give
considering,
them like
we're probably looking at the top
35%.
3-4 teams of EMEA.
Maybe
If
that's
you want to be
too
competing up
generous
against
with the
best,
stand-in.
You might want to be able to do so against teams like Team Liquid. But it's time to jump into the matchup. BBL on defense, Koi on attack. As Koi.
Okay, and they decided to go aggro, peek over towards here, and I want to see what the frenzies have got planned in this.
Already BBL, they had pushed out towards
2 people playing close.
Bit of a tough
That is
spot. Nice
kind of nice.
backup
Frenzies
at
might
the
struggle
very
with some of
least.
this.
Stalls
Oh
come
boy.
through, but it doesn't matter. Koi
Yeah.
already have sight.
Yeah, they do indeed.
Dude, I'm telling you, frenzies
As
equal wins.
well. Camo to the back of it has gotten 2 kills of his own and they've gotten full control. The spike doesn't need to go down, and if you're killing all your opponents at the end of the day, it's a gun game. And they'll just toy with Reezy and Power Up. But Reezy might want to find a kill of his own before he drops. Power Up won't be able to do
Very
the
nice.
same. Shadow with a double in the end.
Very, very
Allow
nice.
Koi to
Frenzies
get
come out
first
on
blood.
top.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised at the positioning I think we saw from BBL off the gate there into the pistol. They're playing pretty far
Going back to
forward
the
on
more
the A
frenzies,
site,
more
despite
wins
having
that we're
gone for a
talking
lot
about. Was
of
it
that
last year?
early
It was like
information
America's
on
Ascension last year, where that
outside
was
of
like
Luka.
true for every
So
game we
I
watched.
think for BBL, their Brave wasn't necessarily expecting Koi to be already ahead of that Molly. So close to that choke point, just ready to just kind of bust down the door in that kind of regard.
You love the cycle
Now,
of frenzy nerf.
anti-eco
People use it
incoming
less.
here, and
A team start
BBL,
using
they
it
look to
again.
play that
Everyone
numbers
uses the
game, play that
frenzy.
stack
Frenzy
with
gets
Cora.
nerfed.
Alone on
Yeah, it
B
is that.
does
It's still
have that
crazy strong.
ability.
I think there's definitely
We
a lack of
are
frenzies.
4 out of 4 in the past pistols that they've gotten, and 4 out of 5 in this tournament.
Especially
as
when
a
people,
whole.
like,
Unfortunately,
group
they weren't
up
able to
so
use that
heavy
to their
now.
advantage to close out a map against Team Liquid, but maybe it can.
Pistols are
it
all
will
about
pay a
the
difference here in
overwhelm,
BBL, knowing how
and
strong
it is the best
right
gun
rounds
to
are from
overwhelm
Team
for
Liquid, but
pistols in my books.
This consistency
People
BBL
like a one
brings,
tap though with the
and,
ghost.
something that Steel mentioned on desk. You need to make sure that your performance today supersedes that consistency that BBL brings. And
The
when
problem
they're
for
able to do it
BBL,
now, it's
I
a
mean,
very slow
both these
paced
teams
approach,
played this
very
map,
similar to
right?
what we've seen, right? You know, you don't want to over-aggress. You want to get that early information. BBL, on the same hand, they've stacked up onto this A site, and that's Koi basically trying to figure out where's the stack going on. And I think they might have discovered it, given that Stark so pushed so far forwards into this B site. No one there allows the team to move in with him.
I mean, I really like Pora's positioning right now at the very least. Hookah
Yeah,
left
Pora at
not
least
to be
gets
cleared,
good
but
info
Koi,
here. He might
they're
get a
gonna
very
be
good
aware of
timing.
that
Does he go
fact
around
that
the
they
corner
have
before the
not
brim?
gone.
He is really.
into those
Is he going to go
close
down
quarters
long,
bars
or is he going to
already,
go join
walked
his
all the
team?
way
Yeah,
out,
they
just
feel like they've
ships in
owned
the
it with the
night,
stack, but
clear it
actually,
out, market the
and then
read
now
is
Poor is
here
probably
now,
telling
though,
his team
for
to not
BBL. You
TP
hear
because he
that
has a really good
rotation
timing
look to come through,
and
30
doesn't want to
seconds
give
on the
sound
clock, a
cues to
free
wreck this
site
one.
to
Before
plant
people spawn,
here for
Poor
Koi.
is getting spotted out
BBL,
though
it's
from
about the damage you
Grabinho.
can do into this round. You've still got a fault line to work with in the aid.
50-50 gamble didn't quite work out early. Para showing his presence in B, and Koi instantly put all their forces together to try and take on that fight. The death ball approach. And now BBL provided space to move into. But of course, with weapons that can spray in the direction, as soon as they touch those spikes, it will be their demise, really. Starkso, nice little double kill. And he's only got the ghost. The only player with a ghost team gets most of the kills. And Para, the player that was close to the action the entire time, is the one that is left alive by the end of it. Won't want to give away an orb to the
TMV
other
has
side,
2.5 your viewers. How do you feel? I mean, that's good for him, dude. I like TMV.
You really just had to call Power out like that.
Trust me, I don't want to get too big. I think that fame is a horrible, horrible thing. It only ruins people. If we can stay at low levels, it's good.
Worried that someone else on Koi was going to come and try to re-clear towards Hookah and flank back around, but anti-eco now. Weapons in the hands of BBL. Looking towards the ultimate economy. Koi, they've been very focused towards Shadow and Stark, so to try and cycle either of those up. Not
Outlaw,
likely to see them coming into this round. But we've
light
seen
armor, so he is not going to be able to.
Koi has been
He is not
going
going to be able to tap anyone here.
On
Double body shot for this.
Trying to push those extremities. They're dodging now. Okay, no damage.
Definitely trying to get the basics right. Starkso moves up a little bit closer. That outlook can be so scary. But for BBL, I don't think it'll be that concerning. They've got 4 shields all across the board. It's a risk you always take facing an outlaw on these situations. And ever since the Fnatic buy has been favored.
Dog pressure, they see 2.
But for now, slow and steady as we know it for Koi. But this time they do pivot towards this A site. Slowly but surely, Spike looking in that direction. And it might end up being the hit at this 1 minute mark.
Dog goes out over towards long.
Spots
one. And the Sky Flash here as well. This is nice. That's going to bring the rotate back over. We will keep an eye on Poor because he still is just staying spawn, has a good stun, can stun the line here, and then potentially we still get the nade on defense as well. Could definitely combo 30 seconds. Root up, 3 passing, sorry, 4 passing stack.
4 to defend is going to be the best case scenario
looking
for
good
BBL on the paint
for
shots.
BBL here.
Hit the smoke as soon as Koi looked to approach, but 25 seconds, they're cutting this close, very close.
And now there's some hesitancy. They're faking.
Yeah,
they're sound baiting to try and bait that rotation over. Guiding Light will give it away.
Oh, but now they have to move in, and there's no other solution to this. They can't even rotate to the TV, even if they had the time. It's still a lead that comes off on top, and Brave doubles up. BBL have got all players here, and they're able to deal with it without a problem at all. Starkso finds another one. I think they might barely have enough time. Shadow's got him covered, and that's a spike down. Reezy's left in a 1v2, and this has gone upside down.
What a bailout, by the way. What a bailout from Shadows.
At the very least, but this toxic screen gives really nice cover. Reezy, nothing to work with in his kit.
Pros don't fake. Have you heard of that? Reezy does stop it at halfway, and Starkso peeks out together with Shados. That's 3-0.
Gotta give Shados his props here.
I mean, looking reminiscent of this matchup that they had up against Team Liquid.
I think BBL did really good in this one. Again, I'm a big fan of their bind right now. I actually think it's really, really nice.
But what's a bit concerning is BBL, you would expect things to be, I think, a little bit closer this early on the match.
Very nicely done.
When their matchup against Na'Vi, where they were really shining on defense, were those retake situations. We're not seeing that same kind of
3 rounds in, we get the replay.
A bit of disconnect there.
Yeah, this was
some of the moves.
A lot down to Shados on that one.
But
Flash goes in, they get a bit of info that people are over towards here.
Yeah, I love the reaction cams from the coaches. We're like, how on earth did they win that? We've got better players. But BBL will definitely have to prove them otherwise. You know, Turkish teams known for Turkish aim, and they've got to make sure they make up for it this time around. Aggression coming out here from Hookah, and Grabinho's got it covered. Seems like Koi are anticipating this, and it's perfect. But if you look on the other side, it is 2 players. It would be a 1v2, and Grabinho has a chance to be traded out. Oh, but the patience game.
I mean, they don't need any more, right?
Koi will start to move in, and it's actually the Sheriffs to find
2 guns, weird situation now. 2 guns down. Are they going to try push for the guns? Are they going to try and hold for the guns? Spike down also. I cannot believe they've left Poor on his own.
On the other side, Starkso trying to walk out towards A here as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that PBL don't pivot more players. Brave caught out with his pants down.
Wait, sorry, Brave on his own.
Starkso on the lurk on A.
Said the
That's
wrong
an
names.
interesting one. The spike has been collected. And with Starkso getting A site control, definitely caused his team to try and join him on that site.
Yeah, this was a dude.
Elite
I really
playing
think
it
BBL
safe.
misplayed the situation there.
With 30 seconds on the clock again. Curious to see if this is a pattern that we see from Koi.
Oh,
just
they did good to
running
get it
down
in that
this
situation in the
time
first
here.
place.
It's worked out for
But-
them in the past. A free site or a free site to get that plant down, but BBL looking to play numbers. Instead, though, they're not actually
Dude,
aggressing
look at
up
the Seekers, man.
towards
What are they
B to
doing?
try and
They
get those
interact so
rifles in
weird with
hand,
the
so
truck.
it will still just be the sheriffs into the retake.
Well, the Seekers has definitely alerted Koi of where
Took
they
them
are
5
heading,
seconds to
where
work
they're
out what they
coming
wanted to
from.
do.
It's just a matter of BBL how much
Yeah,
of a
hard
freebie
retake
are
on
they
here.
willing to give. Maybe with a stun, they'll try and find a pick. Other than that, I can imagine they might fall victims to the spike explosion to avoid giving over the orb. Shados. Kill on power. Starkso as well wanting to chime in and buff those stats up. And Kushner, the only one remaining. They know exactly where he is, but make it explosive. Go down with a bang. Might as well do that.
Yeah, just try and keep somebody around, if not both, but
Still good damage.
not gonna
Big
check
buy
the
round is the one that
right corner.
matters.
4-0
They at least
here
got
for
Seekers
Koi,
out
so
of them.
same start
So there's a few ults
exactly
out of here.
as their matchup against Team Liquid.
Now, Koi can't afford history to be repeated here, right?
It's a good point. They started off hot, but I think the difference there was Team Liquid was also a team that really needed
that
that
buy rounds were
time to kind of warm up into the reads here that they found on Koi and making that later adjustment.
Didn't quite catch the name there, but happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to whoever's name was on there. I also didn't catch it. The leaves were in the way there, but
Why teams don't punish
for BBL,
Sentinels on
this
this
is a
map?
pivotal round.
A
They
lot of the
have to win
time,
this
people
and
just do
as
this.
comfortably as possible with their
Right?
economy.
The problem is, right, you're saying that they should
Yeah,
be
one of the big
pushing
aspects
right
with,
more.
BBL's
But it's
pickup
like,
here is power, right? One of the
when can you
players
feel
that
confident
BBL wanted
to
get in
push?
was a
Everyone
good
just holds
IGL
like
run
a,
because
what we
it
used to
felt
call
like,
in
on the Turkish
Liquid
scene,
just a
sort of
Fnatic
lacked in the
default,
way,
probably
Mr.
Navi
Fallen
the
paved
more
the way with,
one that
you know,
sticks
Turkish
out because
Valorant
I
going
guess
to global
against
events last
Paper
year
X everyone
definitely
kind of
set a
remembers
high
that.
precedent, so
But
BBL want to
this is why you
second
hold
that.
one of those defaults when
Definitely
you have
wanna
no
be amongst
Sentinel,
the
you're just trying to
conversation
punish
for
to push
top
behind.
Turkey.
So it is like, when do you do it? We used to have a thing where it'd be like 50 seconds is when we'd start doing it. That's kind of sweet spot when teams decide, but it's very easy when we can see the minimap, just being like, oh, they can push now, but when you're in game, you have no idea.
Provided the space, and BBL going to be confident to pull all their chips into one basket. Grabinho not allowing them to get too comfy, but the spike is left into no man's land. Has to be collected.
I kind of like the Koi wall here. It does the similar thing in terms of blocking pressure, but they also block over towards spawn.
Uncomfortable here for Koi. Spike down towards triple as well. 3 players holding.
Oh my god, not a single player of Koi can cross BBL.
Yeah, and this would be a lovely run for BBL if they cannot lose anyone else, because they're also starting to get some ults into these rounds, which will make them a little bit
They're
easier.
all doing it together. Brothers in arms, and it's left Shadow to himself. Man shaking his head, wondering what happened.
Yeah, sure,
they thought they had this round under lock and key, but this is all it. This is what she wrote. 10 seconds remaining, and he's got a TP away. This round is going to BBL. With 4
Yeah, that's
players
perfect
to
for
spare.
them.
That's
Good amount of money,
exactly what
1
they needed
death,
to get their
2
names
armory buys.
on the scoreboard, getting their first round on Byte.
And that's a shift coming out from Koi in this strategy as well. They were trying to go with
Do you think the
fact that
Sky
they were
nerf
initially
increased
starting with
the
this
skill
very
ceiling?
early, slow, patient default
I don't think it had too much to do with skills. I mean, I get what you're saying, to be fair. You talk about like when you play Sky, you have to just think about what you're using more. A little bit, yeah. You don't have to be as like routine based, and it's kind of more situation of when you should be using it. So yeah, the best thing that came from it is just change your comms. This year would have sucked, man. If they didn't have the Sky nerf, this year would have sucked.
The spike posture towards B side again.
But it's
curious.
it's awesome at the moment, to be honest.
There's been that theory crafting.
Everyone has a different take. Every region's using like
are players
different
going to be
agents,
using
heavier.
These guiding lights early on, they don't refresh anymore. It doesn't seem like that's really changed as far as the play style.
Yeah.
It's so soon after the nerf, to be fair.
Just as long as you've got some other utility enter the site after.
I mean, that's why you're seeing the double initiator starting to come through here for most maps.
But there is an approach on this B side here, and there's 3 defenders for it, getting
Contact,
really scary.
stun, could re-swing.
They've got to read it out, but the Trailblazer might be reading it first.
Great fault line.
Yeah, and they were ready to swing off this. That's what they normally do. Viper Wall should be coming up.
Throw in a dog of their own. It's just a patience game, and the utility from BBL was keeping them back for
Koi
now.
should be pretty happy here. Yeah, I was going to say that.
This one choke with still 45 seconds
Koi
left.
should be pretty happy with just how much util they invested. Seekers goes in all here, tempted to TP. Smoke came in a little bit too late. That was nice. Brave just survives. There was a nade to his left. Everyone TPs. Elite's in position. One molly. Should throw that down to Showers now. All that.
That's a beautiful shot onto Camo.
Oh man, he played this way better than him. That was sick.
This guy's a genius. And he wants to peek out as well. Shadow this time around interrupts it and Koi find the upper hand.
4 HP, 9 HP.
BBL players are very low, but for Koi, the spike is down.
Got the opportunity to try and get that heal up. We're going to see Brave able to get a little bit more of that health back, but Reezy is so low in this situation. No utility to work with anymore.
No, that's the last guiding light being thrown out. They know where Grubinho is, but it's a matter of knowing where Shadow is. Do they expect him to be all the way behind? Sneaky man peeking through. It's a rush break, but gets the job done eventually. And Reezy is the player with least health to his
Surely
name.
not.
And somehow finds Grubinho and knows exactly where Shadow is. No longer in the spike means he's got less time to
Yeah,
work with.
missed his opportunity with this one. I feel like he had to at least get half, but
it's Shadow to win it. It's a
the fact he's low HP, he's probably expecting the swing a little bit earlier.
You saw Shadow nodding.
BBL, winner rounds, lose the next one, 1,900 loss bonus. One person can't buy, 4 of them can. Big decision to make, for sure.
They take it back, they seize that momentum back into their hands. For BBL, you've got the Viper's Pit available here for Elite. So we could see just initial denial, likely of short off the gate there towards the A side, allowing BBL to shift some of their resources elsewhere. But I'd like to see BBL maybe being a little bit more proactive. I think that
On this map, yeah. That's what I'd be leaning towards Desper, without a doubt.
But the difficulty was, again,
Get a little judge out.
nothing in the tank.
Who do you think will make it from Madrid from
space,
Pacific?
and also with no Showers control as well, knowing that the pivot.
If it was different groups, I would have said Paper X and T1.
And it's where those mid-round adaptations that actually make the difference in
But
rounds
now
like
I
that,
have
right?
no
It's
idea.
When you're able to make the decisions.
The games are
rotate
interesting.
around, you know, catch out the rotations. It's not only that, knowing that BBL
I want to
no longer
see.
has those facilities.
I don't know. I don't
to
actually
take
know who I'm
over,
going
you know,
for.
and execute of their
I think I'll
own
go for
forward
DRX.
retake. So definitely
Because
well down
Genji
here from Koi
look
to turn the
great,
tide
but
around in
maybe
their own
they've shown too
favor,
much.
and BBL trying to play catch up right now. They're
And
dropping
then
behind. Remember,
T1
this
Paper
is
X
their
is
own
actually.
map. This is a map which they beat.
That is a
Na'Vi.
close one.
A map which Koi could have definitely watched yesterday and said, okay, this is how they want
How
it.
is Liquid
Maybe
looking?
Na'Vi
They need to win
but
pistols,
we know
to
how
be
deal
honest with you.
BBL here.
The overall stuff is pretty good,
Maybe
and
something to
majority,
take
if I just
into
look at Split, like they
consideration as we
react,
enter round
how they're
number
playing on
7,
Split,
where the streak needs
they
to
would win
continue
against
for
most other
Koi,
teams.
but for BBL, most importantly, you lose this and you're
Like,
back
I don't
into
know.
economic deficit.
Like 30.
Viper's
They
Pit
would win.
towards
They would
short
win that
as
against like 30
anticipated.
out
Both
of
Prowler and Dog used right off
44 of the
gate here from
franchising
Koi
teams, or maybe a
towards
bit more
this
from what we
B
saw in
side.
terms of their
We've seen
split.
those
Just the fact that
plays for the
Na'Vi is so
B
good at
split
snowballing.
used in their
But
matchup
Breeze
against
definitely needs a
Team
bit
Liquid.
of. I mean, they
But
got
don't
snowballed.
always push off of it. More so
I'm not worried for them,
that
I guess, is what I'm trying to
information that
say.
they're looking to seek. How much map control does BBL have right off the gate?
Ult goes in. We see again Koi just holding a slow default. So every single time, just knowing that they have no sentinel, just really wanting that one round where they can punish the push and make sure that BBL aren't confident to push onto them. Especially in the timeout, you should always be doing that as well.
If that does end up being the case,
Heavy showers to get around the
on
Viper
an
ult.
island, especially with Shadow working his way back towards market.
Yeah, and it's Camo holding that sight line, but the paint can do quite a lot of damage. And
Oh!
Camo instead is the one being killed
I mean,
off. A showstopper.
does he?
Actually.
Does he?
No, he goes for...
He does. Yeah, he was like, well, there's definitely not going to be anyone to the left.
Down by 2 players, BBL have got a clear advantage, and it seems that Shadow wants to get a pick on Elite here. But he's not going to risk moving any
That was
further
nice, you too. I like
into
the
that
setup from
Viper's Pit.
BBL.
Drops off.
This
15 seconds left.
this
Koi have made a
shower
decision.
smoke
They're holding onto
that
the guns.
Mixwell was doing from like day one in the game, it is a nightmare. The Viper one way there, it is very, very strong.
Made Koi work for some of those rounds. Even if they
I think teams could probably bring it back a little bit more
they were trying to take some of those weapons
as an actual default setup instead of just like an ult setup.
Build up that economy.
And we were talking about economy the previous round as well, right? BBL had to win that, and not only do they win it, it's completely flawless by them, right? Not even dropping a single point of health throughout it. Don't need to reinvest into shields. It's going to do favors for them, for sure, and it's going to do favors to their morale. Not dropping, you know, tremendously behind, being 3 rounds in reach of Koi, definitely making it a little bit more comfortable as we enter round number 8. A buy round again across the board. Viper Spit still available for Shados. Let's see how this is approached by Koi.
And Koi again, just holding a default. So that, again, the person that kind of asked in the chat why are they not pushing against the Sentinel, it's just because you know this is going to be happening. Especially with how they're not grouping or doing anything like for the first 30 seconds, you know they're holding this. The BBL can't really push, but again, maybe 50 seconds was always the sweet spot that we used to use in Liquid.
Sky Smoke coming out here from Brave to deny that information towards Hookah will force,
or at least try to,
one of those Prowlers out from Shadow if they do want to clear into these close quarters. The Boombot, at the very least, finds a little bit.
You can tell it's an elimination game, right? Every single one of these players is afraid to make a mistake.
Let's see, around 50-second mark, is anyone holding for the pushes? Could go out here, could go out here. So it would work, but obviously if you're trying to push showers, you would have met them early.
But you can also be too measured, expending too much utility in one spot just to clear out those angles.
Like Jaws.
Going to be paid for. Camo, first blood, opening up onto this A site. 2 to the back of it, but it's a matter of if Koi decide to push past it. Trailblazer only clears a bit of it at the back end. Instead of moving onto the side,
they have a good amount of.
I
will say, BBL sometimes can use some.
Jumps above, denies a partner. There's only 40 seconds. They've got to move into it quickly. All BBL have to do is deny this spike from being planted, but they're failing to do so.
That was savage. That third shot was really good. Okay, one big criticism I can use to BBL, and I've seen it 3 rounds now, is Koi are going slow, right? So there's always like 30 seconds left before they plant, and I think they can just cycle their util a bit better. Like in my eyes, they can cycle their util here. We're using a satchel to go over and stop the plant. We could use a satchel to stop the plant. We're using nade at the same time as breach damage. Like we could cycle these, delay an extra like 15 seconds, and then there's about 10 seconds left for them to plant, and then you can kind of flood or make some hero plays where you're spamming the plant. It's like my one thing. We saw it on that similar round where they were trying to come out towards long B here, and we used like a what do we use? We used Brim. I think they used the Brim, Molly, and breach damage at the same time. So they could definitely cycle their util better for delay.
Who's a very high impact ultimates, Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike as well. And a map like such as Bind, heavy retakes.
Info over towards short for attack, didn't hit anyone in terms of the Prowler. Dog over towards long, didn't hit anyone as well over towards long. With that information of the dog seeing no one, Koi decide to group up over towards B, and we look at the minimap, we got 3 here. At the moment, 1, about to become 2 here on B. Koi are looking great right now. This is a big round for BBL. Their money is fully done.
Okay, he actually comes back towards site. I thought he was just going to play fully off-site for the sake of the orbital strike, but they're looking to just deny the push.
He's considering it. They still want to deny this push from coming forward.
Oh, the stay. That was kind of nice. The stun over towards long and then the ult, but I think the ult could have been a bit better.
There might be a sightline cover here from elbow. Cavalry's in time. That's incredible. Koi, this
yeah, they're all here.
BBL don't stand the chance. It's
very nice at the moment from Koi.
The Seekers on Starkso were the difference maker in that round as well. Things were getting uncomfortable there for Koi. You saw Camo was stunned up with that showstopper, didn't find anything with it, but the information that they could find with those Seekers, I think
it's a weird Brim ult.
Actually hit some of the players on BBL.
They had the stun over towards long. Could have. It was like in between long and.
Ooh, okay, yeah, you can see the little celebrations. They're like,
okay, they're playing up to it now. Well, it the Barbar knows, man. Nice to see him. It's actually nice to see this side of him though, because last year was a lot of angry replays. So it does make a nice, nice change.
Short space gathered.
Couldn't have been an enjoyable year for him last year, that's for sure.
They can afford to be. They have the weapons advantage. They're looking to just draw out some of that utility from BBL, knowing that they've been pretty quick to the trigger on that. Not able to really capitalize, just looking to kind of stall things out as much as possible.
And just getting a bit of info here.
Gone. off the gate, but lots of
Koi keeping it
information
relatively
garnered
simple
at the
though.
very
This
least
is
towards
2
BBL.
rounds in a row. I
Aware
haven't
that
been
there
paying
should be
full
at least
attention
two.
in what's happening, but 2 rounds in a row where they use
actually
Fade
draw
U2 on the
the
other side of the
rotations
map
back
and then
over
group hit
Kushner
the
will be
opposite
lured
side.
out. Instead, he drops back and won't be the case. BBL want to hold and maintain the pressure to the back of the site. Camo opens things up as first blood. Wants to free fire behind the
I
box,
like
but
this as
Kushner
well. Just taking
does
full
get
back
there
of sight.
instead.
This whole
Koi,
setup
they
that they've
should
got
be
is
running
really
this
good
out.
to
There
take
is a
back of
flank in the
sight,
making,
especially when
but
these
it
smokes
seems
come in,
that
especially when
Grabinho's
they
got
can
it
kind
all
of get the
covered. Brave will
Viper
be
wall on the go
sidelining
also.
across, but Grabinho was stunned, and Brave takes full advantage. It'll be so hard for him to get across and upgrade.
Smoked himself off, he wants the
Shados,
gun.
The moment the smoke goes down, starts spraying in his direction. And BBL's hopes quashed. As Koi make sure they solidify the spy round of their own, and both players simultaneously drop to the ground. Koi on 8, BBL trailing really far behind with only 2 rounds spare in the half.
Who was IGLing for Koi last year? Cold Mensa, right?
Again,
Pretty sure.
very measured.
I want to say
thoroughly
maybe
round for both of
it would
these
mixed a
teams.
little
Scary
bit towards
part
the end,
here,
but
BBL, this is their map pick on binds.
Yeah.
Again, elimination matchup here in the bottom of the bracket within the group stage. But
the banter between Barber and is it Aeros? Yeah, I think it's Aeros. It's unmatched. Barber and Aeros are just the match. Just the
they're just chit-chat.
goated
another straight up
duo.
default
Just having a
for
blast.
Koi. This is a bit of a masterclass from them at the moment. It's been nice.
Okay, after seeing some of the shots of Starkso celebrating up against
Yeah.
Steel, you're like, okay, this team is all vibes. It's all vibes. You love to see it from
Yeah, we're going to
the
need a
coaches as
vibes
well.
graph after this. Analyst desk, listen up.
IGL, Shadows
Now,
IGLing from
This
what
time
they
we
said
give
in the
a bit of
pre-show.
Space, Starkso
Yes,
on the op, not
2 days ago.
something we'd see often from a Sky, but thinks better of it. Throws down a Trailblazer instead to try and gather some information. But the spike left in no man's land means that Koi have yet to make a decision of whether to
He sees him. Goes to the spam.
I mean, they're just trying to see how much they can draw, I think, over towards this A site. We've seen them unafraid to expend that initiator utility to draw the rotations.
This is giving me hardcore old Na'Vi
30 seconds,
vibes.
and it's a
Just
similar
drawing
thing
out
where we
that
show a bit of
clock. It's
pressure
already
over
30
towards B
seconds.
with
Spike
one,
going
the
now
raise at
is
30
starting to
seconds,
make
everyone
movement
else
towards the
is
safe
quiet,
I mean,
and then
they
we stroll
drive
into
when the
the A
timer's
site,
tight.
down their own in
BBL
the man. They
thought
got
it
to
was the
stop
B
falling
site,
for these
given the
one-person
obfuscation
baits.
Cameron was able to provide,
They
so
got
they're
to
gonna
stop
find
falling
this
for these
clear.
one-person baits.
The
It's
reads here
savage.
from Koi are so good. BBL trailing behind the moves.
Smokes again to try to get back
But
to
the spike
site.
hasn't gone down crucially enough, and that could have gone
Oh,
for Kushner.
jeez.
Ends up falling in the end. Styres align eventually. Rolling Thunder actually giving some cover to Grabinho, but won't be enough as the sprays are just too immaculate. Shados has to drop by Snakebite to stop them from following right after him. But Koi, all they have to do is run this clock down. They've managed to get the spike down eventually, and Starkso holding this cross line with the op won't let a player pass. But fortunately for Reezy, he doesn't have to pass. He's sticking onto the spike. Halfway diffused. The lead finds another pick. Reezy in a 1v1 as a Sky 1v1 here.
No way.
The Seekers revealing position in the end. Oh, but not much health remaining on Reezy at all. He's kicking it
Damn,
away.
dude. They just can't catch a break.
Does not permit him.
Nicely played from Starkso here.
It's shot through the box.
Shados did
And a bullet
good
to the
work
head.
as well to make this one close.
IGL on the side of Koi is having a game right now. 13-4. Shadow 11-3. I mean, they are popping
No, I haven't
off.
seen that
And
yet, Nick.
Again, that's cycling into the Seekers, the Nightfall so quickly in this first half. BBL. Man, even just the play from Shados in towards Lamps, they're into the post plant. They're denying
Starkso's
Lamps as an
playing
option to
outrageous
fully
at the moment.
funnel
13
the
to
players
4,
on
Shadow.
BBL
11
into
to
the op.
3 was that?
Realistically, you can't see
And
BBL have too
BBL
many options on this one.
finally, Koi get rewarded for holding their default. They spot numbers. Nah, they don't. They're gonna walk back into B site. Oh man, they've owned them so bad. This whole map, the calling has been so good. They really saw something in the demo that was out there in terms of the over rotate.
That's a fake. The main fight is going to have to be B.
I mean, all the attention that was pulled, and then you already have Shados moved back towards this B site. Reezy sees the presence.
He does, but how much is that going to make a difference?
Fighting forward.
What? He's just fighting this,
Oh,
but
no.
it's going to be
Oh,
costly. Orbital strike available.
Yeah, and he can fire this over towards spawn at one point.
Of way too many weapons here. It's some very useful utility that could be used for the post plant.
Still has a raise nade as well.
They're going to have to go for this last round of the half. There is no other way. It's literally 2 players on this elbow side that could do so much. Camo is low, but he's quick with it.
Lovely delay.
Towards Kushner, softening him up, and it's Grabinho to help out. So it is a 3v2. BBL definitely climbing a huge mountain here in this round. Flash out. One more flash remaining for Power if he's going to make any difference. Elite is holding a really good angle with the snake bite. Is doing damage towards Power, and it will be enough to finish him off eventually.
Very good attack off from them. They played it so perfect.
But it's 2 different directions he needs to look at. Even if
okay, Lou, how are we doing? Thank you so much with the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
It will not be enough. Double digits for Koi at halftime. Valiant effort for Elite, but it's all she wrote. An excellent round for Koi, an excellent attack, and now they need to finish off what they started on defense.
I mean, this is the way you want to start here if you're Koi. They struggled on defense, but 10-2.
If aside from the confidence to default all lanes, nah, because you can just have a camera that spots one the trips.
Right now, they're gonna need to look to get back.
You still sometimes hold defaults, just not as much as this fear.
Solid pop-off pistol round to try to bring themselves back into this matchup, but losing this hard on your map pick on such an important match, that's tough.
It throws the conversation of Turkey and BBL claiming buying instead of Ascent in the bin.
Yeah, they fell for the one-person fakes all the time. It was very nice to watch for Koi. A little bit worrying for BBL, but also you're kind of seeing in some of these games how much difference showing one map can make. Like teams can get really good reads at the moment from one map. I think the Heretics Koi game was a good example. I think this is a good. No, sorry. Heretics K-Corp game was a good example. I think this game is a good example.
They know that there's lamp pressure coming in from BBL.
Of just how savage it can be once you have even just one map out there. The teams to get a read on how they want to play.
I do believe Shadow might have heard them.
Mr. Monster, thank you so much as well. Thank you for the gifted.
For Shados here to cover his ground.
Just gifting all the locals basically. I like it, Mister.
Backing into the safe side though.
Frenzy Believers, double frenzy.
How much impact Kushner is going to check it, but it's a lazy
check.
That
is a lazy
check. One and damage onto the second. Starkzo's nearby. He wasn't even the one nearby earlier. It was Camo.
Oh,
both Camo and Starkzo
they got their own frenzy though.
Turning the tide of this game.
Yeah, it might be a frenzy loss.
Grabinho, you saw 3 players already onto the side.
Lovely.
There's a 4th one there, and he's not able to do a thing, which leaves Shados on
Pistol
the hot seat.
Leech. Right, Shados has a classic, no gun to pick up.
What, a snake bite to try and deny that Shower's positioning. Cora is the one that's low here towards lamps.
Yeah, no longer the element of surprise. Shados is trying to go for the chase, although Pyro won't be shut down this time around. Ooh!
Nice shots, good swing from Pora.
Onto Elite's head,
okay,
but that's BBL with a pistol.
Let's see what they got for this.
Pistol success here for Koi.
Still not as confident as we would have liked that pistol round to be, though. Not as decisive from BBL. A great pistol, of course.
If you were in prison for a year, what is this question? If you were in prison for a year, and the only entertainment you could have is watching a single player's Valorant highlights, which player am I choosing? It has to be, let's think, someone that's entertaining, that does crazy stuff but has good aim, like a Jing? Maybe Jing because he plays good, maybe Jing, maybe a Forsaken, someone like that, plays a good range of agents, is also a little bit mad. Could be Angel, but maybe I would lose my mind more being in prison.
And Kushner is there to read it in time. And back to full health. Thank you, Reezy.
I mean, sure. Push out, find a little bit of that information, but I think when, especially B-Long is being stalled out that well just by
I think I'd say
leaves a little bit to be desired. Now the
Jing's an easy one.
The A site here for BBL.
Good question, I think.
We've got a shorty in hand here for Shados towards lamps. He's gonna have to back off.
Let's hope that never happens.
Really for BBL at this point. Although now that I do say that, Shadow's got a shorty, and if anybody crosses paths with him on this short proximity, it could be their demise, and a rifle collected perhaps, but I don't think BBL are planning to do that anytime soon, knowing.
Good timing with the question as well. Asking a little crazy question on the ecos.
Koi, the possibility of a shorty.
How'd you come up with that question, dude? Some people's brains just work differently.
Tense right now, Koi. I mean,
pretty cool.
really,
buying time.
yeah, they're not doing much here. It's all about just trying to deny as much of that ult orb potential coming in here for BBL, and they're comfortable right now. They don't have to do anything too risky. They can play it.
Yeah, they built a tremendous lead. They really have built a tremendous lead. Power and Reezy finding a couple kills here. Shadow the only one from Koi to find any damage.
Thanks for the question,
Shutting down the IGL BBL for this one, but it's a round that BBL needed. The follow-up to the pistol, only losing one player, strong start, and it's exactly the direction they want to be looking at if they'll be closing this 8, well, now becoming a 6-round lead for Koi.
With the focus that we've seen going in towards Powera on the side of BBL, Rolling Thunder 3 away from coming online here. Could see some of that attention being drawn towards the extremities of the map. Try and get those ult orbs into pocket here for BBL. Again, they need every single advantage that they can find in each round with how much Koi does have to work with in that sense. As the round starts, very classic lineup coming in to try and deny some of that information towards Lamps.
You can already see a difference on how BBL like to push the map.
Crunch.
A lot of shower presence for them.
Imagine he got 2.
That finds the first shot.
Can this guy? Yeah, good reaction. Good reaction here. Lovely shots as well.
Everyone's falling for Reezy right now. The Rizzy, maybe.
Gotta shout out Pora for helping his team out here as well. Then
it's a lot to ask from the man.
gets a plant for his ult as well for the next round. We got no money over towards here. 2,900 loss bonus after losing so many in a row. I say so many, it's only 3.
Look a lot more plausible, especially considering this was Koi's buy round, right? This was supposed to be BBL's bonus.
This is.
The fear though
This
for
has
Koi is this
this has some legs. I would be tempted if I'm the coaching staff here. If I was the coaching staff here, I'd be tempted to do a pause. It's so early on. This could very quickly get a lot closer. So I think they have 2, right? They might as well do one early.
I mean, they're slowly working their way into this, but we cannot deny still the lead.
It's a shame. I mean, they went for a showers crunch, but the tether didn't go far enough. And Riezi just did unreal. And they got a little bit of info in terms of the breach being really far back as well.
Well, Berlin definitely have chosen their favorites. BBL's name shouted across the room.
Actually, it's a lie. It looks like the tether hit.
Pretty quiet on the Koi side.
Actually, no, it would have had a trail.
It seems to be some belief reinstated within the fans, and for BBL, I'm sure there'll be hope that that's exactly the same for the players. They've been able to chain 3 rounds together, and Koi has signed alarms. Time to rethink this through. How do you get control back in your favor? Obviously, you've got a lead, right? It's not a matter of overthinking here. It's a matter of going back to the tried and tested. Don't get into your head, don't get caught off early, perhaps.
Would Navi play against Heretics? Nah, it's random draw out of the 4. The only rule is you can't play someone from your group, but that won't matter until we know who wins planes.
We can't forget though that it still was just the pistol in the anti-eco, so plenty of time for Koi to try and come back here. But again, with them being on this eco round themselves with the hero rifle, BBL looking to have a very similar start to their attacking side is exactly what Koi did to them into the first half.
So
and
in the timeout is great.
Towards is Koi's adjustments. What's worrisome is
it's nice and early.
BBL, I think they've done really well in the fights that they've been able to take after getting that spike planted as well, but we haven't even seen like a true post-plant situation from them. And that is where they really shined in their matchup up against Navi. The lineups were so frustrating to deal with, and Koi, when they are on those retakes, will have to fight so far forward to deny that.
That they do, but Koi need to prove themselves on defense. Maybe not
Classic
this one,
stun over towards Showers.
Maybe able to use that.
But Shadow should know about this. He was like one of the first to start using that stun over towards Showers whenever breach here. Skydog goes out towards Showers. They managed to see 2 of them. And we have to do a full retake. 3 people pushing behind. Yushinagus is ult the next round, potentially this one if he wants it. 2 people watching behind here.
Ultimates available for them, Reezy. He's got the read, but how many stats can you pad One for now, gets out, clean as ever. Realizes there's one on Heaven, gives out the ball. Camo shutting down a lead as soon as he peeks the corner. That's impressive. How many shots of like these are we going to be seeing? Maybe a second one.
Wait. Oh, that is an ult down as well.
And rifles is being collected here from Koi. They're going right after Brave, but Brave is good. Brave is strong.
Does the molly reach?
And Brave is Brave, and we'll be peeking through the smoke. Rubinho will be shutting him down.
Man, they get eco'd 45 HP, 21 HP.
The round is theirs, even when it shouldn't be.
They hit some shots though.
The way they were just able to manage the control of
Gotta
the pressure
shout out the attack pause impact.
on those close quarters and making it uncomfortable for BBL to maintain
Oh,
that
what
positioning towards front sight.
he won this. He literally won this.
BBL calling one of their own because Koi now one away
Yeah,
from
he
match
gets.
point. And again, this is a tall mountain to climb.
He gets all of the praise for that.
Oh yeah, it's a tall order.
Definitely the coaches share a little bit as well with the timeout timing. Good plan on this one, 3-person push behind, but he really hit some shots.
Right? It's the condition where they were able to streak rounds together. You know, you can allow Koi to win one buy round of their own, but it can't be the bonus. It can't be the pistol. No. It can't be the save, you know?
I mean, that can fully stop the momentum that was starting to build
yeah,
on the attack.
for sure it is, man.
And then the big thing too, Q-Sure popped that showstopper just a second
like
before
slow
he
playing
got
now
taken
against
out
Sky
of the round.
is
That's cool that we're not gonna be able to
it's
see
so good
carried over into this
because
one.
a lot of how the
Massive one
defense on
with
this
that
map
Raze
used to
ultimate,
work was just
especially when you
you just get
Koi
info
with the
towards long
Nightfall
B, and
in
then
hand.
obviously
It can
if the
usually be a really great
util
counter to
hits,
deny
then
that
you
flood
bring your
here
third
on
person
the
over towards
retake situation.
B site, and then if the util doesn't, the third person can kind of stay over towards A. Now you have to be a little bit smarter with like your gathering of information. It's just a lot harder to have 3 people all the time.
Essentially Ascent with, right? It's a big change to how they approach.
It is definitely the biggest, the biggest thing that the solo like info initiator struggles with on this map.
So far,
like I'm telling you, Koi's whole plan was just like so good on attack.
Great line as far as that fault line goes, just to find a little bit of delay in any sight lines there for Koi. But already, they're changing the pace this time. BBL looking to just fully take A site right off the gate.
I've got your trail.
Hold and tested. We know this is exactly how Koi have allowed BBL to move onto site so far. It doesn't matter how they retake it. Kushner pressured here from Showers as 2 have popped out of the TP, and you can see it
a lot down to this fade ult. If Camo gets a kill, he gets ult. Fade ult goes in. They only spot one, but that's also pretty good info.
And they're limited into the laps area. Shorts as well. One left on site.
Yeah, and that's the ult we're talking about with that kill. Yushin's going for a hero play, gets taken down. And it fell apart pretty fast. Molly comes down on the spike, no smoke. Yeah, no smoke up on that. Ran out of that juice. And these kills don't matter too much. 7 chances.
But the round means that Koi are 1 away from closing out map number 1.
Yeah, match point here for Koi, and that was clinical coming out from them. The way that they knew that, okay, you have the Nightfall to work with, that's going to force BBL off of the site, back in towards short, or Showers, where you have the TP having come in for the retake from the B-Long players on the side of Koi. And then on top of that, it's just making that post-plant so comfortable for them, BBL. They can't comfortably play for those lineups. It's threatened in that sense. Now, information garnered here.
Flash goes down. We secure that we can get the ult into this round.
To really contest B-Long, I think, on any of these rounds.
And it might be the wrong round to do it, considering there's so many on the P proximity on the defender side of things. Of course, there's a bit of a crossfire setup here, and Poombot hoping to seek out Shados as well. And it will do so. So Kushner holding the line will make Shados uncomfortable to peek it himself, so he's going to nestle himself into that corner as BBL bide their time and give the idea to Koi that they might be rotating to A.
Well, I mean, BBL off the utility usage here from Koi, they know that 4 are stacked over towards B. They saw the Viper Snakebite, they saw the Boombot coming out from Camo, and then there was that early guiding light.
This is nice from
You're
Koi.
not going to be able to get that smoke
The
from
instant
Gravino,
double push.
He's over towards A.
But the push from B and means that Koi,
they struggle to get info, but this is a good way of doing it. They do use the flash, but he's now fast on the flank. Stuxo gets a kill, he gets his, but they're going to tether. Stuxo gets a kill, he gets his Seekers. We still have Grabinho's Brim ult that he picked up into this round, and they might struggle to get a plant down here if they want to use Yuto and ults. Yep. Duxo's got to go back, knowing that the delay is so strong that they might TP. Lovely shot. Mate, Camo's looking crisp. His aim is ridiculous.
So they need to be quick with this, but they're not. Grabinho wins another fight. And Stuxo hasn't even made his presence known yet. It's all down to Grabinho.
They played this very, very well. Like, the whole attack game plan is just like perfect. This whole 30 seconds holding, waiting for sky flashes, making sure no one's pushing behind them is perfect. One person fake, they can't get info on other parts of the map, so they're just falling for the one person fake. Heavy rotation in, and yeah, everything was. This was very nice to watch for Koi. Very, very nice.
Well, Split is
solid
up next,
game
so
plan.
don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve.
Alright, VOD is going up. All the liquid VODs are up if people want to watch them.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian
I gotta make some
press.
space. What am I deleting?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Right, gonna spam some ads. Split coming up. It's a good question, Brox. If I had, it's a question that I need like time to think about it.
Gives you wings.
But I do like that question. I'll have a little think. Maybe that's good for like the next Ask Me Anything that I do. Okay, I'll be right back.
Joder, vamos. Vamos, bro. Yeah, it's...
And this guy is like, ult, flash, ult, flash, ult, flash.
and the brim like this. You know, you're gonna smoke from T-spawn. Double molly. Rondón, bro.
Vamos.
Oh, you could not get two more different coaches than Vava and Epic, and we're here for it. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Steel and Lothar. Koi, they take that first map, Steel, and it does feel like a lot of the things that you were expecting, we ended up seeing in the game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like really good tactics on the attack side, and the defense just fell flat. And even when there was opportunity for the defense to be able to like claim their way back into a round, it's just like, okay, right after, what do? We overheat. So round 6 is a perfect example of this, where Koi, they're making their attack way towards B, they're getting the opening pick from Hookah towards elbow, they're about to enter the site, they're like, you know what, no, there's the over-rotation, we're going to go all the way back. So if we can play this clip, then I could talk us through it a little bit better. So here's the first pick happening, right? So here come the cabbages. They see that it's okay, yeah, it's gonna be an attack towards B. Shadow gets the kill. Okay, Koi's like, you know what? Let's get out of here. You know what? We miss our opportunity. Here's a stabilization from the defense. We TP back. We're going out showers here. Elite's made his way all the way back towards Heaven. So here, Koi, peek before the smoke's down on Heaven, and then boom, Elite gets 2, right? 4 and 3, you think, okay, now we just play the retake out. Just kidding. He's gonna run through the smoke and actually die. It comes down to a 2 versus 2, and then it ends with Koi being able to take this round. But it's just like, this is a perfect example of just how so much like back and forth happens, where it's like good play, bad play, good play, bad play, good play. And if they want to be able to close out more defense rounds, they have to take what they get there with those 2 kills and just say, okay, 4 on 3, let's group, let's make sure that we play the retake together.
Yeah, and I thought maybe we're going to get a real comeback, but a fake comeback in the end. But let's take a look at Stark. So here in the AIM Labs warm-up, as we get onto the next map, Lothar, they are just 1 away from being able to keep themselves alive just for now. You think Koi can bring it home as we move on to Split?
I think the vibes are pretty good now on the team now. If those coaches can transfer those feelings towards them, I feel like they're looking good. Also BBL, I feel like they just struggle on a very basic fundamental level. We have seen that on Bind. Like they played aggressive on defense in 2 rounds. One was on eco, and the second one was they were pushing out of B long with 4 players, but then just immediately fell back and didn't retake any map control. So it's something that Koi can definitely punish now, and Koi was looking really good at the defaulting on attack, being ready for those potential pushes from BBL, but they were never happening. So now when we're going into Split, I feel like there's a lot of question marks. We've never seen neither of those teams play Split yet, so we don't know what the compositions, the teams change their players as well, so there's not many expectations, at least not from my side. I'm not sure about you, Steve.
I mean, they were rocking the double duelist last year for Koi, so you want them to do that again this time?
I mean, I don't think we really necessarily need to look and focus on what's happening on the attack side. I think it's like the defense is where both teams need their work right now. And as you said, yeah, they weren't doing any of the walk pushes, but I don't think either of the teams really do the walk pushes here. They need to get a little bit more active on their defense, because both teams have really good attack side game plans, and I can't stress that enough. And we talked about it before the game, and we talked it during the game, or we saw it during the game.
Yeah, as you guys can see from Agent Select, BBL, they just love this sky.
Yeah, it seems pretty weird, because on Bind it did actually cost them a lot of map control, since they don't have the recurring utility, and here they again will not have a lot of vision control when you compare it to Koi.
Muted, of course. You might see Koi play similar to how they were playing, to be honest.
For the players, and also combine
that, a lot of the same things apply onto this one as well, especially on attack. If they can create a lot of pressure over towards A Heaven early on and hold a default.
Yeah, just looking at how BBL likes to kind of play their attacks on other maps, they're a little bit more explosive, so I understand the breach in the sky there, but they're starting defense, so I'm not sure how that's going to play out.
Well, this is it. No more second chances for BBL. They have to win here if they want to keep themselves in contention for Madrid. Pavlos and Ash, the pressure is on.
The pressure indeed is on. BBL, one map away
Baral,
from being
thank you for
eliminated
saying that.
from
Of course, dude.
kickoff, and for Koi, this is a chance to show they can close out a series in a fashion that
Thank
they
you for saying
themselves
thank
would
you.
like. A chance for the Polish core to show that there is a chance for Polish Valorant here in EMEA, and that it can grow, it can prosper.
Was the
and
Na'Vi
can show us
Liquid game
what
worth a
it
watch?
has and a second chance
Watch
potentially
Bind.
against Team Liquid
Watch Bind.
if they
Sorry,
get
watch
the
Split.
dub here right now. But it's Koi on the attack. BBL
Watch
on
the map
defense
that doesn't
as we get
exist.
started.
Yeah, watch
Second
Split
map.
for sure. Split was really fun, dude. I was nerding out.
Man, starting out here on the pistol run, already looking to push directly in towards the A-side. No defaulting. They're looking to go in right off the gate.
They really are.
BB on defense,
Delaying them
Koi
for
on
just a little
attack.
bit, but Koi, as they
We
do,
decide to go
linger a little
fast.
bit longer and do move a little bit towards this ramp side, and BBL take that space as well. Look at that, 3 players moving up in here. It might actually be a crunch of 4 different players, and instead they'll be moving into vents. Elite holding it all down. by
He's out of there.
himself. No one shall go into
Dude, the
vents.
Viper on Viper is
And
wild.
BBL win trade after
Yeah,
trade, determined.
Shados
They
was
want a
chasing
grasp
him
on
the
this
whole
series.
time.
So far it's 4 versus 1 in favor of BBL.
2v5.
in this first round.
2v3.
He's got himself in one, but it's all she wrote.
3v nothing.
Cleans it all up. That's the first round for BBL, and Koi trailing behind.
Yeah, really awkward pivot over towards ramps. The second that A main choke got a little bit uncomfortable there for Koi, but BBL, they needed to
think
start off with this
Fnatic
pistol. You
Vitality
talked
will go?
about how good Koi had
Fnatic
been
just
on
should
pistols.
be
Starting
winning
off
it.
on the right foot though, for the side of BBL
I'm not
to try and shift that
too
into
worried
their
for
favor
them.
again.
They just have
You
they
wanna
just have the
see
double
them starting to
advantage,
rack up
right?
the rounds early
Haven't shown
on,
anything
starting to
yet.
build that
Demos
momentum,
out
be
there.
fresh going
I mean,
into
I guess
Split
triple
after
advantage.
losing out their map.
And the fact that
after BBL lost that one,
Vitality have a
it's like no
stand-in.
pressure. Guys, do you think you guys know how to shoot? I think that's something that needs to be brought to their minds all the time. Build up confidence, because I think that's what Turkish Valorant is built off of, right? Confidence. And that's what exactly BBL will be looking for this time around. Koi, on the other hand, playing it slowly, does mess with BBL a little bit. I feel like that's a big issue of it. You know, you get a little bit angsty. You want to get going, and you are not permitted to have that fast-paced gameplay that you would like to take over. But for now, the better weapons for BBL will take
Raise
it on
Nade
defense
might
here.
be everything on
It
this.
seems that they are walking into Brave all by himself, and Koi can
Doesn't
isolate
even
that
need
pick
it.
with
Let's
his
see.
round.
Raise Nade
Fusion
comes
has
in.
got it all covered from the upper
Where is
angle.
it?
Brave takes 2 down before he himself falls. And Stark, so the final remaining player will
Not too
live
bad. It's
on
got an
borrowed
armor
time.
rebuy,
2-0
and we
for
can pick
BBL,
up.
as clean as it could
Can
be.
pick up the gun that
That's
dropped.
what you like to see if you're a BBL fan. You can hear the chanting in the background from the crowd as well, just trying to give them that momentum, that support on the big stage. Koi, they have the weapons, but BBL, this bonus extremely strong to contest with.
And last bonus Koi played, they failed. They need to collect this, right? It's a matter of pride at this
Fnatic
point.
banning Sunset. It's very likely
Well-
that they ban Sunset, yeah.
Oh, what is this?
They are
Elite with the Bucky towards
not
Vents.
risk takers,
you've got
and it
little
would be a
bit
risk
of that
playing a new
attention
map
here
like that for
poised
them.
by Koi towards the
So
mid
yeah,
side.
that would make the most sense. It might be a different. It might be different in terms of
I
what
mean,
they saw
for the
from
space that you're
Vitality if they
looking
want to
contest,
ban.
it's
I mean,
incredible, especially when you pair
Vitality
that
Sunset
alongside the
looked.
poison orb and the snake bites.
They're the ones that use Sage, right?
I love that he's also trying to conceal that he's got that gun.
Fnatic might be
Shooting
kind of
the,
fine playing
Prowler with
against
the
that.
Ghost as well.
We'll
Can't let
see.
him know.
It doesn't.
Be a surprise.
Wait, am I thinking of a different team?
Bloody surprise, perhaps, if they do end up moving in this direction.
What was the Vitality
Now,
comp?
Koi keep the pressure in mid, and you can see BBL not
That was
wanna
it,
hold back
Giants.
on it
That's
at
what
all.
I
They
was
still
thinking
got
of,
2 players
Giants.
holding their particular angles. Their
Oh, okay. Well then,
respective
yeah,
angles, rather.
they're not gonna take a
With
risk.
the fault line coming forth, it will delay them even further. You can see Power moving left and right across the map, trying to be at the ultimate place at the right time, but it seems Koi might have found an opening to head towards B.
Oh, this is tricky positioning.
Well, off the rope, that's a headshot. And Kishin has put BBL on top, and with 44 seconds,
Yeah,
Koi are in time
but
trouble.
yeah, I remember it now. Dave
You've
was
got a
working on
very deep
Viper.
prowler over towards Vents as well, so Koi know that there's no immediate backstab looming.
Not only are they in time trouble, they're in space trouble because they really can't find a thing. It looks like they are fancying this B site more than anything else. As
Yeah,
Elite does drop,
and a
but
big
Kushner
jewel at
does
B
damage
main
before.
here.
He's got a chance
They
to
spot
do it
two.
again, and he's got his teammate Brave
It's
as
a great
well.
Omen flash.
Paranoia,
Big jewel at
super
B main the whole
important.
time
Brave
here.
had to win that fight
Yeah.
to keep BBL in contention over this B site supremacy.
Guy wanted to
Kushner,
shoot
though,
the smoke.
the only man standing left onto this site. The TP's right in front of him, but it's all a distraction as Shadow peaks at the same time.
Oh my god.
Reezy trying to deny that plant.
Okay,
That's
just
it.
a bonus
Koi,
on this one.
they
I feel like they
this
had their
round.
chances into this one.
All by himself. The
Pretty
leader of the
close.
team can only look to hide away. Maybe if you can find a Vandal, or maybe
The
try and
crosshair
do
diff of the
something
duel of B main,
respectable
yeah,
to end
Shadow's
everybody else off. But that will be Koi
got the
getting
crosshair.
the first round of the map.
Man, quite comfortable for them once the weapons did come out. I think they did really well as far as just conditioning over towards mid as well. Just the dark covers alone that cut off that male angle there from BBL forced both snake bites out of Elite right off the gate with still a minute left. A lot of that stall utility used within the initial first third of the round. And
Shoot, hello mate. I'm doing good, bro. How you doing?
it's a question of, can they continue to force that utility usage? We saw it on Bind where BBL seemed a bit quick to the trigger on that.
They do, they do. And again, it's the story of Koi being super successful in the attack, and it seems like they have the opportunity to do it again, right? Of course, not winning the pistol does, you know, prohibit them from having that early lead, like they did that first time, the first pistol of this series. But at least if they can get some buy rounds heading in their way, would be the best case scenario for them.
Have to see how things end up going here. Again, Elite has been doing so much with the Poison Orb. Deep one way here for Brave as well, just to deny B main. Right off the gate here, Koi again.
Only one
not much
person?
space to work
Okay.
with, but
Massive
this
round
is
for
familiar
BBL.
for them.
Smoke
They're
goes
very
in
much so
towards
allowed
middle.
to play their
One of the
own
good things
game in
with
that
this
kind of
comp the
sense as
BBL
well.
have is,
How
again,
slow
just
they
holding
like- they
onto
like
map
to
control
default, and
itself.
Again, they continue to thrive in those time crunch moments to get that spike planted.
Yeah, and it's those chaotic moments that it seems they've got the clarity to get the right calls in, hit the right shots, have the protocols with you know, the buddy systems, and close it all out. You know, it all becomes too simple when there's a time crunch. You know, it all becomes simple Valorant at that point. And whoever's got the protocols right correctly is the one that usually comes out on top. But here's Koi moving on to the safe side. They've got a death ball approach to this, right? 5 players strong, no flank in the making, 45 seconds, and Breezy's figured it out. That's a tremendous Trailblazer score that, given all the info in the world, BBL.
There's so many people here for BBL. They got a flash flood.
This is the chance that he has to push through. He's
Oh yeah, and Camo is just a big 1v2. Camo is doing so good in a lot of important rounds. Continues that over from Bind. He just gets that extra angle so fast, takes down the breach, and then they actually have the crossfire because of it as well, with him being here.
Shadows playing so far back in towards A main, but you know that he's also playing those lineups.
Brave. There'll be moments he's been left alone and not being able to close it out, but this is his moment. This is where he has to shine.
Smoke
so
the
far.
spike.
Half of the puzzle has been solved. There's still another part to it, and a defusal to follow off. Paranoia expecting him to be on site, but he's nowhere, so he's wasted it for now. Has to get onto the spike.
This smoke not go like just before?
He's going to be spraying, but he's going to miss the shot. Snakebite at his feet, but it might be all too late.
Oh my goodness, just gets the defuse. Just.
What a way to do it. It was a fraction of a second with the fact that you also see Brave ends up falling to the snakebite nonetheless. But man, that was a round that Koi needed. Again, uncomfortable money situation.
I feel like BBL needs this well.
Looking towards BBL, you've got Kushner,
BBL having everyone go down here though means they're in a weird spot. There's actual teams here that would eco this, I'm pretty sure. They decide to try force into it. We get a judge. We're missing a little bit of util. One flash. They use that flash. Mollies. Oh, I mean, Omen flash as well. They're missing a lot of util. But yeah, even though they won this round, they do not have money for this. Shadow won away from his breach ult. Makes a lot of sense from Koi, trying to take over towards Heaven, disrupt the mid. That has been a little bit hard in terms of the smoke being there.
A double crunch into vents.
I mean, who knows? Right now, Koi, again, they look for that space, they pull back, they just look to
and this is a good default right now
BBL.
from Koi. I'm impressed with how Koi are playing. They should be relatively confident to push through this because they create a question mark over towards A Heaven, which means that the chance of someone sticking in vents is so low. Yeah, so they take default, create question mark here. This means that the Viper has to go either this way, as we can see, goes over towards A Heaven, and then they go back to taking mid. 40 seconds.
how much space
Pressure.
starts to
One
expand
person fake again.
towards the other
Not
side of the
this.
map, right? Trying to
Dude,
keep
it's
everybody
bind all
busy
over
as
again.
well.
One
But
person
the showstopper
fake. We get
because
3
the
people
fusion
over towards
doesn't
here.
have
2 people
available
over
no
towards
more.
A
As the
site.
rest of Koi look to move onto this A side.
Dude,
Look
they're
at
using the
Power,
exact
like,
same
highly
game
influential
plan
position
against
that
them.
can catch so many off guard.
Maybe a
And
little
with
bit
the
differently because
judges,
they're
the
trying to
best
have to
weapon
force the
for multiple
Viper away
players
from
to try
vents,
and
but
run into his face.
nice.
Winning all of these
Wall
trades.
up,
Camo,
judge
further
close,
distance away from
lovely.
this, it's gonna have to be a 1-on-3.
1v3 gets his ult.
1-on-3, but you've got
Damage is
Showstopper
good here. I
online
would
here
be
for Camo now. One satchel to
kind
work
of
with
fine
here
if he
as
gets a
well.
kill and then
Limited
uses his
to this
ult.
elbow corner. BBL
I
have
wouldn't
to
use it
know
insta.
and I'm just wondering how they clear him out one by one. They'll have to try and figure this out. They start to circle all
nicely
the way
done.
around and leave him
The
with no
overall
exits.
macro on this round from
BBL
Koi though,
continuing
very
with a streak on
impressive.
this defense. That's gonna be a
Judge
fourth
diff.
round for
What
them
can we
and
say?
building quite a lead.
And that's the positioning from Power that you had initially noted there as well. Just in towards Hell outside of A main. The fact that he's able to get 2 with the Judge turns the tides because BBL, you initially saw Elite was pulled over towards that B side, that rotation away. It was all up to those 2 players left towards A, and they do enough to take down 2 apiece with them. Koi, sure, still. Awkward money situation coming through. They're still able to buy up, but now this is where things start
Could
to
play
get
good macro in their
tight.
game before. Yeah, I've got a lot of hope for them, to be honest, after seeing this. They're like leaps and bounds better than they were last year already. Just the understanding, just the calling, just the game plan in this game alone. Way better than anything we saw from them last year, really. Apart from their first game, where they looked pretty good.
It's just too close
And then Data was out there.
The only thing could be maybe just trying to utilize Shadow's utility to try and break through in that kind of sense. But again, it still is a really big risk, like you had mentioned. It's not worth it.
Yeah, they're happy with
And you
that.
also have, I mean, Brave is
So they called it the flash over towards heaven, didn't get hit. They then know that the Skydog's going to come in and does it. No, it doesn't clear anyone. Oh man. Koi are going to be real happy with this. Flash goes in, doesn't check anyone. Dog doesn't find anyone. Once the flash went in, they called for everyone to group over towards A. Gonna hit over towards the site. Got a little bit better once the dog didn't hit anyone. There goes all the Sky util. And they get the info, but it's just a little bit too late because they're just going to have 2 on site here.
Time to spare from the shadows. Grubinho finds site access, but they need to find a pick perhaps to solidify this take.
I'm impressed, man. They look good. And I know they're 4-1 down, but Koi is still playing well.
I mean, and now not having to
Lot of
utilize
ults.
that Rolling Thunder, the showstopper, to actually get that execution down. This is going to be a very comfortable post plant here for Koi.
Just depends if they're able to
Watching the Fnatic game with FNS. Nah, we're locked in for Fnatic Na'Vi if we get it. Holy. That was savage, man. Absolutely savage. Honestly, maybe we try and do a play in this game before that as well.
3v5. The site's impossible to take with the Viper's Pit is down, and knowing the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder.
I'll actually
is there for Shadow
reach
as
out a
well.
message.
It's just too tough, and they have to save and give the round to Koi.
I mean, a much needed one here for Koi.
That was good, and
Trying to
as
get
well,
themselves
Koi
back
didn't
into this
overuse
match.
too much.
You saw the reads there. BBL, they're trying to play
And
back on that A site.
they just played the
Expecting all
round
of those
well.
ultimates to be used on the
Like they really just
execution,
played the
but
round well.
With
The calling
so
is
little
so
pressure
much
coming out
better.
from
Oh my
BBL
god.
on those choke points.
The calling's
Koi very
great at the
comfortable
moment.
Just walking on in.
And I think they
Nobody's
have
home.
good info gatherers. I can't remember who was outside A. I think it was Camo and Shados. But as soon as that flash came in, they gave the info over towards Shadow, and then they grouped.
Just pressuring over towards ramps, forcing some of that early utility out from BBL, looking mainly towards Reezy to try and just find that information.
BBL need to... Where's the money at? Okay, yeah, BBL needs to win this round.
Side lenient this time around. Brave taking up some space and might be greeted with some players. Does back out before that's the case though, so he does avoid some confrontation here.
Wall goes up, smoke goes up over towards A. That is
I mean,
one
first time
flash
we're
so
really seeing
far
them even contest B main.
used.
Yeah. And Brave is in for a treat.
Shadow with the ult, Prowler goes in front, naded the back. It's a good nade to stop them. 3 people here. Viper needs to flood into the site.
But he's still able to shoot. He's still back to recovering.
And he did.
Want to do a lot of damage here for BBL, but the rotations are timely. Look at everyone lined up and ready.
Good flood.
Trying to shut down all of these Koi players.
Yeah, really
and
good
they
flood
will
there.
do so. in ease. 5-2 for BBL. They got there in time, and that's no more to Koi.
Stunning flood back on towards site there from BBL, looking to pressure right off the gate. They were giving a little bit too much respect to Koi in the last 2 rounds that Koi had been able to take for themselves. Now timeout to be called here on the side of Koi. They've got to go back to the drawing board. 1 away from that Nightfall for Starkzo. Again, neither of these teams, though, have been able to really comfortably build up that economy. These rounds have been tight despite the scoreline.
They definitely have to draw out timeout here. It's been a difficult attack, and the attack is what we've been praising Koi of, right? It's the
nice
defense
early.
that so far has been a little bit on the weaker side, but
How many kills did they get into this? Only 1 or 2? It's a nice early timeout again for them though as well, and I think they just need to control the map a little bit. They did just try the straight up B here, but they probably got the whole slow play that they were doing earlier is definitely the one.
BBL definitely being a solid wall, and not allowing anybody to knock off a single brick. Okay, 2 rounds for Koi, it's not too bad. 3 rounds of difference, it's fathomable. The comeback is within reach, but it doesn't feel that. Even when Koi do get those wins, they don't look comfortable.
No. I mean, it's really difficult. I think the head-to-head here is extremely tight. BBL look pretty good on those retake
nice timeout though.
Especially when they
Everyone
have the numbers to actually
wants to win this rounds.
The rounds that Koi are
kind of worth too, I guess.
Early picks on the side of BBL.
Doesn't always work out like that, but
for some of that ground cover.
Wait, they're really going to go for a straight up B here again? Stun, double satchel.
Seeing a change of pace here from Koi. They might be going for something very aggressive.
Oh, yeah, it failed so bad that you call it again and hopefully it works, but that is, I mean, the stall is too good here. They need to cancel. Original plan is stopped, but they still have the Viper, who I'm surprised hasn't tried to take some map control.
Quite yet. Giving up this space here now for Koi. They have to re-clear back towards mid. They haven't had anyone.
1 away in terms of getting a kill, getting his ult. Starkzo still has Fatal. Dog goes out once again. Oh,
reveals himself to
that kind of shows that they're not gonna try and hit for a little bit though.
Will call for reinforcements. Kushina is nearby, but a smoke blocking.
That is disgusting.
Under the radar here.
Is he going to fully send it?
They quite know he's just lurking around.
Okay, respect Starkzo here. He's not going to respect this other guy close though. That's the spike. We need to keep an eye on the Viper. Insta call to go back towards heaven, all up to Kushina.
But walking back over now, there
Brave is a little bit committed, needs to reposition as well.
Still on Raptors.
Bummer flash misses.
He's gonna peek out. He knows where one is, gets the spray, knows one is dropped, notified his teammate.
Dude, it looked like that was his satchel. It's so funny. We got a luck over towards A as well, gets a free kill.
Pressure on Koi. Shados gets a pick, but with 20 seconds, it's all down to Grabinho, really. If you really want to have a chance in this one, it's Grabinho all day. Spray on one, but you're never going to read
nicely
Brave
done.
on that left-hand side angle. 10 seconds on the clock, but this round has got BBL's
And
name
that was
written
the big
all
round that we were
over
talking about.
Destined to get a 6th round and increase that lead against Koi. 4 rounds of difference at this point in time.
Yeah, Camo did use his own satchel. It can never send you that fast.
Koi, I think the difference was Grabinho was just split off from the play due to the smoke towards
Dude, imagine that was the mechanics though. That if you satcheled an enemy player, they would like go flying like this. The game would be so fun. It would be so stupidly overpowered.
I know we're talking about the economy a lot. I don't usually like to over-focus on it, but again, it's such an important point of discussion when they are really on that back foot constantly.
Yeah, I mean, if you never have the money
Yeah,
to buy,
I agree,
then you're
Lewis.
never going to have enough rounds to win, right? It's the, you know, it's that statistic that everybody keeps talking about, especially since Fnatic's era of half shields. The more buys you get, the more wins you get.
Oh, a little bit of damage there.
A little bit. Grabinho's still alive. But not with the best weapon
with a Marshall?
Elite doubles up.
Dude, if you're going for this one,
we'll make sure
buy a Bucky. Buy a Bucky there if you're going for that play.
Shadow.
There is no reason to have a Marshall there. There is no right to do that as well.
Notice he gets 2 kills and puts Koi in contention.
Now you're just waiting for Shados to regroup. Got 2 rifles to work with here in this 2v3. Both players on Koi low though.
Brave, all he has to do is stay alive. He just needs the information, back off and play the numbers game 2v3, especially when Power has a rolling thunder.
think they... I mean, they know about the low HPs. They don't have to... They don't need to try and make a hero play on this one. Can just group together. These two actually have a pretty good crossfire, the fact they were coming from here. Brave isolated on his own. Shados dodges the stun. It's a good plant as well. And he's created the pressure towards heaven and he goes B main. Oh, actually. Shados needs to play first. Sorry, Shadow needs to play first and Shados needs to hind.
The spike is planted directly in them. It's not being touched, stunned, being enabled. They're still looking for Shados, but they can't.
Oh, they found him.
They steal, only just picked, but it might be all too late. Spike in the middle of it. Pyra, blind as a bat. And with
nicely done. Really nicely done in the 2v3.
And that's an attack side success.
Shout out to Shados once again. I feel like we said that 3 rounds that he's been responsible for that are huge.
As well, just not having the weapons, but the timing was so perfect for Shadow through that dark cover, just dodging that boombot that had come through to clear him out. The difference maker into the rounds.
To be honest, how does Shadow even make this round doable?
Has been overshadowed by others, right? You can look at old Fnatic core members. You can look at Kiko, who's been the star of that roster, and now doing
IGL as well.
Team Liquid. Shadow has always been there. He's always been the backbone.
That impact is
someone you can
that impact is ludicrous though.
Most, and he's showing it this game. He's shown it before.
Like they have to eco this.
Crucially enough in contention.
Kushner 1 kill away. That's so bold on an eco. Well, I'd never, chat, never do that. That was.
And Brave in trouble. Shados, he's dealing against a lot of players towards his A site, but it's BBL.
Barbar, if we get Barbar cam for that, he's gonna be going.
Weapon recovered here for Pyra as well.
He's gonna be losing his mind. Duel over towards spawn though.
But did not. Starks is so deep in spawn to just expect Pyra to commit to that flank coming through. Seeker's used very early, but it gives off the hint that Koi are down in towards alley.
Shadow can expect the TP has happened. He's smart enough to hold back against the flash, and Koi, superiority in numbers. Reezy is low. He's only got a Sheriff. Looking bleak for him, at least this one. Koi's chance to close up the gap even further. Starkso triples up eventually.
Nice.
And a 4.
Yeah, it is Kishin.
Okay, looking good. The coordination coming through here for Koi. Starting to get a read on how BBL like to maneuver around the map. But again, BBL, I mean, they were also down in a couple of weapons there. Koi, nonetheless, you got to take those rounds, start to rack them up. They do have the advantage of the last map at the very least. This is important for BBL to try and maintain this lead, especially as the next half is looming. Right now, I mean, you do have, again, tools to work with here. Mid denied. Classic, as per usual.
Okay, BBL lose this. They have a low buy. Gonna be a force, obviously. Kushner still has his ult. Elite pops his ult. Shadow has his ult. They went towards B with this last time. Didn't work out well.
We're going to Madrid.
We're going to Madrid.
We're going to Madrid. Yes.
And Spanish people.
I like how they're playing still though. Shados is literally over towards A the whole time, and he hasn't done anything. Like he has a very boring role. He's literally just sitting here the whole time going, that's one Sky Flash, that's a Sky Dog, and then with that information they're like, okay, well then we can go out here. Sky Dog, a little bit too far back, doesn't clear this one. And that's info for the team again. He goes closer, does he? Rachel over towards middle, that pulls Sky away. Sky goes back to the angle. 2 duels at once.
He goes right after him, sneaks in front of him, and just punches him in the face. Koi have taken over the A site in the meantime.
Oh, the util here was great. And Shadow is playing on... Okay, maybe a little bit aggro, but...
And now it's a 2 versus 3 with BBL making this doable.
20 seconds, gotta get the spike across. We got no vision block.
Brave has got the sightline. 18 seconds. Brave is down. Shados, he had to get that, and he did, and Reezy now is on the clutch. With Camo on the showstopper, with Shados to the side, this is too difficult to imagine.
I see them from Shados as well. That was good. Shadow did good. I like the overall plan on this round.
Here on stage, a tight second map, but the positioning here, king for Koi. Looking over towards what we have to work with into this last round, though. Uncomfy.
Careful there, Barbar. Don't fall off the chair, mate. Come on.
Hey, they're stoked about it. You gotta have that kind of energy in an elimination match.
You do.
Unreal.
I can only imagine what the comms look like over in a timeout. That'll be dope. That'll be dope to hear at some point. But of course, Koi needs to finish
Razor
high unless BBL are
Starkzer gets a kill or an orb. That's his ult. Molly goes towards heaven. They wanted to just do straight up a hit on this. 4 people hit for BBL.
Aggression up for BBL here, but it is subsided as they do drop back and respect Koi's presence. It's a 5-person stack. Camo aggressive, showstopper in hand. Can't find the shot, but Boo switches to the Phantom in time and gets it up.
Yeah, I like this guy. He's good though. He is good. Yeah, he's really good. He's gonna be fun to watch as well. He's fearless.
Koi equalize on the final mark and end the half on a high.
What a way to hit the gas and change the pacing into that last round.
Yeah, nice
now,
comeback.
BBL, it's all up to them to respond onto the pistol. They found the first one in split, but can they find another? Again, they're the ones that we're looking towards to start racking up those rounds early when Koi do have the comfort of being up a map right now in this best of 3.
Ash, I'm concerned about something though.
Okay, hit me with it.
Every time Koi have sort of failed on defense, they usually had a lead to work off of. That lead doesn't exist. It's 6-6, right? So BBL have a stellar chance on attack. They can feel most comfortable as well. They can control the pacing of the game and take us where they want to take us.
This duo from them is
6-6. It's
you get a whole year of that.
Lead the series. The pressure is on BBL to see if they can take us to the decider, take us to Icebox, get a little bit chilly in here. And with the extremity control here from BBL, it looks like they're heading towards this B site.
Just walking straight on up. Quite happy to play the retake over there. Very much so focusing their resources towards mid. Just gonna play it a little bit slow, but look how diligent BBL are as well. They're still positioned
every
for
single Koi
potential
pistol so far. We got double frenzy.
Side coming out from Reezy. Expecting more of that flank to come
Might be hard to retake with a frenzy here. Fusion still has his nade. They still have stun. They still have a sky flash. They still have omen flash. And they have everything to stop this hit. Oh, it's actually gonna be mental, chat.
Paranoia.
Attack Omen Flash goes in. We still have the defense Omen Flash. We've got a raid, nade. Omen Flash hits no one on defense though. Oh my god, this kid.
Even finds a kill with his paint shells. How is that even possible?
Gets a nade again. This kid is gonna be great. Yeah, and he gets the defuse on this one, 3 away from his ult.
How many points now? 5 into the showstopper off the back of a pistol.
Chat, you know how last year EMEA was like very predictable. You kind of who you would expect to win
able to just completely flip back onto
would
site
win.
there up against
This year's
BBL,
gonna be
not really having the
this year's gonna be
firepower.
pretty sick.
Yeah, I feel
There's
like
so
you also
many
can't really do much
upset
there
potential
when
teams.
The coordination was on top of it with the flashes going out for Shadow, for Camo to drop down, and then on top of that, I mean the paint shells. It's just unlucky.
Yeah, the 4-round streak, I think, on attack gave a lot of confidence to Koi here, and it definitely showed on the pistol, a lot more dynamic where they're approaching Camo.
I still think Na'Vi and I haven't seen Fnatic yet, but I still think Na'Vi Fnatic like little.
But no pressure. I mean,
a little bit above everyone else, but the mid that I thought was like pretty stacked got wider.
Towards A main, nobody home, so you see the pull back on that A site.
Middle of the pack.
Rotation being called over towards B.
Nations, thank you very much. And it's a weird force, really weird force.
Off to the side though, picks one and still
double sheriff.
And this is a sideline coverage Koi can control all day long.
Oh man, that's why we have double sheriff. Okay, I take it all back. Oh man, that is crazy close.
Goodness me, was that expensive for Koi?
That might be the game, by the way.
Expensive for Koi, expensive for BBL as well.
I mean, super expensive for BBL. They forced this.
So, at the very least, you can kind of frame it in the sense of, okay, at least BBL took down every other person but the last, so the bonus isn't too insane coming out from Koi. But that leaves them now with a lot to be desired in a round where you're going to be expecting them to actually have the weapons to overtake the bonus on the side of Koi.
I didn't even notice the weapons there. I didn't think BBL would have forced into it. But
it was a risky gamble.
Big time. And they were like, trust me, guys. We've
Massive duel over towards A main. They fall back. Got some more sheriffs on this one, and this is Koi's chance to get a lot of money. They didn't manage to do it in the round before. Obviously, force bay.
And they do get the advantage in numbers as well.
Ooh. losing out on
Oh,
Reezy,
one.
that's
Hello,
all
mate.
of your reconnaissance on the side of BBL
Hello,
now
hello.
out early. Really going to have to focus more on those set plays, the positioning. Elite finding one on the other side of the map, though. At the very least, able to equalize.
What is that? Nice shot.
And these sheriffs from BBL can hurt. So you can tell Koi have to respect it. Have to drop back.
I mean, you can see the fact that they're not even... Not that sheriffs are a
The
close
call comes
range
in that
weapon,
they
but
want to
are
clear middle
trying to
together.
play that longer angle.
And maybe
That
he
one
should have
shot
waited
range
for his
grabs
team
for
here.
Minion.
I say maybe. He 100% should have waited for his team.
Oh!
Okay.
If he would have gotten a second there, I would bow down to him for the rest of VCT
I would have
EMEA.
walked off.
Yeah, that's it. We out of here. And so would BBL at this point. This Paranoia can catch both of them, and it is perfect, but he's close proximity with Camo, so it doesn't mean a thing. Koi do lose 3 rifles, but get the win and extend that lead even further.
Yeah, at least.
BBL still keeping it close
I mean, it's not,
in those
not looking good
rounds,
for
very
BBL, but
least.
they did damage again.
At least
So it's still a
looking
round
towards Koi
where
right now.
just one
they're going to be
win
able to afford
can
into
change
this
a lot
round,
of this.
but this is where all eyes are on BBL. If Koi can manage to shut down BBL
Elite is
once
crispy.
again,
Yeah, the
this series
BBL
could
with
very well be
sheriffs
over.
look pretty
Oh,
scary.
it definitely could be over. I mean, you know, economical recession for BBL, Koi.
Wait, I thought this would be way
Keep this
worse.
momentum going. They feel best on the momentum swing. They are 7 consecutive rounds in right now. And that is
Interesting.
massive. But look at Koi. They're going aggressive. Not only do they want to take
Frenzy.
space, but they want to push further. Scratch
They
that
push
Queen of
over
Smoke so they're
towards
not
B
pushing
main. We have a frenzy.
it's just
We had
claiming
options
the
to buy
space is
some
what's
guns
most
with it.
important.
We
They
get
baited
just
me.
a
I thought we
frenzy
were
on
gonna
this,
see
kind
more
of treating it a little bit like a bonus.
Hey,
And he just
you
plays
live
in
and you
front
learn.
of his
You can
wall.
hope. We'll see it later, eventually.
Alex, I
Slow
actually,
things
I
down,
genuinely
of
think
course.
most
with
teams
Kushner here
don't
pushing through vents, we
do
might
stuff
actually
like
see a lot
this
of action
enough.
up against
Not sure this
Shadow.
is
It does
the
seem
right
Shadow is
example,
looking in
but
that right
they have a plan
direction.
around it, which I
They're
like.
waiting for the crunch.
Wall
The
can
thing
go
is,
up, he can
Kushner's
spot,
the
and then
only
obviously they're going to be
one
low
towards
damage.
events right now.
I want to
The
say
Shadow
that. I
gets the
don't
pick
think
and
he actually
turns his
forgot to
attention over
buy
to
or no
mid,
one got to drop
towards
him.
main, I mean.
There is a chance for that, don't get me wrong.
Might have to
They are going to his side
So
though,
now,
and Breach
what
is
Kushner just did is put
in
pressure onto
trouble.
Shadow, and now he's got to help his teammate over to main, given that there's pressure coming in from that direction as well. He swings and gets a double. Shadow, insane impact. And Reezy tries to find his way in, but somehow Starkso hides out. Shadow quashed eventually. To BBL's relief. And they find themselves an equilibrium in a 3 versus 3 and Spike down, and they've got full heaven control.
What the? What is this?
Full heaven control, but you've also got the Seekers coming out now here as well. Camo has a showstopper, could make the
Camo has
difference.
ult, but
Trailing behind.
we need
but
to
Camo needs
accept.
to find the
Okay.
player to make use of the showstopper. Does push through. It's very aggressive, but gets Kushner. There was nowhere for Kushner to hide on that one. Shados had to win that pick if Koi would have been in contention, but now with a Spike out into the open, it's really tough.
Not planning for heaven.
Can he do it? The 1-on-2 with Power swinging through. They've isolated it. Camo gets on the Spike, a bit premature. BBL on the board.
Great timing on that swing,
That
knowing
got-
that the bait
That
is going
got
to come through
close.
once again.
Man,
Closing
Shadow did
the
so
gap
well. I
now.
actually
2
like
rounds
this
for
little angle
BBL
that
to
Shadow
try and
played on.
catch up to Koi.
I think most teams
This is a
could
momentous round that they needed, but
use
Koi,
that a
their
bit
reads
more
were
when
really
they're
good
getting
in
split
that
over
round
towards
as well.
heaven.
We
I normally
talked
see
about
someone
how
like
Shadow was able to
commit
shift
over to
his
one side,
attention back
but he
over
actually has a
towards
spot
A-main.
where
That presence in towards
you
mid
might
was
feel
the
like
green
you've
flag
checked
for Starkso to
everywhere
even
once
throw
you're
out
splitting
the
over
hunt, to
towards
check A-main for
like
that
A.
crunch, to delay
Like
that
he played a little bit
a little
further
bit
in this
further.
box. I say this box, it's gonna look like a dot.
They've
But
got to start getting ahead of these plays.
Yeah, and I think for BBL, this one, if they do get the Spike plant, this round could be guaranteed as well. Viper Spit available for Elite, and
The Frenzy lost them the
playing
rounds.
around with that one.
yeah, it probably would have been a kill on heaven,
Focus
and then he got the kill over
towards
towards
that breach
ropes.
ultimate.
I agree.
Jados the one to look to delay this push towards mid.
BBL did like the best thing possible though in terms of the split over towards A also. Also do think that he was lucky to be alive from the original duel though.
Left-hand side stacked,
We're gonna go with the hindsight.
keeping players busy towards the right.
Like this guy that
swinging
dropped down
that
towards
direction,
hell.
But the Paranoia has seeked it all out. They figured out no one towards A main, which allows Koi to maintain a lot of pressure towards B. 4 defenders in the direction of that B main
Dude,
position.
Starkso's playing
This is going to be a hard
weird,
take
but
for
I kind of
BBL
like
to
it over
execute.
towards A. He's
I mean, all
playing like
thanks to
aggressive.
Starkso, right?
He's
All
kind
the
of
way
playing
walks up
fade like
here.
a
Then you have so
like a
much
duelist, but
opportunity
he's
for
getting
Hez.
info the whole time, and
All
it
of
relays
these
to his
until the
team that can
Shadow.
keep the 4-person
You could
stack
say
over
the
towards
same.
here.
No stun at the very least.
Well, Paintshot will head towards the left-hand side. Nobody was covering that direction. Paranoia will delay the left of them, but Kushner wasn't affected by it, so he will get the pick. TP is red. Camo comes out on top as well as he joins the fight. It's a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds to spare. BBL have a chance to get the Spike down.
Good
Look
reposition
at how
once
they're
again from
regrouping here on the
Shados.
side of Koi.
And Starkso going all the way around.
And honestly, Starkso could just walk out here and then expect Shados Heaven. Well, now they can play together.
I didn't expect him to be there that quickly, and Kushner is left on the 1v2.
Playing for hell.
31 HP.
So low here.
That's an off angle. He's trying to catch them off guard with this one, but he won't be able to do it. Starkso.
Nicely done.
That's
Man.
a bullet between the eyes, and Koi back into winning ways.
Big shout out to Starkso here.
Double digits here.
The push over towards A.
BBL. I mean,
Very
things
nice.
got tight there on that execution. Koi, they found so much space towards
Looking
A.
nice too. Yeah,
They
he's
thought,
hitting a lot of
for
shots
side
as well.
BBL, we've done that conditioning over towards that A site. Just didn't expect Starkso to get so ahead of it, but we also saw the counter conditioning. The Prowlers
New
going
G's
through,
with the
clearing
Prime.
out
Thank
that
you so much, man.
toxic
Welcome in.
screen, not
Appreciate
giving
the
that
Prime.
that BBL are looking for.
Yeah, I think the problem for BBL in that one was that they walked into Alliance then, essentially there. You know, so many players present, hard to get out a favorable fight.
The fade? No, I like how he's playing the fade because he plays it so close over towards A that the Prowler that goes, it will help with the minimap. The Prowler that goes out can just check all of the angles. So,
stopped their momentum, right?
I like how they're playing.
You've got a long way to go. Economical troubles, round troubles, winning trades troubles.
I am curious to see if BBL do commit to the hero rifle that we see in the hands of Kushner right now. If they decide to force up like we saw them do for the bonus round or for the anti-eco round here in the second half, or if they're gonna play it safe because again, high risk, high reward. If they do make that decision to buy up, to force these weapons in hand, it's a must-need round for them. Else, Koi will have a very easy opening to try and close out this map.
They're on a different page right
It's
now.
just going to be the hero rifle.
Hero rifle, but then next round he can use his if
That
need
also
be.
throws him off
Heavy armor.
the rest of the team, the balance there as we head into the one after this.
I kind of like it. Money's pretty low as well, so they want to take the extra risk that if they win this round, then Koi have to eco and then they can.
The showstopper comes out prematurely here from Kushner, gets
Oh,
met with paint.
he ults, but he has the.
96, not too much taken off
He
of
has
him.
the gun.
But Koi now troubled. How is his B site going to be taken over? Gratinho's got an off position here, and he might get caught off, so he realizes the situation and backs off with the use of his ultimate.
I like this all.
Flank.
Yeah,
BBL
just
taking full
hold and have a lot of pressure here. Fade out hits one.
But everybody's hiding in the cubby at the back of it. But with full heaven control,
What do we got for
Koi
retake?
have got to use
Let's
so
don't have
much
too
to
much
even
util.
gain the
It's only really
smallest
Starksos.
of control. Viper's
They have
been
no
inside.
map control in terms of
Grabinho to the
BBL.
back end, in Garage doing so much damage, getting to the back line. But Koi need to cross, need to find their way through heaven. But no, they do elect
They
to go
invested
through
the
CT
Viper
instead.
towards heaven.
Crossfire setup that Grabinho can deal with single-handedly, perhaps. Still, Starkso joins the fight and leaves a
Double ult into the eco.
in the Viper's pit that he himself has to exit. And Koi get themselves on yet another round 11. And timeout from BBL is for naught.
Hey, they're more than happy to play that retake
Yeah,
protocol. They're
I did. It
expending
didn't.
two
I thought a
ultimates
different
on
plan was
side
coming out
BBL
here. I
as
didn't.
well
I
into
didn't
that
like what I
round.
saw.
Now,
Like I
BBL,
really
guess they do
didn't. The
still have that
Viper
rolling
over
thunder that
towards
they have the
heaven as well,
opportunity to
especially
work
didn't make
with, though,
sense.
but
I don't
Grabinho,
get why we would double satchel over
close
towards heaven when we
enough,
have the
but far
hero
back
gun
enough
as well
on
with
that
the
from
ult,
the shadows that
and
had
then
come
now he
through to
can't
actually
buy.
find that early opportunity to
What is
make it
what
so
is going on
uncomfortable
over
for
there?
BBL to set up in that
So and Pora has to take the hit as well.
I feel like he's doing
Yeah,
this for
just
us,
trying to
alright, let's
enable
say.
his team.
Always just love-
So
he's
Pora
just
takes the
loving
hit
this
of the
game
hero
too
gun
much.
board in the
I
last
think that's
rounds
it.
and
We'll find out later.
7-11.
Rolling
Full
thunder
loss bonus. They get a
sides.
plan they can buy
But now
next,
Koi
and
is
Shadow
going
might just
to
ult back.
be victims of it straight away and throw their own right back at them, denying the push. Starkso is there, but has to drop to his demise. And still, BBL haven't gained too much control. Now only moving it around, and there's Camo here to stop them.
How long will the
even
break
wanting to
be?
contest
It's been
site,
like
they're actually looking
15,
for a
maybe even
pivot
20 minutes, I
back
would
over
say.
towards mid, but with all of this A control in
I
towards
would say it's been
heaven,
around 20
the
minutes in
spike's
between the
still lagging
games.
behind. Kushner the one to keep it towards A lobby.
I know it takes so long for them to clear off Shadow.
While all of this is going on,
onto
we
that elbow
decide to
position,
push
and that
over
A side
towards
hit does
middle.
come through.
We have
They'll
got
be
one in
really well
vents,
off here,
so he
Koi.
might, yeah,
I mean,
I was
look at
going
the
to say,
positioning from
the option
Grabinho
of
as
this
well.
route
Koi,
is still a
they
thing, so
have
he can't
BBL
go and
stuck.
make like a winning
They're
play
locked
over
in.
towards
Sardines,
Sewers.
I mean,
And
Grabinho
A.
with this positioning, if they do choose to make that rotation through spawn, BBL will be heard but they're looking to just try and cut
And I think this is good
noise.
from Koi.
But
They
just
go
don't
heavy
know
over
that
towards
all
the
this mid
site, and
control
they just
is
know
in the
that
hands
this
of Koi
guy
right
is
now.
in a good
Koi are
position
brilliant.
to
It's
punish
perfect.
everyone if
Everything
they
is in
want
their
to
hands right now.
rotate through.
It's just down to BBL to try and win out these individual fights. 30 seconds.
Koi's
and
decisions
nothing much
are-
to spare.
I'm
Kushner,
actually like
aggressive
really
from the
enjoying
start.
it.
It's good. It hits Kushner,
3
and there's
people
no
sight.
more momentum off of his speed. Shados trying to make his presence known and put pressure off of Camo here, but this is where Shadow comes into contention. Tries to keep himself alive for the rest to come in, but isn't able to do so. Reezy
What?
in the drop gets the Gravino on the flank. He's a little bit too late to
How?
the
I thought it was his teammate covering him, but he got the kill.
well. 3 kills for Reezy. He salvaged BBL from a poor situation, and that puts BBL right back in contention.
Hey, a must-need round coming out from BBL, and Koi, despite the read, BBL winning out when it got scrappy there on site. Looking forward, though, I mean, I think it's so difficult to say what adjustments could be
mean, he
expected,
had landed.
what adjustments need to be
He
made
had
here,
landed.
because both teams reading into each other very well. The back and forth is so close.
Let's be
All
fair,
over
like,
towards
all these
middle.
circumstances have
Probably the
become
best
quite messy.
Viper spread ult I've seen at middle. Does that really cover all events?
Position at that moment, but the heroics, individual heroics, are what allowing teams to entangle themselves from ugly moments.
Some of the nerd Viper
By
ults
no
this,
means a clean game from either
in
side.
Kickoff have been great.
Can't say that, but
Camo
still,
one away.
it's a feisty
Quick
one.
look at the money.
That's a lot more fun, in my opinion. Either
1-9.
way,
Oh man,
sight lines denied here
this is
towards mid. Again,
this is it.
fully funneling.
We either
the
get pretty much a
extremities,
done
manages
game
to
or BBL
dodge
come back into this.
That
We've
prowler
got
that
retake
comes
wall
out
over
from
towards
Stark's
A.
Elite. So
No
regrouping
idea
now
where
off
the
of that
defensive Viper
information,
smoke
but Koi,
is.
they
Oh, he's
still
got
look
it.
to play forward positioning here.
Well, they want to avoid that Viper split altogether. That's for sure. But they are definitely aware of this push. This fault line
It's a
from
great
Shadow
stun.
could be good, but it all comes down if Starkso
Timing.
is able to use it correctly. No, he dies even before he has a chance to get that sideline cover.
Yeah, they tried to nade Teva here. Teva did hit 2.
The
The bait in for Shadow here.
You don't expect Shadow to be holding
Wow,
a similar
he only got
angle as
1.
that, but they still
I thought he
trade out,
had
but that's the
3.
important part for BBL. It's
Still
3v2,
think the bait
and they're
was
definitely in the
perfect.
lead on this one.
And one way denying the heaven angle here for Shados. 2v3 situation, looking towards the utility. Kushner
Still have
does
the Viper
the
walls, they
shell
kind of lock
still
all of these
available.
off.
Flash.
Ooh, that's a long distance fight. That Gravino wins. Equilibrium, 2v2. But how does Shados and Gravino play it? So far, it's Gravino
Oh
to
man,
himself.
the retake Viper wall was. I mean, it was immaculate here. Lovely, lovely shots as well.
BBL, they're trying to go down with a fight right now, but Koi
Have they not won like
looking so good in
3
those retakes,
2v3s
especially
and
if they're down
Shados is
numbers in
involved
that
in all of them?
situation, just the lack of coordination, you can feel that maybe this match is starting to get to the players. They're not looking to swing together. They're looking for those individual heroics. Yeah. Otherwise, you would normally expect, okay, you swing as two, you call that to move together, but part of that is also the retake wall that is allowed on the side of Shados. Plays well for the defense.
Yeah,
just to
BBL
keep
misplaying a
backside
few of
to
these
yourself,
situations though,
but
for
also
sure.
allows you to
And the
just
amount
walk
of
up and
successful
deny those
2v3s
fights together.
that Koi are having, kind of, even though Koi are playing them very well, kind of telling to that.
And being their own enemies at this point, but they're up against 4 rounds that they need to pick up here consecutively to stay in contention, in conversation. Otherwise, it's goodbye for Kickoff. I'll join Giant X to the bottom of the field as BBL starts to aggress towards Camo. He's been so good at hold out in his line. It's usually good for one, but this time around, instantly traded. Shados gets himself on the scoreboard as BBL still maintain this line. Haven't fully aggressed, but for Koi though,
3
they've
people,
grouped
great
together.
smoke.
They've
That
buttoned
nade
up, and Kushner being so low
might
could be
give him
so
some
easy to be
confidence
picked up
here.
himself. I don't think he knows how close Gravino is.
Stand up.
Each other, but Gravino releases the control key and is
That's
back
such
out
a
into
good
the
camera
open
angle
as
for that.
BBL moving to this B site and content over
Little
Heaven.
build up.
Koi don't want to lose any more players in that fight. They're
Before he
grouping
gets
up for
plant
this
3 on 3.
3v3 into the retake. Plant to go down here safe from
I mean, they're not winning 2v3s.
Swapping
So,
the guns over as well.
good
Knowing that
news
Elite
is,
just
though,
has that
we've
little
got
bit
no
more of
armors.
health to work with. Pirate also has 2 flashes into this post plant to delay, but
Oh my god, Power! Talking about individual prowess, this is when he comes alive. The captain's trying to do it all by
Good
himself.
reposition
Now he's
from him,
blocked.
but they
He's still on that
realise,
left-hand
yeah.
side. Has to go for the peak, and that's where Shadow can pick him up. It's
I mean,
still
that was the
2v2,
Sheriff.
and this is where Koi started to
Ignore
move
the
in.
hard
That
HUD
was the
delaying,
only
2-on-2.
flash that Koi had available to them, so they're going to have to do this dry. Smoke, it's perfect from Brave, and the crossfire is even better. BBL
Alright, we
remain
go.
in contention.
We go for a little bit more.
Rounds to go to equalize his Koi
4
score.
down
Could
to
have been a
3.
different story if Power did not play for his life there. If he did play for his life there in that situation, I mean, who knows which way the round would have gotten, but the first pick to be able to push up with that confidence, that's kind of what we need to see from BBL. Yes, we do want more of that coordination, more of that synergy coming through from them, but we also want them to be able to play comfortably, feel confident in the shots that they are going to hit.
Been enjoying the timeouts as well from Koi.
Oh, for sure. They want to make sure
They're just nice and early. There is like no risks. Every single time it looks like it could go wrong or has the potential to go wrong. There's just a timeout to ensure that it doesn't happen.
To rebuild their knowledge on how to close it out, be able to maintain their composure. They're knowledgeable players. They've won championships, some of them, right? Starks on Shadows. They need to give that to the rest of the team. 12-9. BBL, long way to go.
Not that long of a way to go at the same time, though. I mean, 3 rounds right now. Koi, they're facing up against an Eco coming in next, so that's the best chance BBL are going to get to find 10. But you also have the fact that, okay, sure, still showstopper to look towards here for Camo. I feel like he's been on the money with that Raze ultimate today too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well,
often seems to be getting exactly what he needs out of it.
out of the 4, this should be the easiest one.
Yes, that conversation again. Starks on Shadow.
Double
Shadow,
Frenzy,
sorry.
Judge,
Time
too
to
classic.
relive your glory days.
Raze
You can only do
but
that if you grab this round here or grab any of the 2 after it to get yourself back into contention with Team Liquid, get that rematch, and have a killer kickoff season. BBL, slow and steady out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Koi, they tried to read into aggressive A take there. They push out.
An elite
Guido clears the Judge.
He's the one that's
Yeah,
done so much
nicely
damage
done.
the past few rounds. Kushner wins his own trade, and with BBL keep on doing that, this round is theirs.
Walking over towards Shados, though.
And Shadows only got a classic, so he's going to close up the gap with right clicks to
Yeah,
find
and this
some
was an
damage,
easy one,
but
like we said, and
this
they're
is
making it
BBL's
nice and
round for
easy.
sure.
And the good news
Shadow
for BBL is they're about to get a
3 away
lot
from
of
his
money
Rolling
for this
Thunder, so he'll
potential
definitely try and
comeback.
find something to pad that up. Same with Stark, so he's 1 away.
I mean, knowing Shadow in those situations, too, he's usually good for 1, then he'll get taken down.
Starks is good for nothing. He'll get his ult nevertheless because of his death. And Shadow gets 1, and because of his death, he's now only 1 orb away from getting the Rolling Thunder. But let's see if that does make a difference. BBL close up the gap yet again.
What maps do I expect for Vitality
Fnatic? This
Fnatic?
is becoming pressure. But remember,
This is
Core
kind of
just
a
took
guess
time
as
out.
well.
It wasn't for their
Unless
ego.
Vitality have a
Likely it was
permaban,
for
I
this
imagine
round
Vitality
right
would probably get
here.
rid of Icebox
Setting up
just because
anticipation and
Fnatic.
what the game plan is
And then
going
I
into this.
imagine
Thing
Fnatic's
is,
ban will
BBL,
be
they have a
sunset,
lot
and
to
then
contest
who knows.
Koi with on that ultimate.
Whatever's been going well in
You're
prac
looking
for
towards Showstopper for Showstopper,
Fnatic.
a Rolling Thunder for a Nightfall. The ability to go head-to-head in that situation with Shadow still on the cusp.
Right.
Like you said, quick match.
2.5, sorry, 4.5. Gives you 2. That's how many chances we've got left. We have a lot of ults to make this one. Oh man, okay.
Exactly. They push right past
this could be the big one.
BBL, they put a lot of pressure to the B side. There's potential explosive
Prowler goes
push
over
there.
towards
Like, Rabinho has to
A,
deal all by
doesn't
himself.
see
Camo's
anything,
focused
and they go
over
a
at
heavier
mid, so
stack over
his
towards middle.
reaction
We
to
go
it
for
could be a
straight
little
up
bit
just
too
B
late.
hit. Do we have Omen Flash to stop
could
this? Yeah, we do.
TP out if necessary.
Omen Flash goes in.
And with that
Wait,
Rolling Thunder coming his way,
wait,
he's
just
just
gets
gonna have to
insta
run
out.
the hell out of there. Showstopper enabled as well. That's 2 ultimates from BBL.
Not bad.
used
Yeah, that was
up
actually very good
already
decision
with a
making.
Nightfall
They still
coming
have
right
the
back up
flash.
from Koi, meaning that they're not
Fade ult
scared
goes
of
in.
ramping up the pressure.
Raise
Spike
nade
goes
means
down
that they
low.
can't follow
Crucially
this
enough
up.
for BBL,
Kushner
as Camo tries to put pressure
might
onto
have.
Heaven.
I mean, that's a
Still have the
it was
Showstopper
pure
online
madness
here
to go
for
for this.
Camo, like you had mentioned.
But he might have won it.
The flood coming
Needs
in.
a stun though.
And here's the push. Stun is really good onto Kushner. They know where he is, and the Showstopper does his job. Camo drops and picks up Breezy. Keeping things equal though, Breezy does so much himself. 3v2, BBL on the upper ground. It is Brave on an off angle. It's a crossfire setup for BBL, but Starkso is
Good plant
being
for him,
mad
no
right
mollies.
now. Wants to get right back on the stage where he left off a couple of years ago
My God.
on the defuse
Just
this
sticking it.
time
It's
around,
done.
and it's going to be stuck in.
Got
Shados
close.
puts some
Chat,
lead on
chat. This is another 2v3 with Shados in, by the way.
Koi, third 13 and 10. Close it
Did they
out.
lose
Two
4
maps
2v3s
together.
with
And
with
that's
Shados
going
in
to be
all
their
4?
win, their retention in kickoff. But that's goodbye to BBL.
Yeah, sad farewell over towards BBL, but looking towards Koi, this is a team, again, you have to remember, this squad very newly formed for those last 3 players that were picked up, and the fact that they're able to maintain these shifts, these adaptations day to day so early on.
Yeah,
again, they had nothing to
last
prove
year
after
wasn't too
last
excited to
year's
watch Koi.
showing.
This year,
Only way was to
really
go
down for
up,
it.
and they are
Upset
doing
potential
so.
team.
There are some smiles
looking
you
good.
do love to see from this Koi side. Obviously, it's good to see Shadow back in, you know, with some really started players, Stark, so Shados, and together with the rest
And
of the
we
Polish
don't
core,
see-
they've done an excellent job to keep
We don't see
themselves
BBL
in kickoff here.
for a month
wasn't,
and a
it
little
wasn't an
bit.
easy one, right? BBL definitely challenged them. It wasn't a clean one, but it's a 2-0 series that will get them in winning ways. Take a bow, boys. A really important matchup here for them to collect. They're happy about that one for sure, but let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that series and break it all down.
Well, thank you very much there, Pavlos and Ash. Congratulations, Koi. They live to see another round of this tournament, but BBL, unfortunately, still. And Lothar, we've had to say goodbye to them, and it hurts as a BBL fan.
It does hurt.
It hurts.
It does hurt. I think I was most hurt yesterday after the Ascent match, you know.
Agree.
But we have seen a little bit of glimpses of some good play as well here on Split. There were rounds when they
They got an
understood
extra
the
map in
macro
there.
or understood how to keep themselves in the game.
Hello,
so
Phoenix.
I
How you
have hopes for them in April.
Yeah, they looked a little bit better on Split than they did on their bind, but at the end of the day ends, so it's not really much you can do about that. I mean, when
You're holding back so much what you really want to say, I feel like.
Well, the thing, okay, so here, let me spin it this way.
Oh boy, here we go.
I think Koi's looked pretty decent. Like, we're seeing them only down here in this elimination game because they went up against Liquid on day 1, and they lost like 13-11, 13-10. So it's not like they're getting blown out of the waters. So, you know, them being able to take out BBL 2-0, that's looking pretty decent for them. And, you know, they'll have a rematch now, right?
Oh, yeah. How do you think that's going to go, Lothar?
This time I think Koi is taking it.
Against Liquid?
Yeah.
Why?
I think they're going to be able to learn from the previous match that we have seen, and I don't think Keiko is going to be able to, again, pop off with 37 kills on the Icebox. I don't think that's repeatable. And
Prove him wrong, Kiko, yeah? Prove him wrong.
Well, if he gets 38, I'm going to shave my head.
Okay.
One map, just so we're clear.
We have witnesses. We all know this is going to happen. Oh, I kind of want it to happen. But as we say goodbye to BBL, you know, I feel like, again, a very brutal format. I don't even feel like we managed to see everything maybe they had prepared. But let's end on a positive note. Anything you feel like could be something that if they really did work on over the next month, maybe when we come back for the next split, they're going to come out stronger?
Next
series.
I'll be honest with you, I think BBL, they know what they need to work on, you know, and I feel like in this case, the coaching staff, I think Epic was pretty upset in his room sitting there, but I think he knows exactly how to now tailor their defense towards the enemies.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them come back either. But for now, let's send this back down to Zoe, who's standing by with Stark, so for an interview.
Thank you so much. Yeah, first things first, of course, congratulations to you and the team. It was an elimination match, and you guys are not out yet. Now, let's talk about what just happened, because quite frankly, BBL almost took you guys to map number 3. What do you think allowed them to claw themselves into that map?
Maybe not they took us to map 3. I think more like we took ourselves. We did some crucial mistakes that shouldn't happen. Obviously, it's our second official game together, so we try to do everything correctly, but not always it works. So I think all on us. We could have ended it way faster, and just happy about the win.
As you should be, as you should be. You just said second official match together, of course. The start yesterday looked phenomenal against Team Liquid, especially on that map number 1. You guys really showed up, and a lot of people, I think, you know, you guys were kind of flying under the radar. Obviously, a late roster announcement and whatnot contributed to that. If you're looking and reflecting back on that game against Liquid, what do you think made that so close? Because they will be your opponents again.
I mean, what made it so close is like we just did our job. We did what we've been practicing for the last month, and what made us lose is also some problems I will not talk about here because we already fixed them. That's why we won
right.
today. Like, we knew what mistakes were on the last game yesterday. We could have won that, but we didn't, and we're just gonna win it on Sunday.
All right, I hear the confidence. You are very confident
Bensky,
that
hello,
you're going
mate.
to take the W there. All right.
Thank you so
all
much for
right.
the
Yeah,
prime.
no, that's good. That's good. That's how it
Put some
should
sentinel
be. Now, of
binds
course, we are
and
setting
no
up for
sentinel
our
bind.
next game. Thank
I think
you
teams
once more,
play
and congratulations to
the-
you
the
and
no
team.
sentinel
and
bind very
Vitality
well.
and Fnatic will be coming up next.
Then
after
you
this.
definitely don't need it. You can heavier gamble, which kind of makes the sky, like solo sky, a little bit nicer, but Fine's pretty open for that 4th slot of whatever agent you want. I guess wait, 5th slot. I guess 4th and 5th these days. Okay, Fnatic, Vitality.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about
2-2-0s at the moment. What's going on here? We're going to end way before Americas, in theory. This was a break I was not expecting. Right, I'm going to spam you some ads, chat. We'll be back in a little bit.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Thank you, Bensky.
Careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
2023 was the year of Fnatic. They were the first ever to win back-to-back international trophies and started their dynasty. It could have been a perfect year, but they stumbled at the most crucial moment and failed once again to bring home the top prize from champions. The question is, can they replicate their success in 2024? All of the teams around the world are cooking up a storm. We've experienced the weird and the wonderful, but Fnatic could just be that one outlier. They never changed a single comp in 2023. That's right, 6 maps, 6 comps. A Phoenix on Icebox? That is out of the question. So just how are they going to handle the risks everyone else in this league is currently taking?
Maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that Fnatic are willing to do something different this year. You know, I've been feeling a rift in the universe. Something, or more so someone, has been telling us that the time to see the other side of Fnatic has come. Some may say that madness has taken over. But over the last month, me and my team of investigators have uncovered the most upsetting truth about Fnatic. Screams of horror emerge from upstairs as Dirke locks in Yoru.
Worry, I'm just dodging the flash. I'm not having a seizure. But we have some things to talk about. Dirke might be the best Yoru in Europe, and he has a little bit of, you know, gap to fill. We already have seen artists from Navi actually playing really well so far. But let's talk a little bit about context. What can we expect from the Fnatic on the Yoru? Those are the 4 maps that I think are the best ones for the Yoru to be used. And I hope we're gonna see him on the Lotus, on the Breeze. We already have seen Yoru on Breeze. We already have seen Yoru on Lotus as well in this VCT, and we've seen him on Icebox. The only map that we didn't see him is on Bind. But there's a lot of options when it comes to your compositions on Bind. So now when it comes to the expectations, I fully think that we're gonna see from Fnatic a Yoru composition on Lotus because he requires support, and that support can be given to him by potentially an Omen and Breach on that map. That is something we will most likely see, and there's a lot of potential Yoru lineups when it comes to the TPs that are able to be done for retakes, for flanking while attacking on their side. You can go A and have a TP towards C, you can go C, have a TP towards A, so there's a lot of potential confusion, and that's something that I think Fnatic is gonna do well. I have my expectations super high because I fully expect the Fnatic to cook up the best strats for Yoru possible. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Lothar. I really do hope we see the Yoru. I feel like we've been baited. They've been teasing it. You know, the war of tweets that you showed. Great work, by the way, the investigation. That was solid investigation.
Yes, a lot of triangles as well. But it would be so Fnatic to actually bait us into believing that this is finally going to happen.
And then they don't do it.
But then nothing happens.
I mean, is that the answer, considering what everyone else has been doing in this league? Are they forced to adapt into the Yoru meta?
I think that this would have had a different effect if we would have
Just the
seen
main
Fnatic play on
respect.
day one, because we'd be like, oh my god, I'm sure that these teams have played Fnatic on scrims and decided to change everything over. But I think that is going to bring a new frontier to the conversation, because many teams, even though they tried those things, are going to see something different in Fnatic.
Yeah, and
I missed it. Don't tell me it was the best section. How can I miss every single good segment you guys are talking about? Every time I go away for a little bit and I come back and it's been live, you guys will always go, oh man, you missed it.
Bring them in, adapt them into a system and make them into great players. So do you think Runner and Kicks could be maybe the similar kind of forces for Vitality?
Yeah, I think so. Although I have the different questions for Vitality in general, because it seems like they are swapping roles a lot. And we have seen
the Yoru ultist. What does that even mean?
Performing really well.
Wait, what does that even mean?
Let's say small nooks and crannies when it comes to the role, roles divided between them. But I do think Runner is a player that is incredibly consistent for this Vitality roster, and that's something that I really needed.
Yeah, and I think
Go
you
watch
know,
it.
I feel like the pressure that
Yeah, I still have this up, right?
Also knowing that Safe is on your team, but you're going to be playing on the race. I know that you may want that energy, that kind of electricity that a young player brings, and definitely Runner has to be that for Vitality.
I'm glad you mentioned the
Give me a clip.
competitions, so let's have a look on Lotus. Of course,
There we go.
Fnatic, they didn't make any changes. Lotus is one of their favorite
Chat
maps
flashbang,
they
watch
like
out.
to play, so maybe we do see these two teams.
Hopefully you
go
guys
up
had good
against each
reactions.
other on Lotus, but what do you make of this?
I mean, yeah,
The thing is that I just wanted to talk about is like we have seen Destrian play on the Sentinels in his entire career. He played 6 times on Sentinels, and that's something that
That's so
expect coming
stupid,
into
man.
this composition,
I like it though.
Sorry, into this map. So that's something I'm going to look forward in the other maps as well. I feel like the compositions are good, but
That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Didn't call the second flash. That's my bad.
For another one.
I think that the other point of the compositions talk is the fact that they've keeping things very tamed, right? We were talking about the Euro and whatnot that Fnatic might bring onto the table, and definitely something that other teams have already tested. But for Vitality, it's same old, just bringing the Sky, nothing new, nothing of that, you know, bit of spice that you can add onto the compositions. They definitely, I think, are on the side of it's not that deep, you know, the changes do not affect the macro at all, they don't affect that in that level, so they decided to stick to what they already knew was working.
Yeah, and that's what you're saying is like we already seen consequences in previous matches for other teams that did get to use the Sky and paid the price for the lack of utility, paid the price for the lack of map control that they were using, that they had.
That's
been using in the past,
that's my
right?
laptop
So
normally.
there has
I think
I feel like
energy.
there has to be a need to be in the there has to be a need to change the meta game, right? And we have seen this in the past.
Although
so far,
actually,
because
when I used to
many
click
teams
links, it used
already
to
are playing
go
so many
through that. To be
different
fair,
compositions.
I'm glad you mentioned Safe before because
But I
I'm
didn't
with
change
you,
anything,
Lothar.
so
You would think that if you
something
picked up Safe, you're
happened.
looking to bring some duelist
Why is
prowess,
Yoru
or
meta
maybe
now?
put him back on the Cypher Killjoy.
It's a mix
But why
of
on earth
Raze
is
nerf,
Safe playing Omen when
Jet
Destrian's
nerfs
on
from a
their team?
while
Do we
ago,
wanna speculate?
Sky
That's a
nerf,
very good
and
question,
all the
because
other
we
kind
have
of
absolutely
flash
no idea,
initiators
and it's
getting a little
incredibly
bit
surprising to
nerfed.
me
So
because when I think about
there's
Safe, I'm thinking
just
first
it's
and
now.
foremost,
I
I'm
mean, it's the
thinking about
strongest
those
flash in the
explosive
game now.
jet plays
No
that
doubt
Yoru
about
been
it.
doing in the past.
KO
Incredibly
flash is
accurate
pretty
with
legit
his
still, but
ultimate, incredible accuracy and also confidence.
Phoenix flash
when
can be
making
fast, but
those
pro
plays.
players, some
But
pro
then
players
secondary
can
role
turn
is
it.
a Sentinel, and somehow, well,
But it's
Viper,
definitely
okay,
the
you can
most.
make an
It
argument
is like
yes, you can.
overall the best
But for
flash in terms of
Omen,
like
I think that it
flexibility,
has to do with the kind
etc.
of responsibilities, and if you're, you know, like a hard locking
So
aside.
it's a mix of
or
those
just,
three things
you know,
together,
in main control of
and
certain areas of the
yeah,
map. I think
it's
that
just
they
it's
want
just
to see
really
it
really
that
strong
way,
right
and
now.
maybe not
It's
evolve
always
in
been
the sense
strong.
of changing the compositions in that way, but actually changing the responsibilities that you want to see around. And
Iron Brutal with the
you know,
whole
maybe
year.
Safe was
Thank
not
you so much,
comfortable
man.
in
Good
that
to see you
position,
here.
even though,
Thank you for the prime.
you know, he's a good player because
Appreciate
you
you.
cannot deny that. Maybe he wasn't as comfortable in duelist as we thought he was.
I would never believe that. Nothing would ever make me
I mean, we
believe
can ask him.
Yeah.
And he will tell you that Omen is his favorite agent.
That's already surprising, but just remember.
Skynuff,
also,
we had two. The
officially,
dog
he was actually
can't
signed
turn
after
when you
Kix was
jump
signed
at the
to
end,
team as well. So
and
there was
the flashes
already
don't
a
regenerate.
role filled, and then
So
the
instead of
team's,
getting like
let's say, reaction
5
to signing
flashes,
an
I
NGO
guess in
would
a
be like,
round
let's
you
get
get
safe.
But
But
he's
two.
an exception.
No,
He's
in
an
fact-
exceptional Cypher Killjoy player.
But
he
in
could do
fact,
that.
Runner was, I think, the first pickup of the entire off-season. So if you think about, you know, timeline, because of the unfortunate events that happened last year, I think
Can
that
teams
Runner was
change
already in
roster
that runner-up position
through the
to
season?
join Team Vitality. And
So
then
I would
after
need a
Champs was
coach
over,
to confirm
then
it,
it
and maybe
safe
someone's
become
lurking.
available, and
But
then
I
they
think
decided to
that's. I
start.
think
But
they
Runner
changed the
kicks
rules
are
that
not
you
the
can
issues here,
change
because
now.
They could just make Destrian play smokes and Safe play
But
Cypher
I would
Killjoy.
need someone to
And the
confirm it
world
that
is
actually
right
knows
again.
more than me.
Yeah, but then you also have Trex that will be joining in further on, and then you have to think who's taking which
But that doesn't
responsibility.
matter. That wouldn't matter if they don't make it to Madrid, right?
Yeah.
They got to think
Last
about what
year, yeah,
matters
last
now.
year, last year
But-
was
and
fully
speaking of
locked.
that, let's
Like
look at
Heretics had
Sender, because I feel like
Heretics
Sender,
managed to
we got
get
a lot of
a
fragging
change, and
IGLs
like, it was
in the league
for
right now.
some
They're doing
kind of
tremendously,
loophole or
and
something,
Sender
some
is
kind of
one
personal
those
issues.
players
I can't
that
remember
has
what
really,
they did.
really stepped up, and of course he's got to go up against Boaster, who has publicly, Lothar, put himself out there saying, "I'm looking for an aiming coach. I want to improve my mechanics." So he's got to be able to run with the boos and Senders of the league.
Look, I need to say this though. I don't ever thought about Boaster in a way where, oh, his aim is really bad. I think when he was playing back, 2 years ago, he was having to micromanage the entire team, think about everything, communicate everything, and coordinate the entire team. And it's incredibly hard to be focused on your crosser and playing well when it comes to the shooting mechanics when you're doing all that. I feel like there was a natural progression when it comes to his performance because he is performing better nowadays, right? But it's because his team is now allowed more freedom when you compare it to the past Fnatic iterations. Thank you very much. So now I do expect him to perform better, but not because he's putting time into practicing it. It's more about his own just freedom that he has.
I think that it also has to do with all the rookies coming in, like this 18-year-olds are very fresh.
I think Gecko and second initiator on Bind is better than the Eurocomp.
I think that he also needs, we were talking about
I think the Eurocomp is the most flexible at the moment on Bind.
Fnatic with not making changes besides the
I think the fact that you can have the aggression really kind of makes up for the fact that the Sky got nerfed as well.
That in his case was the aim. I'm actually very happy that even him in the position
It'll be interesting because in my head I think that Fnatic might try the Yoru bind.
We have no excuses.
Because I think they might feel similar to how I feel, that it's like
at this tweet
can be it has a lot of depth.
What do we make of this?
Well, at least the colors.
But I also think that maybe having Leo,
the guild,
you probably want to lean into some of the other agents.
I mean, if you want to dish it out, I feel like, and if they do win
I think no
today,
duelist comp will work on some maps. Sunset and Icebox, that's it. Otherwise you're playing on like crazy hard mode.
Oh yeah, well that's an easy one, right?
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah, it has a lot of low hanging.
Very low hanging fruit. We are going to bring the boys out in just a minute, but I want to talk about map pool real quick because we've been having this talk of like, we don't know what teams map pools are going to be like, they're new teams, but we do know what Fnatic map pool is. No Haven, no Fracture this year, so where would you like to see them go?
Pearl, I'm joking.
Icebox.
I would like to see them in maps like you were mentioning. If they have been hyping up all this Euro, I want to see them trying out the Sunset, the Lotus of the map pool. I think that is where the juice is.
Icebox enjoys.
I mean, I feel like it's like not even a question to be asked, right? When you think about Fnatic, you think about all of those fantastic maps that they had, the comeback on Icebox. Those are the maps that kinda identify with Fnatic, at least for me. And I feel like you don't want to play against Fnatic on Icebox at all. And that's something that we have seen in the past. Many teams were banning Icebox, right?
Was my guess for the maps.
New iteration of Icebox, I feel like Fnatic could also
Fnatic minus Sunset. Dude, it's too hard when we haven't seen any things, so I am just full guessing. Fnatic minus Sunset, Vitality minus Icebox if they're smart. And then then I don't know, man.
I mean, you see what happened.
I have no idea. Then Fnatic probably
3P. It would have been an upset if they didn't.
Bind or Lotus.
In which they lost aloud was concerning.
But
Vitality,
I think that also has to do
God
with
knows,
factors
split.
outside of the game. We have to consider how the season,
And then
not the season, but how the year looked
don't know what the
different
third map
from
will
any
be,
other
man.
team to Fnatic. Like we can understand that the burnout was definitely there because if you want to keep a consistent training, like do this amount of hours into this, then go to every single international event. It's normal and it's something that they need to address for this year, that the burnout is going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, Javon wanted to run back a little bit to the map pool because if you think about how Fnatic always plays in new metagames, you expect them to innovate something. If you guys remember how Fracture was being brought to the map pool, we have seen the Astra, Raze, Breach combos that were being done by Fnatic, and that was completely showcasing something new being done in the game, right? And right now, we're coming into a metagame with a completely new map, with Sunset being in the pool, but also Lotus is completely reworked.
Oh, Doom Bros, congrats,
and we also
congrats.
have Icebox changes.
Lovely, lovely game plan as well. I enjoyed that. Very
Fnatic,
nice,
you
especially
don't want
split.
them to give the possibility of taking you off guard
I
with
was
something completely new.
heavily nerding
I
out
would like to avoid
in that game.
being played against Fnatic, but that is 3 out of 7, so you can't dodge all of them.
I'm actually
Doom
more
Bros,
excited
if you
to
get
see
time,
maps
I want you to watch.
Bind, like
I want you to watch the first
exactly, the Ascent. Maps that haven't had changes, but you know, with the
4
agent
rounds.
changes, maybe we see some adaptations.
And tell me if I'm
throughout
right.
The map, like when you are playing against them, but
5
also
rounds
if
maybe.
Fnatic, you know, is going to be, you were mentioning 6
If you
maps,
get time.
6
If you
pumps,
don't,
maybe something
I fully
different, maybe
understand.
something funky, something that
Give me a number.
reinvents
Give
the
me a
meta.
number. How many agent changes they make? Quick.
Overall?
You can message me as well. You don't
They
have
made
to say it
0 last
publicly.
year, so give me a number.
I think it would be 4.
7 and 4. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We will see because The wait is over. There is just one team we have yet to see in the Riot Games arena. It's time to bring them out. Here is Fnatic taking on Team Vitality.
All right. Let us see.
Well, as I said, we have seen every other team take the stage. They've been cooking, they've been trying to define the meta, they've been trying to do something new. Fnatic are the last team in EMEA we haven't seen yet, and they happen to be the ones that don't like
Wait,
to
when they meant to do a walkout
this is gonna be
because of
very,
the
very
Liquid
interesting. Of course, they
Fnatic
have yet to face
content?
the new Team Vitality just yet. And a
I swear that
reminder,
was meant to be
a
the
win
forfeit for
here
losing that.
sends you to playoffs, which means you are one step closer to Madrid. For Fnatic, Lothar, I feel like maybe expected, but for Vitality, it will be a huge.
Dude, I mean, that's a forfeit of some kind.
And go to Madrid. That's essentially what you expect them to have in that looks, right? But for Vitality, if you ask people in the audience,
Guys, does this jacket
say
have
that
a pocket
Fnatic
in the
are
back?
Gonna lose this match. So
This
this is
jacket?
a very, very hard battle.
Is this
for
a
Vitality,
pocket
but
at
at the
the
same
back?
time, I would rather be an underdog in this particular matchup.
Also, a shout out
What
to
on earth are you
Alpha.
gonna put it?
We've seen him in the Riot Games arena.
This is a
I think
pocket
the
at the
first
back.
time
What is
Salah
this?
has ever had to look up maybe fist bumping Fnatic, so a new
A
experience.
phone pocket in the back? Bro, you cannot walk around London with that. Whoever made that is not from the UK.
Sorry. It's a long day. But let's talk about Vitality because, again, a newer team. They got their win already against Gentlemates. And Fnatic, they are beatable. It's not out of the question, but Kakuka, how do Vitality take this?
But here's the thing, Sue. You say that they're beatable. They were already a very hard team to beat last year. You cannot even imagine how this year it's going to be. Even on scrims, this has been the team to beat. Everybody wants to, score a win against it, but doing it on stage.
And Messi into flaming? Dude, I was too busy with the
because of what
back
you're
pocket.
saying about just getting that spot on playoffs. Now, Vitality, the other day, everything that they have prepped
It might just be an
worked.
airflow
I don't
thing.
think they will be
Interesting.
so sure about
That would
Fnatic,
make more
but
sense.
Let's see what the maps takes us.
Yeah, let's have a look. Fnatic,
Okay,
they just got
we're
banned
one
out of
right.
Sunset. They don't wanna go
We're
there.
two right.
Ban for 2024. Everybody take
Does that count? I said bind or Lotus. I'm counting it. What did I say for this? I think I bailed out, to be honest. I think I said something different. We lost.
So it could be a reason as to why.
Oh, I said they were going to get split, though. So maybe they should have. Oh, I think it's good for. I think it's good for.
I'm very excited to see the Lotus being first, but then
They did ban split though, so maybe they should have.
The most basic map, but I guess it might be their
But
best
then again,
choice.
excited for the bind. You know what? I want to pick your brain on this. because
Lotus, do they just stick with normal, tried and tested comp?
Here on Lotus, and when we talk about
I
preparation,
imagine so. The Vitality by an Odin on a defense? I imagine not.
Or whatever it's in the defense, it's going to be maybe even hard for Vitality to counter all of that from the defense when it's always going to be Fnatic taking up the upper hand.
Yeah, and I just want to say, 17 times Fnatic has played Lotus. They have never changed their comp. Not one time, not one change. But Lothar, surely with the map changes, though, they have to adapt.
Well, the map changes are favoring the defense more than attack, so it's a little bit more balanced map still. It's attacking, it's easier on the attack than on the defense, but I fully expect the same kind of protocols we have seen in the past from Fnatic, so the Odin being used as a suppressing fire on the A long, but then if we will see the Yoru being picked for Fnatic, then I'm gonna assume we're gonna have a Breach and an Omen being used, and that will completely,
Nah, Fnatic keeps same comp on this map.
Speaking defense first.
No,
they have to
they've been
work
punished
hard, right? So what,
once
Sentinel here
by the same
is
team.
being
Wait,
banned
twice?
for Vitality?
Been punished twice, but by the same
I
team.
don't think so. We can see Fnatic now, of course, doing the stretches.
I missed it. Yeah, here we go.
Setting the tone for every player out there. Maybe Vitality. We have some teams, that have joined that. I was gonna say celebration, but that stretching session before the game. It definitely, it's worked for Fnatic. Maybe Vitality should try it as well, as we're seeing the crowd. But going back to the maps, going back to that Lotus, I want to see the effect that El Makuti has had on Fnatic. We understand that Mini, of course, is still on the team, but I think that the responsibilities have to be different, and this has to be in a very specific way, a different Fnatic, but not a very different Fnatic.
I mean, like you guys said, Vitality, they're the underdogs here. They have nothing to to lose. Nobody is going home. If they lose today, they will just have a match against Gentlemates in the lower bracket. But what are the win conditions as we take a look at the agent select? Because Fnatic have made, they made one change. They
have made a change. They got the Omen out here.
First crying, Sue, please.
Yeah, well, you said 7, you said 4. We're 1 on the board already. So Omen in Astral, what do we think?
Omen, I feel like Omen just gives you a little bit more punch in the attacking phase because of the paranoia being allowed to use on C, and now with the C being changed, with the pocket on the left side of the entrance when you're attacking, you're gonna be able to clear that very particular angle with that paranoia. That's very important. So I'm a fan of
nothing too crazy on this map, but I think this was the map we would, well, at least the map that I was the most confident that stuff would stay the same.
We know that, of course, as you were saying, the defense has been, easier now to execute. I want to see how that control of that specific area of the map is going to go.
Well, true Fnatic fashion, they just made one change coming into this, but it could make all of the difference as we jump into Lotus and bring back your casters from earlier today. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thanks for remembering, Sue. Good to hear your voice and the rest of the desk all day long. Now, Tom, as we jump into this, I think without a doubt the biggest fan reception so far has been for this Fnatic squad. How do you think Vitality feel walking out against that? Because this room, I don't know if you heard it at home, but it erupted for one team. It's a little quiet on the other.
I think they're going to have to re-employ.
All right, Vitality on defense, Fnatic on attack.
That a little bit quieter, but either way,
I'm going to be on Odin watch. And I'm not too hopeful. Who'll be the Odin player in these? There's a few that could maybe do it Destrian Sender.
Everyone else has suffered the same defeat.
4-1 push. Chad, you ever seen a 4-1 push on the defensive pistol? Literally all the time. But this time we have a Sky over towards C. It's a little bit different.
And the B site for now, well, the only thing in their way is a little bit of utility, which looks like plant denial.
Chronicles evaded those players as well that were pushing down through middle and attempting to root him out after doing the damage early for Fnatic. They've got the space, and it looks like a plant coming through. A wall to cover their back and, most importantly,
to go behind on this one. So if they open the door, or if someone challenges behind, but they need to probably play more on site here. Yeah, they decide to wait for the Omen Flash maybe to push in. Vitality look good for this. Yeah, that was only gonna. Why do I talk, man? That was only gonna go one way. And okay, chat. I should have stuck with my guts here. Yeah, for sure. Fnatic really expecting them to come door behind or fast flank behind because of the 4-person push. But instead, they just used the pressure of the 4-person push and everyone went over towards spawn. So very smart from Vitality on this. Kind of outsmarted Fnatic here, to be honest with you.
One of the best players in terms of duelists last year. Probably second only to the man on the other side. So now this is like their litmus test.
Bob, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate the Prime and the easy transfer as well with the Prime 17 months. Thank you so much, dude.
Team in the world last year. What can you do? And for Fnatic, has anything
Where's the
changed?
Koi
Are they just
second map?
Come back in and rock everybody once again? The fact is, well, it's not easy to get to the top.
Live
it's
now.
Easier to get to the top than it is to stay there.
Well, that's always going to be the thing. Look, everybody has in their mind a different target when they come into events. You might have a regional rivalry. There might be a team that has an
plant down, so that means they can buy 2
here, but
sheriffs into this one.
Wants to take down Fnatic. The accolade you get alongside that, you get added to a very short list of teams.
Safe and Leo make up that. And two of the most exciting players in terms of a rivalry, but I don't even feel like there is much of a rivalry. Maybe between Safe and Fnatic. He's mentioned that once or twice. He wanted to go there with Leo. They made other choices. For now, at least. We're going to have Fnatic a bit of a weak buy.
Idol clears a good amount. Fnatic create a good amount of pressure.
I think that was
waiting for some kind of bait out, especially the Guardian.
Thus became an incredibly strong map for them. With the changes
what is this duel, man?
Whether or not that defensive side is going to be better for a lot of teams, and Vitality have definitely
Nicely played from Safe here. Early information, gets the smoke out. I say potential rotate. Because we have one person making noise, just trying to get the orb the whole time, we don't see an extra bit of backup towards C once they spot info, and Safe has to do a lot here. Omen Flash for this, though. Oh, the guy's above him. Oh, man. Oh, man, this And Chad, they don't have many guns for this, but a little bit scary. Nice nade to stop the original plant. They still have time to do this. Nothing else. Let's see if the spam's good. That's why Boaster has to duel, because that player can get spammed. Ping came in, would have been good to spam.
Does come through. Damage is good. And with Chronicle, Durka, and Boaster so low,
Yeah.
really is
So shout out to Boaster there. Gets the first kill, prevents them from spamming the
In
plant.
terms of utility, I mean, they have got a Snade to work with. The C's on Leo, the nade on Durka. About the best that you can hope for. It has landed.
Sees nade combo. They did good to avoid this, and yeah, we have a lot of low HPs.
For Vitality, the weaponry so far in
Lovely
their
shot
favor.
from
Boaster
Boaster, man.
He might just have the time.
Oh, that was the chance.
It's left all onto the IGL. Already half defused, and Destrian is not
Okay.
letting go of this one. Vitality are going to convert the second round.
Nice eco, good damage. Shout out to Boaster here. Did great.
Look, it did get close. What it also got was costly for the side of Vitality. So many players lost to get back in
Yeah,
there.
kind of fan, but they're
Already we're
eco,
seeing some of
so
these
it's like,
plays that previously
I mean, yeah,
could be
you don't want to
built
give them a
on
gun,
with, like, a paranoia
basically.
going through and the TP up top from an Omen. Boaster did a
Normally
drive,
though,
and it
with what
worked
happened
out,
there, someone should have rotated over from B fan, so there should have been someone else to help him, so I don't want to give him full blame for that, where it felt like the rotates were slightly off because of the A pressure.
See what they're buying.
Looks like
They're not going to have a lot to work with.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a mid-push.
Guardian, Bulldog, double
It's
triple
been heavy
Sheriff.
C presence so far from Fnatic, so they're
Everyone
going
getting the
hunting,
heavy
who's gonna
armor out
break
apart
the
from
turret. I
Alpha.
don't think they'll get much more from it. And bear in mind, weaponry-wise, not a whole lot available for Vitality. So they have to basically rely on trap plays. If they can get someone caught, win an individual fight. For now, at least, though, it is just this slow presence being taken. And the defenders look like they're going to try and pincer onto C.
Yeah. And then what's the call here? That is... What the hell is that smoke?
That's certainly being denied from the side of Fnatic. All the
Hey,
utility
please
they
show me
gave
that
back
again,
at
man.
them.
The
They give
Observer's
them
got to
space,
show me
they
that
pump
again.
the
Give me
brakes, they
someone.
wait, and they let Vitality
Don't
get
let
a
this
little
one
ahead
go.
of themselves.
It's incredible.
Hopefully, the attacking side, you're hoping that that defensive side has rotated. They've gone to B, they've gone to A, they've seen that fake. Even with the orb being taken, this could very easily be a fake. Oh, and actually it is. Fnatic will just make
Okay,
a bit of
they
noise.
recreate pressure by getting the orb over towards C. Safe, making up for the smoke over towards C. Gets a great kill, gets out of there as well. 30 seconds left. Still has his flash. Probably does it off the door opening.
Paranoia is
Oh,
still
he goes for the
available
kills
Safe
of this
as
one.
well. Again, able to try and buy time. They're not in a bad position here at all, but the utility is going to make things that little bit more awkward. Denying the plant is not going to be easy, but Safe still going strong.
6
A second
bullets.
for him already. Fnatic are going to be getting that plant in, but now he can wait for the cavalry
Smokes
to
off
arrive. There is
towards
a
tree.
very real chance for
Wow,
Vitality
Safe
in this
is
round.
doing
That shot
fantastic.
as well onto Alpha, straight through the smoke. A big kill. They could double down even further. It's only Chronicle left. Just one man standing between them. He's already picked up the first, and he's on his way for the diffuser. But it's guarded by Destrian, who's got changing weapons, and the low HP makes it easy.
Nicely done from Chronicle here. Safe did bits. Did so much damage.
Such a well-played round from Vitality. It has to be said. Safe plays it to perfection. Constant repositions. Initial fight, falls back, has smokes to delay, wins another individual fight on the site. Spam through the smoke, couldn't have gone better. But Chronicle, and this is the thing, but whoever Fnatic seem to have, they have this depth of individual brilliance that can come out of nowhere. And well, all it took was 3 rounds for one of them to show what they've got.
Oh, Vitality go heavy over. So, first of all, we'll hype up the round a little bit because it's an important round in terms of the money for everyone over towards here. Vitality, sorry, Fnatic winning the round, only one person surviving. And Durka one away from his ult, Boaster one away from his ult. This is the ult for Durka.
Alone on A. He's holding that control much deeper.
And let's just see what they see.
Rotations towards the left side of that mini map.
Skydog could clear over towards B once they have C control.
Still online. There's the kill.
Durka sends it. And that is his ult down. Yeah, no one can follow this one. Lovely positioning.
So Durka had the showstopper there, but
Did he use his ult?
decides not to
I don't
use
have
it.
the sound
He
up
tries
high
to
enough.
almost seemingly make some sort of sneaky play through. Now bear in mind,
He
because
must
of how
have.
well Vitality did in the last round, even without the victory, they managed to
He
put
didn't?
Boaster down to a pistol.
Really?
So one of the guns is now gone within the C site, and Durka lost the showstopper in the process. That looks like a bit of a mistake from Fnatic's part. And now with 40 seconds left,
EP into the safe corner.
Jake up to his old tricks again, TPing through. It's a surprise, but it's labored. Cinder will be alive on 2 HP.
Oh god, no man, delete the VOD. Delete the last 10 seconds.
Has already arrived. Leo will be able to find one, putting things back into a competitive position again. The Fnatic players.
Both the Fnatic players are low.
So, they come alive, already spawning a player on the top of the site. Still, somehow, a chance in this scenario, but safe and strong once again.
Safe diff on that.
Vitality will bounce straight back.
Yeah, give me a little replay on this.
A few big plays from Safe. Yeah, he's been able to get himself into that.
Hello Ryan, how you doing, mate? How are the games today?
And when you look at how this one went down, you know, thank God he
I
was
saw the
there on time.
results.
They can isolate one more fight, fade ultimate online, and then it really would be a nightmare.
Nice!
Luckily, Safe is Salah's boy. He's able to get that round, extend it up to a 3-1 lead, and leave Fnatic without a lot to fall back on economically. Those credits are low, so the weapons are weak.
Why has he got?
We got a Baki and the left click of the Baki. You know what I'm gonna say? It's broken.
It could be. Long have we waited.
And we head over towards B with this one.
For some plays of old to shine bright again. In goes the Boombot to find him.
Still has his ult, by the way.
Chase, he is. He's gone in. He's cleared the corners. He's got himself some control. Boaster's fighting his own battles.
Nice from Vitality. Every time they're losing some map control, they're taking some back.
Out of position, just somehow he wins that fight, and look at the value from the bookie. This close angle could be absolutely massive if they go towards it.
Nightfall hasn't really connected onto anything. Some weird
So many duels going on. There's 3 individual duels right now. Alpha wins the one over towards Heaven. Who wins the one in Hobbit? This guy wins the guy in sight, and then yeah, we don't even go for the one over towards Hobbit. They win the bonus, they get over towards the site, they had scary guns in terms of the Baki. And yeah, nicely done. They forced to save, and they can get some upgrades here.
This style of play, if it wasn't for that bookie on Durka being able to seize close control.
Wait.
That's gonna.
That was definitely the plan. We'll listen. Durka in
Well,
with
they go the upgrades. I say upgrades, singular upgrades.
And then Althea will kill 2 people with a frenzy, one of them at range.
I think that was the play right after he's been cleared out of the corner.
What was his second kill?
By an
Okay, it's a bit more reasonable. I don't think Kicks will see it that way, but
I think he was stood on the same spot of ground for both of
Yeah,
those kills.
Frenzy
so
God.
He was his own Killjoy turret. Fair play. And it's good to see Alpha getting off to a fiery start like that, even with a Frenzy in hand. You felt pretty confident seeing a 3-1 lead with low economy for Fnatic. 3-2. Fnatic right back in the game, and they've got ultis to play around. That showstopper that Durka's had for 2 rounds.
Still didn't use it.
It's coming. It's on its way.
Maybe that'll be the flex. He just doesn't use it at all.
All game.
They have been farming orbs for it, so I would be a little bit frustrated.
I mean,
Now, one of
Fnatic
the
might
players
just
they've
send it.
struggled with so far has been
Aggro
Safe.
push B, aggro push C.
This caused Fnatic real issues with his repositioning, but also just.
That's why we get such a heavy rotate coming in from Vitality. It is just an eco as well. Probably don't want to be sending it with when the enemy team's on ecos.
Vital's pit available for Sender, but
Nice and chill on this one. They break the door. That pulls a rotate over towards B.
maybe seeing if anybody's going to be going for some spams. And
Oh,
it seems
wait,
like it's
the
possible.
flash,
Instead, though, they're going doubling
the
back
flash
towards
swing with
Sender,
Sender.
who does have one of the rifles.
It's the paranoia for
Oh,
Safe.
man.
This could be huge. There's the initiation. They're on their way
Sender?
through. Paranoia, but
Ah,
no peek. I
yeah,
thought that's where Sender
and
was going to go swinging in to take
and
the
Leo's
fight, but
util here
instead,
dropped a
he's
tether
delay.
just in case they did try and swing it.
Now he's pushed back. Is he going to use the ult? With a Guardian?
Yeah, there's so many people here. Fnatic are locked in. It is all about Alpha really to bail them out here. Yeah, give them a little bit of space by taking this dual molly helps as well.
Safe is still there. They know there's players on site, and they've only got 30 seconds to make a decision.
Well,
There's
that's
that
a lineup
decision
for
made.
it.
Finally, Viper's Pit comes into play from Chronicle, but remember, Sender has his own. He
Yeah,
can try
it's
to
pretty
pit
good.
back through this and make it a very
Helps you get
awkward
map
fight.
control over towards Heaven, and it blocks spawn. It's actually really good.
The side that will be more of a problem. There's actually access back into the site for the remaining defenders. A lot of this will be onto Alpha. If they clear him, it could get awkward, but never mind. Leo goes facing outside. Chronicle taking a little bit of damage, but that's his own teammate's molly. If anything, it just gives away a position he's not even going to be in. And now, with just one man standing Safe again, he just has to back off. There wasn't really
Yeah,
an
just wants to
avenue
get out of
back
there. I
into
still
the
feel like they
side.
did.
They are gonna
Didn't
be
do
able
too
to
bad
survive
in
this
eco. It
round.
was a winnable round.
Unfortunately for Vitality, again, it's closer than maybe it should have been with the weaponry they have, but it is still going to be 3-3.
Oh.
Oh, you'd like
One
Alpha to
enemy
live.
Oh.
And As we can see from the kill feed, he did not. A rifle lost. Another reinvestment for Fnatic. I think that's sort of housekeeping for the side of Vitality. Being able to flick between and then keep that economy nice and low. Grab a couple of kills. Even in the rounds you're losing, you're making it costly for Fnatic. That's how they want it to go.
At least we get the replay of it.
The effect is not
Replay
going to be
rounds
felt
got
in this
us.
round, but it will if Fnatic lose this.
Yeah,
Looking
very
straight to
costly.
Vitality. Or Dirk could buy a bucky and win anyways.
Heavy out towards A. Where is the money after this?
For this A site.
1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy. Destrian, what? Destrian gets leg shot down to 5 HP. We have Alpha buying the attack op on the Killjoy.
Onto this position and making aggressive pushes awkward.
And then, I mean, chat,
Also
no
played
one
a
can
lot
buy
in
next.
towards
This is a massive
this A
round.
site, though. He was just
The good
firing
thing is
volleys and mowing
for
people down with the
Destrian,
no-nos
Kicks
as they
is
tried to run
alive,
through it.
meets
Seems
him,
like they've
gets
switched
a
things up a
heal,
little bit for their
back on his way over
defense last time.
towards C.
Paranoia gonna
Wait,
be
he's
going
here
on
for the
to
fast
safe, looking
rotate
for
because
the
of the
pressure in. There
heal.
goes that showstopper. He's made it into the side, but it doesn't matter.
But they
Both have already
accidentally
got
have
the kill.
loads of people close if they want to try
again,
it.
we've seen
Yeah,
this
the
ult
big
many
duel
times
over
even today,
towards
used just
Hobbit,
for that space
but one as
taking.
well from
That's
Fnatic.
exactly what it's doing. Crowd controlling this squad back and putting them on the back foot in any fight that they do take as the rest of the teammates spill in, guns ablazing. Sender still has that Viper ulti online, but the pit is hard to bring into play in this sort of scenario. Oh, Sender, good idea of where these players are. Flash through as we emerge from a different wall. It's the A site. That's quickly denied. No control for Vitality around there, and Sender's going to take his pit home. At least he's going to try.
Another
Those
attempt to
steps are already
save.
heard. Dirk is close. He's got a buddy with him. Sender might be able to cut through both. If he does, he can save this weapon. But unfortunately, it's Leo on the other side. 4 rounds now for Fnatic, and the lead is in their hand. A slow path to recovery. Vitality haven't made it easy, but the pendulum swinging the other way.
Yeah, I do still feel like that round with the Bucky, the Stinger, and the Frenzy might be something that kind of catches
Good
them in the back
util
of
from
their
both
minds.
these as
Like,
well in
that
this
was
round.
a real opportunity for them to
Got
get
the guy
clear
fully flashed.
in the early stages of this defensive side, and letting that one slip, giving Fnatic a little bit of an extra boost financially, and also just in terms of the scoreline, might come back to haunt them. Nonetheless, still a very long way to go in this map. Unfortunately for Vitality,
Another
that
eco
was
for
sort of the
Vitality.
last-ditch effort in terms of their economy. As you said, few ults online, so if this one gets a little bit close, it could be problematic.
Dude, he launched that.
Filthy spot, just catching out Runner. But again, after a lot of early C pushes, it seems like Fnatic have decided, okay, back to business, back to A.
This was good from Vitality though. Question mark created over towards C in terms of the fade eye, right? And then they put the turret here to get info if they're going to re-clear it, and then they can now stack.
Before with C being left very wide open, obviously much more willing to make this play when you've got.
I would still love to see them buy an Odin and go aggro over towards A,
Trying to play
but
the numbers advantage. The A
still,
side will
yeah.
have the backup for now as they've seen the door open, the Viper wall go up.
hard when they don't have money.
But there's no movement from Fnatic, not just yet. They're looking for a reaction, response. There's a flash. They know Sky is here. They're going to try to find a bit more information by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Rio going through. Oh, I thought he was going to go through first, but instead it's right from the back. So they don't see any of these players.
30 seconds.
Definitely makes things a bit misleading.
4
though,
people
after already
here.
seeing so much off the back. That's
Killjoy
the same form they
ult.
used just a couple of rounds ago. Up on the corner, gets them so much information. Nade doing work. The snake bite was sublime. And what was looking like a possibility, Leo just clean.
Okay, was this an eco though? Going to have to worry too much.
Suppressing fire.
Trex,
You know,
yeah,
just make
he's
his aim a little shaky.
here
Let's
in
make him
here for
worry.
the next
You know what,
tourney in
that's a great
theory.
teammate, 'cause he was like, you know what, Dirk is at the bottom of the board. I'll act as a distraction so that he can get the kill.
Leo does not mess around when it comes to the support role.
Of course,
you know,
yeah.
he is willing to lead with his utility.
It might
He'll
not
put his
give him an
body on the
assist,
line.
but he's willing to do it.
But
Just
he
for-
know, but that's it. Stats don't lie. But here they do. That is an assist. Well done. Well done, Leo. Yes. Big smile on his face. Happy to help. 5-3. Yeah, a really
Okay,
nice
massive ult
recovery
diff.
from Fnatic. It's
Yeah,
been
like
4
Desp
rounds
said
in
in
a row,
chat,
and this is the
they
problem.
used
Once
2
they
ults
get the
into
ball
this, so
rolling, finding solutions.
Vitality is now their time. Money's here they can buy next, but they don't want that to happen. They got 3 ults, 4 ults for, I guess if we include the Omen for a fast rotate. We've got Omen ult for Fnatic if they want to try something a little bit wild. We'll create some pressure elsewhere. Default over towards B, break the turret. I like this from Vitality, one person over towards A. This is normally where it works out really well against this comp, because it can be pretty hard for the Fnatic comp to force into a site. This smoke is good. It's kind of like the K-Corp one, maybe goes a little bit deeper, but I think that's okay.
Haven't actually fought for that controller tool, so they can let this stack stick around.
But safe having ultimate as well, you know, he doesn't really need to fall back from Robo. He can keep this aggressive control and use that as a get out of jail free.
I like what they did here. They did fake pressure over towards A. They smoked this and then they pushed the wall up to try and potentially get a rotate out, but Safe did really good. And there's no rotate coming in.
30 seconds left. If they're going to go somewhere, that door needs to open now. And it looks like that window is closing,
and we have Runner with his ult here.
And a TP used up by Boaster as well to get control over towards A. Nice shot on the Durka.
Okay, I think
making its way in now as a lockdown
Runner should have popped his ult 5 seconds ago.
They're getting it and getting out. How do they defend it from far away?
Yeah, they got to go real far on this. We're going to see an insta stick. They can at least get half, you would imagine. Boaster's in a pretty good pause.
The rest of the team slowly making their way in, and actually, I think Alpha's just denied it. He did. Sender's gone down. There wasn't any cover from one of the main angles. That seems like a bit of a misstep. The fact is, though, they still have a smoke. But
Smoke goes into vision block. Pings pretty good. Ah, man. Fnatic shouldn't have won this one. Yeah, Fnatic get away with a round that they probably shouldn't have won there. If I'm fully honest, Runner needed to pop his ult 5 seconds earlier. Needed to make sure they couldn't get through the choke point. Let them out the choke point. Trey came in, and then it all fell apart.
Look at that. I mean, that's insane. I don't know. Maybe the smoke was refreshing. I'm going to give Safe the benefit of the doubt. Add to that the fact that maybe he has to be taking that fight on the Boaster to cover the angle, so there's just no time. But
because then if he then I think he's talking about cycling some of the util there.
Holding the one
all 3 players were looking at Boaster.
It felt like that with his hand actions, and I think that's right.
Immediate threat, but then you have to kind of clock back in and go, well, that
so still better from an A point of view though, for Vitality holding over towards aggro A.
You'd imagine they were running. So
can a team lose using 5 ults though? Yeah, we saw we saw it yesterday. K-Corp lost an attack round when they used 5 ults against Heretics.
Salah always on top of everything. He's going to be picking apart what has just happened, trying to get his team back in this one, because 5 rounds in a row is not a pretty sight. And as said, Vitality started this one well. It basically just spiraled out of control.
JDG bind. Okay.
Frenzy and a Bucky. Like that's what's
so
happened.
JDG bind, and I want to watch the Wolves
now, I'm
icebox.
looking at Alpha buying up an operator. Obviously, there's still some time left on the clock, but this could just be a counter, just going, okay, they've been pushing aggressively up on A. I'm going to pick him out of the sky. But he's actually over towards the C side.
Vitality again, just knowing that aggro over towards A is the one.
Somewhere, so you guys go that way. I've got this side of the map.
Yeah, you know, we've seen again.
No way. It happened again.
He jiggle jump peeked that, and he just caught him.
Yeah, this time it wasn't a leg shot.
Chaos on this choke point as well towards A. It's going towards Vitality to start with, but these players are caught out, pushed up, and now the numbers advantage in the duel. 3 versus 1 as Runner goes down, leaving Sender alone in the 3 versus 1 of the round. At least he's got a Viper pit to play with. You know, I feel like I've said that for a couple rounds now. And again, the issue is going to be getting into position to use it. Now he has his wall down, but it's not in the best of positions.
Nicely
As
done.
You can see, Alpha was already well in front
This one fell apart a little bit. The attack op is doing great. Got a leg shot over towards C within the first 5 seconds. The other round, kill over towards C, first 5 seconds.
From what I can see on the map, Destrian just did the classic, I'm just going to jump, peek, and go back out.
Oh,
yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah. That's what you get. Do we have his last kill as well? Was it as quick? I don't know if it was, but it seemed...
Okay. You know, I thought Alpha was already ahead of the wall, but no, he just walked straight through it. That nade is good, but not good enough.
Close,
67 health left on
Yeah,
both.
this is one of the issues with the Sky. You don't massively... you don't have the Fade Teva combo to kind of wreck anyone TPing out.
I guess maybe
Don't know exactly
But
where he
I
traps
do
that, so
think
I thought maybe he'd like
there's some ways of doing
a
it.
little bit from the nade or something. No, just
Still.
instant headshot him as he goes around the corner.
Reasonable.
Just as reasonable as getting owned by Alfie. Surprisingly, they didn't jump peek, see that
They
round.
decide to
did,
push.
however, try and
Mate,
peek
Destrian gets leg shot down to 5 HP. Killed round before. Killed now from the AWP.
And it is Sender trying to clutch this one out. Currently vulnerable. They know exactly where he is, and the spike's already made it to the site. But Leo, I think he's just going for the kill at this point. He just knows, you know, I don't even need to risk this. Let's just wait for the cover of my team. This time he gets him, though. That's the kill that gives him maybe a chance. They've used Nightfall just on him. It doesn't connect.
Yeah, because
Oh,
if
he's looking the
they
wrong
win
way.
the rounds,
That
they got
double
no
swing's
no
about to
money.
come through before it even can. Leo catches the angle. 8 rounds for the side of Fnatic.
Looking
The attacking
convincing.
Side. It is their map pick, granted, and clearly they've come in with an idea. I know I heard our desk talking about it a little bit, the fact that the opening matchup we saw Vitality play Lotus, and you wonder how much have they investigated that.
Ooh, that was nice though. Did they use an early tether?
Peaked C, got caught on the elbow. Then he goes, I'll check B this round.
Hello,
so he doesn't
Jasper.
get me, and he's there.
I will say, like, the inner nerd in me, every time I see that little zoom thing
It's
comes
so
up,
cool.
it just makes me happy.
Back over towards A because they're not getting
showed it
punished.
to
They're
us
winning
in
every single time.
rehearsals. If they didn't,
Fade Eye goes into the corner.
Gets
Gets a okay, that's what tagged him last time.
Still is.
It is.
But 8-3. As we said, Fnatic have been looking good now. I don't know if you guys know this. Sender actually has a Viper's Pit online.
Safe goes
So-
aggro
What?
in.
Yeah,
I want to say he's
he
in his
got
own
that
smoke
online, you know,
on C.
6 rounds ago.
2 days
so
ago.
He hasn't used it yet.
Yeah,
but
and he drops
now,
by
maybe not
the
best
alarm bot.
idea either, because Durka
So
is
Safe-
coming in with a showstopper.
I mean, did this guy
He has a
hear
way
this?
of rooting players out of that. Finally, the punish on Alpha.
That's a big start
Finally.
because he has been causing them real issues. The problem is, okay, the one good thing about having that Viper's Pit here is they can use it to waterfall their way back through.
It's a shame. Safe had a really good flank, but then the Killjoy goes down, so they're going to start expecting it.
He's so aggressive that you can't even really use the Viper's Pit to waterfall out. That's the plan. And you know what? Sender's done well. It'll give them that extra bit of space. It'll clear out that back corner as well because the Fnatic players can't afford to sit there. Safe wrapping round timing is absolutely everything. Showstopper, he can get multiple kills instead. Safe's come from behind.
Safe did so good to buy his time on this, though.
Vitality and maybe just the round. Boaster still sitting back, manages to find himself one, and now he's the only one left standing.
Wait.
Just gonna try and go for the diffuser, but Vitality.
I was going to say, if Boasty's actually managed to get the diffuser there, that's a round.
Just about, and they will have themselves their 4th round after a 7-round hiatus.
8-4 at the half. Look,
Yeah, it was a
considering
lovely,
how we started here, Tom. It's not the best. It
I
was
mean,
3-1. at
It was
certain
it was
point.
not a good start for
That point was
Fnatic,
quite
but the
a while
recovery
ago.
was outrageous.
17-7, and they're losing by 4 rounds. The thing is, when they've actually run into him, he's been ridiculous. Like, I was a little bit skeptical seeing him play controller because, as I said, he was basically the 2nd best duelist in EMEA last year, and it's because the best one won 2 trophies.
But
Like,
I also discussed a little bit about, you know,
Have you seen
what-
anyone
what
other
does
than
he want
Oxygen
as a
cycle the
person, as
Viper
a player?
Omen
And
A main one way in defense?
that's it.
No, they do it. They do it good. No one really uses the Viper smoke there, and it's normally because the wall kind of eradicates it a little bit.
He's
But I
also
do
said
think
in
it can
interviews
be.
that he thought he was meant to be a
I do
duelist,
think
so
it
feel
has some
like he
uses.
just plays everyone, if I'm
Again,
being brutally honest.
chat, you lot know that.
That's safe.
You
Wait,
lot know that I hate
there's
how
a
everyone
lot of value
plays
to
A
be
against
from having
Fnatic. Really,
players like that who will just say, what
apart
is it on
from
this map? What do we need on
apart
this map?
from
That's what I want
loud.
to play.
Or more
Really,
so
that
just
was
like
it.
playing with people. A bit like Angel. Just tells you whatever he thinks
If I
is
was to
funny
give,
at the time.
if I was to give advice to someone getting into the game, I'd say don't play like Angel. That would be the first thing I'd say, because you don't have his teammates.
Double
And,
pistol.
well, Coaster doesn't have many teammates now because they've already lost Durka and Chronicles. Pistol off to a flying start for Vitality.
Oh,
it's been a lifeline
lovely
in the
trades,
series,
man. That's
having the
good.
first one under their belt. We'll see if they can do the same here on the
Sky
attack.
Dog goes
4
in.
versus
Probably a
2.
spam on this guy.
And an easy seize on Boaster. He had nowhere to go. Stunned up and gunned up. Leo, 74 health. 1v4. Good luck.
If there was any man, it would be this one.
The Ryan clip. Maybe let's check it after the game.
Watch this man 1v5 with a sheriff. I can't choose anyone else. But even still, this would have to be an absolute.
It's clean.
That's one. That's one. He's got a few more to go. A little bit wary of the flank, but the time is the main problem. He might be able to kill off every single member, but I think the clock will do the job at this point. Even throwing a nade onto the spike. It's another instant headshot, but Safe will survive, and Kicks is going to make sure it doesn't go any further. Controlled from Vitality. Didn't give him a chance. Now they get the rewards. A potential second round conversion for the second time. And a chance to build into this attack half, which, as we've said, like, we've seen teams improve on the defensive side of this map, but ultimately we do still lean it in the attacker's favor.
And also lean it in the favor of players or teams.
Okay, double sheriff.
Pistols. Big advantage.
Two pistols.
Vitality.
Even after the pistols, most likely 8-6 down.
Streak of rounds.
4-person push.
Right back in the game, at least possibly. They can't come in and lose this round. Damage was done, but now I'm not so
they had
worried.
numbers with the
Very
jaws.
quick kills from the side of Vitality. They should be able to retrieve that spike, and unless Leo's classic has a little bit of an upgrade to it, I think this one should be very much dead and
Somehow
buried.
I still believe he's going to do something.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
For a second there, Safe almost fell, but yeah, both are very far away. Hoping they would double back, but instead they seem like they're firmly set on heading their way into the C site. An almost inevitable conclusion of this
Runner
round being that
gets the orb.
Vitality will get themselves into
For the plant, and Boasties has one smoke, a TP, and a classic.
They could be coming in with a really solid bonus. So if anything, they just don't want to lose anybody else, which is exactly what they would do.
Not bad.
Nice controlled one for Vitality. Plenty more to come. And look, for this attacking
Why
side,
Sky over Gecko
now
on
they
this
get to
map?
set the pace up
Gecko,
against Fnatic.
man,
This is
Gecko
gonna be a
on its
really
own.
interesting
I feel
round
like
with the
Gecko at the
bonuses.
moment needs to be comboed with
Bulldogs
stuff
in
that
play,
Flash just gets
Guardian
shot
as
too
well,
easy.
the light shields. The only
They
thing I
don't really
wanna see
do the
from
same
Fnatic
thing.
is an outlaw. A lot of light shields, man. A lot of light shields.
Gecko's great in double initiated the comps though. But as a solo,
Oh, okay. Have you been feeding them information?
Don't
I
think it's the one.
Well, clearly, Mitch needs to be investigated, but okay. Sender going for some spams.
He's doing the Chronicle.
Did a.
Fnatic on their first bite, early over towards A, they said one person up.
Viper screen. Again, it's patient stuff coming out from Vitality. It's the same as what we've expected. Smoke going down, maybe hoping to try and destroy some of that utility. They will do just that.
Trying to find the util, didn't get the alarm bot.
Falling back. In the meantime, though, Boaster has gone aggressively pushing up. It's exactly the same.
And creating pressure like they're doing the old loud default, where you take C and then B and then duel over towards A to clear this as well. And then the smokes are finally starting to run out. Imagine if that was an Odin. Every time the wall went up, you'd probably win every single time, but
Yeah, the smoke down just to make it a bit
I'll
more
wait for another
annoying.
game.
In actual fact, this rotation.
I'll
could
get it. We'll
benefit
get it one time, chat. We'll get it
definitely
one
towards the
time.
C side from what we're
Otherwise, I'll
seeing.
just have to binge watching
Viper
T1
play for B and A.
all day. To be fair, they didn't have the money for it.
I'm not sure where the toxins are at for Chronicle, but I didn't see the wall go up, so Orb should be in play for this. Snake bite down, that's going to catch a few on the way through. Good damage done.
Volley
Alpha at
goes
least
in.
good for one, and the backup is now on the side.
25 seconds?
Spray down from Chronicle. He's forced back into the smoke.
Wait,
His
this has
teammate
a
dropped
lot
it.
of
I don't know if
legs.
he can go for this anymore. Probably has to wait for a
They got
teammate.
no util to get back into
Spams
sight.
to
This
try to
one's
deal the
probably
damage, but
done.
It's not happening. That's planted now, secured for Vitality. They can't really get out of the site. The only issue. The smoke isn't online for Safe just yet to help them on cross, but they'll stack up, take these fights together, and look to push it across the line.
Smoke to block vision, so Destrian's out of here. Man, first big buy round, Kicks gets 4. Oh.
Huge round from him. Really good take onto the site as well, being able to clear out Althea without too much difficulty, which is normally not an easy thing to do. And they've managed to convert that bonus round as well. That's the big thing about it. Getting themselves that little boost in. The only thing I will remind you of is they kind of managed to do that. Well, they won, I think it was round 4, and then they ended up losing to what was a weak purchase. Fnatic, they're going to take themselves their first pause, and first time for Elmer Putty to actually get a chance to vocalize within the VCT. Obviously, the one sort of change that we've seen within Fnatic is
let's think 2-9 loss bonus.
Absolutely.
They got a little plant as well, so 3-2. They didn't get that many kills. It's gonna be a good low buy.
Involved anymore, but doesn't have to come down on the stage. Doesn't have to fist bump upwards to Salah. Understandable. And doesn't have to deal with Salah's mind games. That's a big part of it.
And doesn't have to deal with being insulted by Sue, which is something that you have to clearly deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, yeah, I heard that earlier, Sue.
It's funny, I didn't have my headphones on, but I saw his face and I was like, Sue just said something mean, didn't she?
Every day, Tom. I deal with this every day. It's okay.
It's okay. Everyone loves a short king.
No minicam? Nice. Just chilling at home.
We saw the Guardian bought up, right? The spam attempt that I was holding my breath the whole first half to see from Chronicle.
Probably a little bit stressed.
Pioneered it, certainly at the top level. Pulling that Odin out attack side, denying the cross. Now, when you've got someone like Safe who's just going to shrouded step across, it's not the best. You know, typically you're denying Rays coming up. And
Odin on attack, going to spam over towards A. What if Fnatic got planned overall?
But Sender, well, he don't give a damn. He said, if your Omen steps out, I'll tag him up. And Chronicle can't even spot the corner.
Only a little bit. Was he
spotting?
Okay.
Now, obviously, it looks worse than it is.
Yeah, it looked way worse than it was because of the attack wall. I didn't realize he was tanking the attack wall here.
86. He stood in that angle a second or two longer. He was gone.
Wait, someone pinged exactly on Boaster's pause.
I think they know that he's there.
Uh-oh.
The rest of Fnatic have started to make moves.
I mean, the Odin can spam this from back here and get this angle.
Vitality's attack size, if you watch them on Sunset, they are very happy to hit the brakes. Very controlled, not over-aggressive. And it seems like Sender has a real chokehold on this team.
Question mark created over towards A from opening the door. Bit of a gamble from Fnatic at the moment because we have pressure in terms of all of these areas. And Fnatic, it gets too quiet. Fade goes in, they decide to go aggro, and maybe they get into an okay position to spam through smokes here.
It's not like there's a lot
Say spam, it's pretty much Leo's gun is the only one that can do it. At least when Leo got to hit early, they might not.
Oh no! Oh
yeah,
no!
they might not.
Leo's in the corner! He's not getting out of that corner, granted, but the damage is already done.
All the Seekers go heaven? I mean, you just molly this.
Well, the Seekers go out, but 12
Someone's got to plant, though.
12 seconds, that has to be planted here and
Kicks.
now. Kicks can't even get to the side.
Oh no, guys, that's a spike.
5 seconds, 4, and time is gone. They need to kill them. Fnatic are running for the hills. Playing against Fnatic is
Oh, guys. Oh my god. That's the round that Fnatic win. That's so stupid. You got to shout out to Leo. Shout out to the guys over to I mean, it was Leo that kind of gave him the info with the Fade Eye as well, so he got into that corner early. They decide that they need to get some map control against the eco for some reason. And then they all go to the right side water, and then they were so caught up in the duels. Oh man, that was awful. It was absolutely awful.
And we point to so many players on Fnatic as being strong individuals. Boaster,
nicely done from Fnatic.
Buying so much time for his squad.
Oh.
Well played across the board. The rewards
oh man, Odin out on the fence. We got another one. Add him in, give him a tick. Seal of approval. They're gonna lose the round though. But it's still been working for them. It's been working for them. It's been working in practice. We bring it out. Other teams can now finally use it, and I can. Wait, they kind of leaked the ante to their own comp, though. That's a little bit dangerous, but.
The spam's not bad, but Safe has got his teammates back. Runner also dropping Leo. This makes it look
they used it last year, but they never went in this area with it. All about this area. Wall up, spam. What? Dude, how did you get 2 there? Dude, I thought this round was done. Molly's. Oh.
He's thrown a snake bite down to delay them at least a little bit, but the time is not even remotely.
Give me Alpha's POV, because how did he manage to get 2?
I feel silly for being surprised.
That's it, man. At a certain point, it's our fault. for not expecting it. I was with you. That look down and out.
Yeah, it was done.
Pit can be so difficult.
Here we go.
And I was even going to say, you know what, in a round like this, Tom, they get on site, they plant, they pit.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah, he sees runner shooting.
Blame them for that. It's like the first player, sure. The fact he quickly
God
transfers
mode.
to the second player.
Back-to-back rounds that Vitality shouldn't have lost.
Must be nice to be a Fnatic fan, you know?
This guy's insane. This whole roster is insane, to be fair, but like Dirk is on the bottom of the scoreboard, and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Like most teams, your duelist goes missing. Hell, we saw the Liquid game. You know what happens. It gets damn tough to even put up half the rounds. Oh, you're gone. Good night.
Ooh.
Never mind.
He got seized.
3.
He got seized by Leo.
3.
I think that literally might have been the difference. He would have got that little
Back
bit
towards
further.
B.
Chronicles brought that Odin back in, but
Turns
again,
out the Odin's good for retaking over towards B as well, multi-purpose, and they Vitality push close, get some heaven control, and this is pretty good at the moment. Chat, where the hell was the plant for? Oh, okay, there we go. The plant. Yeah, this is nice. They can insta lovely molly. That's fine. I actually think that was the right play. No one insta sticking half might have cost them.
As Vitality retake control over the side. They've got that off angle to fight from. No diffuse possible.
Very nice. Very nice from Vitality here. Love the instant decision to go over towards heaven. They saw they had the Killjoy ult, and they even went a step further and went all the way to stairs to get a kill on the guys that were going to try to take Hobbit.
They're having to leave because of the lockdown. Would just, I'm outside the lockdown, I'll wait, and then I go back to where I was. That was not what Vitality were doing. They realized, okay, we've got players coming in.
It's so funny because whoever loses this game is going to go, like so say Fnatic, say Vitality lose this game, they're going to be like, man, we should have had those 2 afterplants. And then if Fnatic lose, they're just going to go, man, we should have just won a pistol. And it's one of them where everyone's going to feel like they should have won the actual game here. Or at least the map.
From the Vitality squad. Not a lot to work with in terms of ult economy, but for the Fnatic side, that showstopper from Durka, it could help them fight back into a site. And a lot of the difficulty has been holding on in the first place. Vitality have got boots on the ground whenever they want. I think they're pushing and pulling the map decently well. Right now, presence across. It looks like a shift towards C.
It's a really important round at the moment.
That's why they're not going slowing it down. That was a wild
was there not a
straight through. He's caught center.
Was there not a wall up?
The thing is with Chronicle, it might just like this man knows the inside and out of every monitor on the planet.
New judge spot unlocked. Love that one.
Boaster is going to
TP out afterwards.
After a massively successful round, Vitality have 40 seconds to try and turn this one on its head.
Cover going out.
Outside the site. You already see Chronicles like, I don't need to fight this anymore. We got a showstopper for the retake.
30 seconds
they don't have anything to really help them in this afterplan. He's just trying to make sure that any re-aggression is going to be met.
Spike planted.
And Safe is going to hear this Omen running away.
I feel like the one player that might be able to do a little bit of extra damage is going to be Safe.
Feel like his team can delay and he goes behind?
Also
No.
has a slightly more aggressive position. The fact is though, Mitch,
Dirk want to pop his ult?
from the same
Yep.
spot.
Yeah, oh, they're looking at death ball, and like we've seen many times before, using
It's a good plan,
Dirk as
but
showstopper to clear out the space
it's
that's
like, what are you
already
meant to
being
do,
taken
yeah?
with just Safe, but insult to injury as the final rocket lands right at his feet.
Yeah,
That's
must-win round for
11
them though in
rounds
terms of
for
their econ.
Fnatic. 2 more to close this map
Vitality,
out.
good
This
spike
is their
him.
pick. They looked very good on their attack side. They streaked together, what, 6-7 rounds, and now they're almost at the end of it, and it was indeed a wild spam straight through the wall. Of course it was. This is a man who likes to wall bang with Odins. You don't think?
Yeah, but
he's above just
I think like I'm really enjoying Chronicle at the moment because it is just the whole when the wall goes up, people just walk, take back control. He wanted to do it with the Odin, obviously went over towards B. He's still doing it on this round, just a little bit further back. Just knowing tons of people walking through here is, I mean, everyone does it.
Alright. I'm not sure whether you're the biggest nerd on the planet or...
The timeout's good as well because obviously if Fnatic win one, if they can make them lose the next, they get the loss bonus reset.
The fact is, you come into a map of Lotus versus Fnatic, and I kind of expect you to just be out of it. But they have had a competitive match. They've had moments, they've had opportunities, and they've had big mistakes. And that's where this will probably be quite frustrating for them in post. 2 rounds that they've lost to.
You always
one
like
was a
safe. I
Bucky,
mean, yeah, safe's
Stinger,
a
Frenzy,
fragger.
the other one
Doesn't
was
matter
a
what
Stinger
agent he's on,
and
he's a
Check,
fragger.
and not planting the spike. Those are 2 big rounds that they could have had that would completely change the scoreline here. The fact is, though, those are rounds that you just can't lose to Fnatic. You give them anything, they will take it with both hands. And that's why they're now sitting a couple of rounds to the good. And just 2 away from taking the first map and heading on to Ascent.
Well, that timeout's come to an end. Now for Vitality, it's time to show up. Next map up is Ascent. They want this one to be close.
Early A.
Already, we're seeing a
I get
blitz
shot.
from this attacking side.
One molly
They come
out
of
for
the
Chronicle.
pause,
From
punching
Chronicle.
as they look to take
And this
control
orb
over A
is.
main. The site, though,
Not saying it's
very
everything,
much
but
secure. Plenty of utility to
definitely
keep the
changes
back
this
to
up a lot.
smoke.
What is
Of
this
course,
one like?
Chronicle waiting to see whether he wants to use this Viper's Pit. This could send them running the other way, but on a map like
He
this,
was
there's
tempted.
plenty of ways to shift direction.
He was very
I
tempted.
think the main reason he hasn't used it is because of that. Because he heard them taking the orb, there's still that doubt of whether they're actually
Wait.
going to head in this direction yet.
Okay, as
Doesn't
we
wanna
can
just
see on the
throw the
minimap,
ult
no
out
one
for
over
no
towards
reason,
here, so they're not
especially because
actually
they can
going
very
towards
easily
B.
surround him on
But
that A side.
they don't, in terms of
From either side.
Fnatic,
3 players
have
from
any
Fnatic
info
now
here,
sit
so that
within B
it looks
after
pretty
hearing
legit.
the door
And they
broken.
decide to go searching.
Their expectations, runner in a decent position.
Well, they're
but
close
now
enough to
they
hit the
do
run.
head back towards Chronicle, and he's
This was cool.
he's
Omen
moved
flash over
completely.
towards here, insta swing towards
Finding that
stairs.
opener.
And the fade eye on top of it, there's a great little trap play.
Fnatic certainly got some fight left to them. That pit, though, not going to be baited out just yet. They know they've got plenty of time with angles
Aim
like that
coach.
held by Boaster. And he's safe, far, far away from that lockdown. That now, okay, it might get them to the site, but the counter pit to fight back in, the utility they'll have on their way through. Poison Orb still up for Chronicle. They need something more, and I understand then why you see this aggression from Sender. Great kill, but he's down to 11 HP. The price was paid in the end.
Still
Now what does he do with the 11 HP?
made this round look plausible. Door being tapped, but it is being watched by Destrian. Timing on this is going to be everything. If he gets this kill, it's plausible
Alarm bot.
now. Possible, in
Could
fact.
put the alarm bot down.
For them
A
to
good
get
off
this one
angle.
through. Sender is just going to try and play within it. Perfectly timed onto Boaster.
Whoa.
And looking for the kill onto Leo. He's still standing, though. I think he might have got the information
Four?
wrong about how
Oh
low
man,
Destrian is,
I
and is
thought
almost
maybe he was
caught
going to do
switching
this.
on the way back.
Right, so Boaster can't buy 1,900 loss bonus. Everyone else kind of finds sitting around like 4-2. I think 4-1, 4-2.
Oh, you have to commend Sender for going out to try and find that extra player. If he doesn't do that, this round does not go their way. Not with that
Man.
pit online. Not with the fact
The
that
trap
they can
play
use
was
orb to
cool, but the
block off an angle,
2v4?
close the space, get the pit down, defuse, and it's done. We've seen those rounds a
I mean,
million
we have to
times,
shout
but
out.
that right there
We have to
changed the
shout out
course of this
Sender here, to be
altogether.
honest.
The team had to worry about taking other angles, about clearing out. They split up. Sender was able to buy them all the space they needed. Gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, and he's another one of the sort of new look.
Well, got one round where everything goes your way. You pay for it.
Boaster
It's just
takes
not
the hit,
fair.
like we were
It's
talking
just
about,
not
in
fair.
terms of
Like,
him
it's
not
just
having a gun for this
the
one.
perfect time to spam. But
They
what I was
lose
gonna
their
say is
only
he's one
initiator.
of the new look IGLs that still just seems to be up there in the fragging department. Like, we've hyped up Boo, also fellow Lithuanian in that, but Sender really is just, he's up there. 19 kills, only man above him is safe.
And Vitality are just going to want a duel.
Wow.
They're going to hope that someone duels them.
Learning what it's like to play against Fnatic. They're just wrecked at the beginning of the round. It hasn't changed the setup either. Slow walking in towards, still with the chance to go back, but with safe TPing in, not so sure that's an option, and straight through the poison orb. Runner has died as well. That's
That
the
was
second
very
kill
good as
straight
well.
through
Just
his
the
mouth.
safety of the smoke, meaning that he can wrap around. Destrian gets the kill. That is unlucky. Oh boy.
Get your gun out, Boaster. It's all right. In the end, he got there. And that's all we're going to remember.
I feel like Sender turned from the audience there. I'm not sure.
Doesn't want the upgrade. Not willing to step out of his corner to get it. Just holding the control, boxing him in, and closing the lid. 12-9 for Fnatic.
3 chances to close this one out. 9-12, and they didn't win the pistol. Pretty impressive.
Very strong fight being put up by Vitality.
Been some weird rounds sprinkled in here though.
What a timing. It's just ridiculous. Like, look, okay, the smoke actually went up just afterwards. I thought he'd done 2 straight through, but even still, just alpha things. I imagine that was a surprise of Boaster's life. It's like, oh, hello. Check your corners, guys. Check your corners. 12-9. Fnatic, it might not have been.
Fnatic decided to go aggro, and we like this. Aggro with 2. We were. I think he wanted. Did he satchel? Yeah, I think he wanted with the satchel to go on top. I'm not entirely sure. 3-person walk push through.
Then the showstopper can clear you out, but look at
Fnatic fine to just play far back on this.
Was last round. He was up, taking a random shot into the dark to try and get a kill. This time, he's at the back of the site, and it's because he knows.
Yeah, they're going fast behind, and does Killjoy go out of range? No, turret gets shot. Seekers obviously went one behind. They have no map control. Okay, they fight mount.
And this isn't a site where it's very easy to play aggressive. Dirk is down. Boaster in
Okay, the guys on site need to send it.
Viper's Pit definitely going to be needed to recover this round. But again, the problem is denying the space for him to put it down.
I think they missed their window.
Chronicle could just
oh, that's nice.
A couple steps closer, or another bullet through. Kicks is on 5 health. If he even had a snake bite here, it could change the game. But they've delayed quite a bit of time now on the side of Vitality. And with still 5 players left, are Fnatic going to go for this?
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, and nicely done here for.
But I guess they care more about taking weapons.
I like both of how both of the teams approach this. To be honest, like the Fnatic strat of going fast behind was really good, and Vitality, once they were all on site here, made sure that no one was flooding in, to then insta-take Mount Heavy because they had no map control.
I also don't think it's done that much damage to Vitality, though. They'll still be able to purchase him with the next round. The thing that worries me a bit for them is ults. Viper's Pit not too far, lockdown as well, but
could have done that on the Eco run they lost.
And
They should have done that, so maybe learn him. Yeah, looking a little bit stressed.
Well, I think the Fnatic
Last time out?
want
No.
Vitality to have one more round, so we can get all of the rounds in regulation. Things I love to see.
This is Fnatic's best chance to close this out.
At 12-10, it's, well, they've got their choice of rounds to go for. We'll probably see a save if things do go a little bit awry.
Definitely the best chance to close this one out.
Oh, there you go.
We'll have the ults. Yeah, it's used very early on. I guess again, noise is being heard outside of C, so why not?
It's more so just look at the.
I mean, it's more so that they have A control as well. They have to be somewhere. Alarm bot inside it as well. So the early information from this is very nice. B-Stack's looking good. Teva?
Just an instant kill immediately. Good trade though. The C's holding them back at least a little bit more, and Leo not wanting to overcommit. Here goes Runner.
The rehit's nice. They still have Razenade on site.
Get them in towards that side.
It's like that weird thing again where they don't have any map control, but they can definitely go get some.
For a miracle. He's seen what Alpha's been cooking and tries to do a little bit more.
Killjoy ult goes in. I mean, there's the map control. We go over towards Hobbit. And
a kill. They've got a good opportunity. It's just perfect though. Vitality
oh man, they got to save.
And as you mentioned,
they definitely got to save these two.
Almost think so. Yeah, those
guys, look at the money. Someone talk about the money. You got to save. Boasties?
Real fighting chance in the next. There's no real chance they end up taking this one. Shrouded step was heard. They've heard those steps as well. Kicks had already pushed up close. They know where Boaster is.
So, one on top of this.
Dropping this rifle, it could buy them in overtime. And there it is, another kill.
2-4.
Chronicle seemingly quite safe.
2-4 on top of all of these. We get 1,000 on this.
Potentially be found on that Fnatic side. They've used up their Viper's Pit as well.
At least Leo gets a full buy.
They seem to have done a lot of the hard work. Now they've just got to tip that last domino, the one that was missed. Pushes to an overtime, and this map can still be theirs.
Yeah, I like the fact as well, the last few rounds have been a lot more direct. Back to basics, just playing as a unit. I think that's where Vitality have played some of their best. Valorant is just playing off of each other. My only worry though, Fnatic have done some of their best work in this game with the stinkiest of buys. Like, you think about, as I said, the Sheriffs, the Frenzies, the Stingers. That's what's going to be coming in this round. I'm looking at a Spectre on Durka, who has been uncharacteristically quiet. Bottom in the hold server at the moment on that raise. Maybe he really has been practicing the Yoru just a little bit too much. But this also gives Salah the chance to talk through with Vitality. the fact that this one has been so competitive, so close, and right at the end they look like they could be about to bring this one to overtime. It's already a testament to how good a squad they have. Bear in mind that the expectations with the signing of Trex is that he'll be in this roster soon. A little bit of boost to firepower.
Fade, okay. They don't have the guns,
when we went to the
but they
camps,
have the
you saw
ults.
Stress on Elma Putty's face. Something that
Stinger, sorry, one Stinger, double Spectre,
you didn't see.
3 light on us.
Pretty level-headed, pretty used to it. It's first time. That's what Devard's saying at home. Stressful games. That's what Fnatic are known for. That's what they deliver every single time.
If Sender gets a killer and orb, that is the only ult you'll see from Vitality.
But the thing is, Elma Putty, they get there in the end.
And they changed it up a little bit, and Fnatic every single time have been going aggro over towards A. This time, they get some map control. We got none of these. Dude, are they just going to do the classic that you do against Killjoy ult and just plant for tree? Or they... Oh, okay.
It's been a slow start, but then a fairly direct response early. And a lot of information garnered.
4 players.
There's a lot of interesting things. Most teams at one point, when they kind of understood that Killjoy after plant over towards A can't be good, because you can always plant for tree and go tree, but now this new bit of A, if Fnatic actually get back a site control, the Killjoy ult gets everywhere and you can just full defuse.
With Vitality to make that move back to the B site. But it does seem like Leo and Chronicle
let's
are
see
going to be the ones coming under
what
pressure.
happens.
That paranoia has pushed them back.
A lovely Omen Flash with the swing here. Oh my.
To go down, the Viper's pit on its way to help out on site. It'll be needed. A spray through
Again, this is not a good plant, so they can just do a normal Killjoy and be confident.
He'll get the spike in. Time now, not an issue for the side of Vitality.
I mean, Killjoy ult is everything
here.
here.
Issue is the fact that there's a lockdown in play.
Yeah.
And Alpha's just put
Now
that
what?
in. So they cannot sit inside the Viper's pit. And in fact, they need
This guy
to
just
go
going to tank
very
it, Molly,
far
before he goes
away.
down.
The thing is, I feel like one has been set up so that they can spam from afar. I think there were expectations
Molly,
that they were there. He
Killjoy Molly, Molly on this, can spam. No one went stairs. No one went stairs. They didn't kill the Viper.
Leaving just Chronicle remaining. They know exactly where he is. Sender even looking at
They saw this ult and no one went stairs. Oh my.
From everything that's gone on,
That's a mess up.
gone. It's a perfect round from Vitality, and okay, sure, they'll lose a man at the end, but they ain't gonna care. Heading us through onto overtime, and a really nice adaptation from
Holy,
them.
3 chat, 3 of them, 3 chances, done.
It's like an alt
Overtime.
Ragnarok. The Odin saved the day. I'm happy to see that. 3 quick kills on the spray through. And one of the big dangers when you're playing inside that Viper's pit is the Odin. And the Tracer is one thing, but on such a tight angle, you ain't firing back at that. Just look. It's so damn easy. Ping it up, spray it up, have your teammates cover your sides. He is so smart. He's so goddamn smart. A beautiful play. And also to stay detained inside the pit. They didn't get to him because how could they? There's a line of bullets blocking them off unless they came from spawn.
Well, it's also just the other thing as well as, okay, sure, the Odin's still going to be very good in that scenario. But with all of them being 1 HP, it means you could just go left to right and you're going to insta-kill anybody anywhere near
It was nice from Vitality, you got to give them that.
Crucial part. Fnatic, though,
But I think when the ult comes down
onto the attack they go.
and you see it's not the good plant,
This has been a showing.
it's a hard round. In the moment, that's one of those in the moment, split-second decision-making, that's hard. Odin was spamming there anyway.
Loud. And it's a pretty good club to be in. As said, the only team to ever beat them on this map. So good they did it twice.
Vitality, aggro over towards C, a lot of info, and we at least have the Killjoy in terms of alpha over towards B if they wanted to pivot in towards a B split. There goes alpha for the B split, and now we don't have any info over towards B. Oh, that is a devastating loss.
Taste of his own medicine with those opening duels alongside the operator. Oh, Sender just got
Lovely TP. Oh my goodness. That was so sick. That was so sick. The recovery here is great.
After that one, so is safe. Vitality have fallen to pieces in this round. The attack side for Fnatic looks good, but we've seen the 2v4 clutches. We ain't seen this one out.
Big hero play from Boaster.
For Runner and Destrian, good players to have in this scenario, but Runner's got the op. He needs someone to swing. He needs someone to give him the advantage, and I just don't see how he's going to get that.
seems impossible. The only piece of utility they have, and the second it leaves his hand, a bullet flies right back. Destrian trying to do something here, but it
Yeah,
will
the
be
4v5 crumbled pretty fast here.
right back onto that attack, right back to success for Fnatic, but both teams were dominant on their attacking side, so no surprise. The Vitality now going back onto that favored position. We might just be able to turn it once again.
Well, that's it, another chance to try and recover this. Now both attacking sides have been pretty proactive, especially in default, or in the regular rounds, regulation. They've been big fans of farming up those orbs, of taking control. I wonder if we'll see that here again. Snake bite down, and that's going to isolate Runner. If he didn't have a teammate who's a little bit insane. Safe has gone Shrouded stepping through the wall.
Is this the same Omen flash swing that we've been seeing a few times?
Realizing that they want to fight this A side, so they're just stacking it up. Only Alpha
Omen flash goes in. Here's the swing. So nice. Boast has been doing this the whole game, playing in this area, flashing in this area each time. It's been so nice. Got close, got real close, but they didn't win a pistol as well, so one of the reasons why. There was some mad rounds sprinkled into this.
No, it wasn't. To overtime in their opening map in EMEA, their opening map
That was
of
fun.
this year.
That was really fun.
For Fnatic, they've shown that they can go the distance. They can roll with the punches. And now, they've only got one more map, Ascent or Bind. The next one up, Vitality's pick, right after this.
Okay. Fnatic.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Okay, for anyone who's new here, I saw a few fast chatters as well. VODs are uploaded from every single game, even when we miss the games. Ryan Central has us covered for the Chinese games as well. So if you ever want to watch a game and you're like, where can I watch the VOD? That is where we've got a VODs channel on YouTube, or if you want to rewatch, etc., etc. Pastime. Okay, right, I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
What's up, one and all? Welcome back to the VCT EMEA. I happen to sit in the right corner because currently Fnatic are up 1-0. And this crowd here has been phenomenal. You guys have been screaming and chanting through thick and thin with Fnatic. Let's hear it. Let's make some noise. All right.
Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Thank you!
And they're polite to top it all up. Now, you're sounding rough, my man. Have you been yelling all day? Are you losing your voice?
I'm slowly losing my voice, and the worst part is I have a job tomorrow.
I mean, does it require you to talk?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, that's very unfortunate. Well, hey, but you did it for the best possible reason, and that's cheering on your boys. It was a really, really close game, all right? Like, we don't want to see any of that. Fnatic, supposedly the favorite of it all, right? Let's do some backseat coaching instead of backseat gaming. What do you want to see from them on the second map? What do they need to do to really pull ahead?
Let's try strat safe like this. We don't need them to know how we play. We just are too good for them. Let's go, guys! Yes, see? We love all of you guys. Especially Alpha for me, but...
We're not playing favorites, but there's a one clear favorite. Love the bling, love the bling. Is anyone else decked out? No more bling? Okay. It's really about the lights. You did that specifically for today, or do you just have that at home for any occasion?
I have it at home, like my decoration. Shout out to the Fnatic shop.
It's a good look, honestly. I'm considering to make that streetwear. You had one from them there as well,
yes,
right? Okay. Well, okay, let's hear it one last time before we're heading into map number 2. Who are you?
FNT!
That's it? Yeah, I was right. Just
Who
once.
are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we?
And off to map number 2.
Thank you!
You're welcome!
That's my favorite.
Oh my
bit.
God.
That
Guys,
is
you
my
are
favorite bit.
amazing. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, and I also love the Delulu Fnatic fans. Like, yeah, nothing's changed. We love you. Keep doing what you're doing. It was very, very, very close to call. But as we head on to Ascent, where Kukuka, it's not so strong for them. It's not been a huge fortress for Fnatic. They have shown weaknesses in the past.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I think that when we talk about the surprise factor of the compositions that we wanted to dwell into, Ascent Sand is not the map where you do that, and we would be surprised to even see changes coming into this map for either of both the teams.
Well, my question is, what does Safe play coming onto this one?
Yeah. So I think that if Safe is going to be playing on that more supportive role, I want to think of him not as in even Sentinel Smoke. I want to think of a flex support, you know, that he's taken that. So probably on the Sova, I think you have to combine it. It's not only what Safe is going to play, it's what Destron is going to play as well. How are they going to be combining that looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need one ways if you're fragging out the way that Safe was. I felt like he was kind of a final boss there for Vitality. But this is the thing, right? They were so close against Fnatic.
We'll watch at the
like
end of the
game.
games.
The corner, like maybe twice.
Moosey as well with the Prime. Thank you for doing that.
Both pistols and a bonus round.
Yeah, exactly. And they also gave us the
Thank you so much
first
for that, dude.
overtime that we're seeing
Almost
in
missed
the
it as well.
EMEA here at Kickoff. And, you know, I think it has to do with that round that we saw. I think it was number 16. They had, you know, as you said, won the pistol, then go on to win the bonus. And then something happens on round 16. They push too deep onto C. And instead of retrieving themselves, going back and rethinking the plan, the consequences of just being very, of tunnel visioning into it makes them lose the round. And Fnatic, I think, goes back a little bit into what they were doing in the attack.
Well, let's see if they're gonna make a change here. Probably not. And it looks like Safe is playing KO. Sender's going Cypher and Destron Omen.
This was
I mean,
this was similar to what they were playing at Convergence.
In the smokes, but maybe he feels more comfortable calling from a perspective of just the Cypher, just giving that extra information and just giving the right calls. And Destron, you know, is experienced with the Omen. He's going to be very comfortable. And again, Safe
Fnatic get to play the two maps where they can just keep everything the same. Kind of nice for them. Don't reveal too much.
That is not Sky.
Yeah, and also Durka, not the best map on Lotus, but he's back on the Jet.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello,
I think
Teats, how we
that
doing,
he
mate?
was being shut down time and time. I think that the way that both teams were contesting both ends of the maps was actually very nice to watch. That there was a lot of depth to it, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Durka didn't have such a nice start. But hey, is Durka, is Jet, we need to see some nice flashy kills.
I can't wait. We had OT on map 1. I wouldn't be so sad to have OT on map 2 as well. So let's send this back into game with Mitch and Tom and see if it does indeed happen.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our lovely analyst.
Did you watch Lotus? Yeah.
Be the 2-0
you should watch
that many
Lotus.
people expected
You
coming
definitely
into
watch
today.
Lotus
Whereas what
if
we
you have
saw
time.
from Vitality on map 1, going to be enough now that they're on home turf.
Wait and see. I'll be honest. I do think going into a map like an Ascent, it was a decent map last year, but of all the maps, I feel like it was where teams had
Right, straight into this one.
opportunities to
Fnatic
do
on
some
defense,
damage versus
Vitality on
Fnatic,
attack.
so
We
I
have a
don't
late
mind the
knife
choice
going in,
of
and
it
I
for
mean,
Vitality.
like it's gonna
I
hit.
also like the
Leo
roles
gets
that
his
they've
recon
got
off
for this
just
one. We'll have to
before.
talk about that later, because Runner is already straight
Good
in
luck,
towards the site.
man.
Leo under
Good
pressure.
luck, Leo does
a
have the
little bit of
sheriff.
support coming in already, but he's got to try and do the heavy lifting himself, and is left completely blind, praying.
Okay, double push behind on this one. We're not gonna be able to check out cams, so they don't really know about it. So they insta clear the site 3-on-3, and they know they're all on site.
More importantly, to allow for this retake to begin.
Yeah, he got tagged up a little bit
What's the
before
Uto
that
diff?
fight, but
1 KO flash that just
he's
sent
got the
it.
teammates now to try and back him up. Chronicle and Alpha. Well,
No
if
one
your
has
back's
any
ever
Uto.
against the wall, these are two reliable players to pull you out of that bad situation.
Boaster gets
Time,
his
though,
smoke.
Not
Back
necessarily
right of sight.
against Fnatic just yet. That spike still has not been planted, and they are taking their time. It's not like they're going to go
Kicks
to a
gets
different
his recon.
site.
And now we're back to no util again. Alpha has his
Secondly, that they can't get
drone
spammed
come
and
up.
overwhelmed when they do
Turret,
come
sorry.
through. That's eventually come through. Now the time starts to tick away, and someone's got to be the first to take this fight, take the big risk. Fnatic, though, need to decide exactly how they want to divvy up this play.
They're waiting for a burst of smoke.
To be worried about anybody coming behind, so I have
Comes
to
up
assume
now.
they know all 3 players
Yeah.
are on that site right now. Otherwise, you'd expect at least them to check main, a turret to watch behind, and well,
The
either
pistol
way,
gods.
it doesn't quite matter where they think they're coming from.
They are pistol gods.
Kicks and the flicks, nice shot.
Yeah, the thing I
0
wanted to bring
to
up about
3
this sort of the way
in terms
that
of
this competition has
pistols.
come out, because obviously we're seeing Vitality switch roles quite a bit. Huge fan of Safe playing the KO. I think it gives him a little bit more space to be a bit more aggressive and show off that flair that we know he has. It's the one sort of initiator that I really feel like you can play as a quasi-duelist and take space for the team alongside Runner. Runner being back on the jet.
When they're the
obviously
opposite in the old
exciting. I
roster,
also think
yeah.
Destrian
I mean, they
is
were. I think they
fantastic when it
actually
comes to the way he sets
had
up
one of the
paranoids.
worst
That's
pistol
something I
records
wanna
last year.
Look at throughout this is how he's going to put those into
Really
place
confident
to make
you're right
things
with
a
that.
little bit more awkward. So I think that this is almost exactly where I'd like things to
Knife
be.
goes
Obviously,
in
Kicks
over
is also
towards
very
A
good,
main.
so it could have gone either way.
Little
with that,
flash swing
for now,
set
at
up
least,
to set up the classic. Gonna do something. He can swing with this
they're
as
not
well.
doing the best in the pistol rounds. 0-3. Not been able to get anything over the line in those. Vitality have clearly put the work in, but the problem they've had is normally Fnatic manage to get a cheeky response in a round they shouldn't. Otherwise, that first map very easily could have gone in their direction. Kicks is going to be looking for info to make sure they avoid a stack on this A site.
All at
Which
middle.
they might not do, because there are quite a few players there.
And with info at middle, they decided to go back and they maybe missed their perfect setup that they had. Still 4 people here, that's unlucky. Flash goes in, and yeah, the whole plan was to flash fast flood, but the duel over towards middle, everyone got out of position a little bit. Still a good amount of still a good amount of damage. Runner 2 HP.
Got 2. Like, he's just gone back into the site almost alone. Manages 2 kills. Now they've cleared out center.
25 as well.
This is the problem
43.
they had in the last
I
map,
mean,
was just unable to play against rounds where they should
if
be
they can
winning them
take down
easily.
safe.
Chronicle also setting up. He has a flash and a fragment to play with. They've got a dart as well to try and reveal these players. They're being forced forward.
Well,
And this was almost a full eco.
they had one ghost.
Not only
A
that,
bit of util in terms of
Vitality,
flashes.
Their base is very much covered. Late lurk on mid, Cam to watch the walkout. You play up through short. That's enough disruption to probably win the round.
Like, look at Durka there. They had the majority of players fighting in mid, as you said. Durka basically goes into the site on his own and gets 2 kills with a classic.
With a classic. And
he's just giggling to himself.
Yeah,
Of course he is.
it was a
He
little bit
uses
criminal.
the dash at the start, doesn't get any options, dashes back. Now he's just a dude with a classic. He's not even jet anymore,
Durka
and
gets
he
the
still
op
just walks
out.
and grabs
We
the
have a
double.
hero gun.
That's just Durka things. And considering the fact that last
Who's
map
taking the hit?
was tough, he finished, he did
This
finish bottom
Destrian
of the server.
standing. He drops the hero gun over towards runner.
This is confidence if ever I've seen it.
Again,
And I
he
like
is
that. An
the
immediate
he is
bounce
the
back.
team
We talked
player.
about
We'll give
how,
him that.
most teams, when you've got a duelist that's not showing up like that, especially someone like Durka who's been so consistent. Nice shock dart. You're
Choke
gonna
breaks
end up in a
the
pretty bad
trip.
spot where
We break
your team
the
just gets demolished most
Killjoy
of the time. That's what we've
over
seen
towards middle. We
from teams
break
time and time
both of the
again.
bits of
The one thing
Killjoy.
they have on Fnatic is the ability to
Util
fall
great
back
pressure.
on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 players.
And
There's
this line of
always someone
sight
else
has
who
been
can pick up
broken,
that
so they
flag
need to
and run
expect
it back
someone
to
over
home base.
towards spawn, because this is a question mark.
Luckily, the team that Vitality have been building.
They can't
over the last
fully
few
clear it,
months
so
also fit that bill. They've
Leo
got a
should be
lot
aware
of
that
depth.
someone might be in this area.
Kicks probably a little bit frustrated with that drone. Again, Chronicle's timing, it's always perfect. It always seems to be. Now, the investment here from Vitality is a hero rifle. A little bit of extra cash because 2 players didn't buy. He's got the light shields. Going to try and do some damage here. Counter paranoia. The fragment and Sender takes the bullet. The runner
That's
is the one
so
to go
funny.
in. And his teammate
Man, poor dude.
falls instead. The rifle has also been dropped to the
poor
deck
dude.
as well. Safe going to try and retrieve it, and will do
Yeah, and
just that.
Safe is on an island now, on his own with the spike. Picks up the hero gun at least, but
The spike was on the short push. They even know that there's players coming in from A main as well, and they don't have anything to play with. Chronicle looking to ace it, but Leo will steal that one away.
Very nice.
Replay of Chronicle's kills there, because I'm pretty sure on the 4th one, he also hit a shot through the wall. I mean, the guy is playing, just like the round and the Luthia, flawless. Every single one of his shots found its mark. I want to see this in the replay, because that's just insanely unlucky that he follows the jet. That's a headshot. That's not.
What were you saying?
It was actually Leo, I think, that got a headshot through a wall. not on Kicks, but actually on one of the other players. You see how he just shoots him once and he dies?
Ooh,
I thought it was
okay.
him first. I saw the head flick up.
Insta or
Either way,
retake?
4
Retake.
kills isn't bad for Chronicle. He's on his way
Flash
towards
goes
his
in
ultimate.
short, and
Most
yeah, they get
importantly,
pushed off of middle. I
they've
didn't
claimed a very
really
valuable
see what
upset
util.
early on.
Maybe it's
Vitality
numbers
won
or
the
something,
pistol,
but maybe it's the
and they'd be
knife
put
flying in
2-1
the air.
down.
Maybe it's the fact that the recon didn't go towards middle. Not entirely sure, but they decide to fall back. We push over towards B main with this.
That was definitely the lowest of the buys. Durka still going hunting, but look at the split. This is actually fantastic from Vitality. A pacey move,
Oh, that was
completely
nice.
caught off guard.
All up to
And
Alpha.
Now Alpha is completely isolated. Shouldn't really be
Oh,
able
that
to
was
get
nice.
anything
I
done
like
from
the
him.
timing on the
switch up
Omen
the
Flash
pace from
recon. They had good
Vitality.
reactions over towards
Bosa's looking to
middle, I think.
Try and find the timing here. Actually, one player reloading there. There is an opportunity. He could
Oh.
have done better. He's hit the
Oh.
dink as well. A chance for him to take this one over the line. 64 HP. Blinding. Chronicle down. Safe.
I can't believe he got
Kicks
that
can't
extra
really
dink.
peek from this angle because he is so desperately low on HP. It'd be too much of a risk to get that spike plant without
It's a
it.
great
Seems like
reposition from
Boaster
Kicks.
has a rough read. This is such a ratty position to be in. He's expecting them to go looking for him because of the risk for safe. Without that plant yet coming in, the flash over the top, it is going to catch Boaster completely blind. And it kind of gives away that Kicks has to be around this corner somewhere. The pop flash clearly used to get him back in. Is Boaster going to think about that close corner? He does not. And
Yeah, he was so confident he was still on the right.
Close out the round. A nice attempt from the Brit, but not this time.
Yeah, he took the option to try and let them.
Yeah,
beat
I mean, he
themselves.
made it.
Someone to
He
step
made
out
it doable
wide,
for
make a
himself
noise,
here.
Make a mistake. It didn't happen. And at some point, he did have to move because Kicks could easily have wrapped all the way back around.
Oh yeah, because he got that
Interesting,
tagged by the
change of pace from the side
tagged
of
by the
Vitality.
drone. Omen
It's worked
flash.
wonders for them, and I think you see why. The second things slow down for a second, and you try to move towards the site.
Second go at this one. Same flash, different position for.
Next time.
Oh, for Durka in terms of signing on towards short.
Still going to go for that operation.
Let's start
He's had
talking
the
about
most
money
success
because
so
it must
far.
be.
Bear in mind his kills are currently only with a
It's
flash.
only bad for
And
3 and 1.
pistol round.
Kicks one away from his ult if they want to
No
get an
shields
orb.
this time either, so definitely getting a little bit low on the finances. Although saying that, the rest of the team have actually been able to buy comfortably and still have credits to buy for the next round. So I guess he's just decided to go with the. Because I feel like Chronicle could have dropped him. Well, we'll move on from that, but just decided, you know what, if you're buying that, it's at your own risk. Leaves him solo on the A side, which is where the majority of the Vitality players are building up. A short push as well from Sender, which is where all of the utility currently lies. And of course, we know that the way this is going to go is a quick dash in and a TP from Destrian. But he beats the bullet of that
I don't know if he was expecting the KO flash, but it never came.
Dash online.
Still, nice kill.
Life or not,
A lot
doesn't
of
really
this
matter.
can be won from Sender.
boosted
Does
up.
he
He'll
expect
wait for
the
an opportunity
4
to
passing
grab a few
mid
more
push?
kills while his teammates work mid-control. Sender
Not a
grabs one,
chance.
but he told me
Who
there's
would?
going to be 2, 3, or 4 players there. What a fool. Oh, of course, it's not exactly predictable. No smoke down for Boaster. He's caught in the middle of trying to throw it. Some utility now taken out of play. Leo is far enough away he could pop a recon, but Hunter's Fury used up from down below. Must have heard a step, and he's having absolutely none of it. In comes Boaster. Nice shot. He has been on fire today so
And they
far.
put
With
2
the
ults into
paranoia
it.
cocked and ready. It's gone in. Safe can't see a damn thing, but he has to fight inside the smoke. Oh, I think they went
Time's so
through in
low.
the wrong order, those pieces of utility. And Safe's still alive, dancing around the back of the site. He'll go down
And
eventually, but he has bought just
Alpha's
enough time
gone.
for the side of
Damn.
Vitality, even eliminating Alpha with the spike. Very nicely played.
Yeah, that was good work from that. I think it was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, that was Boaster's smoke that he hides within
He
on
put the smoke
spike.
and then the paranoia. The other way around, it goes completely differently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
and
gave enough
there is a few
in that Red Bull clutch for Safe to hide within
few
it,
little
take him
mistakes
down, and the
coming in
clock
for
at that
sure
point
from
was gone.
Fnatic.
Because that was the thing.
Especially on this one, the buy didn't make sense in terms of.
But it did slow them down enough.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he could have been dropped an op and had some armor. The smoke on the spike. I guess he's in the one position that they don't want him to be in.
Relatively quickly, but then the further time bought by Vitality's utility.
So many people died though that this is the big swing round that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, pretty comfortably. A lockdown for Alpha, whether it's going to be used to clear
No
out
op.
some space after
They might be
this,
able to buy into it because we're going to have
retakes that
jet
we tend to
knives.
see.
We'll see.
Really one that you can push forward that defensive side with. For Vitality, another shift in play, 3 through short, but leaving the spike there. We've seen this before. It didn't go too well. It was Chronicle defending that time. Now they've got Durka, a different beast indeed. He's up top looking for an opportunity. Not going to be able to use his dash.
Full
Back to
retake.
turn. It looks like
Omen
it.
flash,
Nice, he's staying
recon,
way back,
drone,
giving up
killjoy ult.
control, giving up
Gotta
the plant,
probably
and that's
work out a
because
plan
they've
for
got
this
the
killjoy
lockdown.
ult. Safe has his nade. Do we have a lineup for this?
This is going to have to be a
Doesn't
fight
look like it.
forward. In fact, Sender's already
Comes down
going.
really late, so they managed to get over towards
Bring
short.
around to Rosie running all the way back. The thing is, though, Durka is watching for this.
Got any extra util for this
They've
one?
had the expectation. The players are going to be
Oh.
around this angle. The close corner just being sat on by the majority and no real push able to come through. utility to hold them back. Defusal already being begun. The fragment will go on, but they've already managed to get it.
Okay, lovely getting half on this one.
Down as they attempt to try and get anything. Somebody has to get on it. The spam's just
Yeah,
not quite connecting.
that was nicely done. Shout out to Boaster getting half. Chronicle sticking the other half. And it felt like Vitality didn't really have a good plan for this. It felt like once they shut the door, then they were like, whoa, hold up.
Those steps being heard. You mentioned how early Sender
They
was
have a killjoy
sprinting
out.
away. The fact that they had him close, that seemed to be the moment that Durka decided, I'm not moving from this corner. I am the short turret. And he found himself the kill.
Were you talking about the round?
Yeah, no, I knew it. I heard myself.
There was a, I mean, there was a KO nade.
You're gonna clip
I was expecting some kind of lineup, to be honest.
I am the short turret. I would definitely add that.
Please don't do
Yeah, and that's a savage way to lose the big rounds that swings it over the way to, over towards Fnatic money-wise.
You said it.
Yeah, I think I heard it loud.
VCT EMEA are going to be tweeting that out in a few minutes.
Right. Good.
If not
Love
the
that.
VAR.
Remember. Oh god, that's
It's
true,
a race
actually.
against time, if anything.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thanks a lot. Always rely on you. Well, you can always rely on Fnatic to put on a good show. And in this 7th round, their defensive side is going to be a nice slow approach on most of the map. On short, though, they want to get a little bit aggressive. The turret's pushed back to Durka. He's made his way to a similar position.
It's nice though, drone over towards here, and now we can
They're
split
not
over.
convinced this
Ooh.
is an A play. Shift back.
Now they can split over towards A.
Slowly making his way to B.
They break the turret on B. That pulls a three-person, well, I say three-person rotation, pulls one rotate over towards here to make this one heavy stack. And I know they're ecoed, but they are choosing the right site, and Runner still has knives, so it might be a little bit doable.
Also, they don't have Chronicle.
Yeah, they have good timing here. They can kind of get over towards the site. They gotta just send it through the smoke though. Yeah, and that's the nice. And now, how deep do they try and go for this gun?
No command utilized to take
Okay,
away
what
the
goes
utility.
in?
He just
Runner's trying to jump classic.
Runner didn't stand a chance, didn't even see his opposition. Now bear in mind, the rest of the players have very little to play with. So any damage that can be done here for Vitality would be a big
Retakes
win,
looking clean on this. Just not the
everybody
guns
else
though
is
for
just playing
Vitality, to be
classics.
fair.
Only really the Blade Storm that could have done anything. And what looked like, for a moment, was dangerous will be 3 men standing for Fnatic.
Well, I'm expecting to see a shift in how Fnatic are holding this A site. There's a couple times now we've seen them just walk straight into the site. And previously, in the round before, there was a lockdown for Alpha. So playing retake makes perfect sense. This time, there's some weaknesses there. So you don't want to play close and take those fights. But I have to assume, as we move into this round, there's going to be more contention for short. They're going to be holding on to that control. Instead of just finding info and reacting, they're going to want to be the first ones to make that move. Play their own game, so to speak, as many players like to say. Vitality? Play my own game. Vitality had something that I was interested in because I think Kix bought an Odin to start with, but he has decided to be a bit more sensible on the attack side.
Op back for Durka.
That said, you can spam.
Recon goes over towards B main, doesn't spawn anything. Knife over towards A, does hit one, which prompts the flash to take A main control.
And you've seen me win at least 2. So
Knife goes back, hits one in terms of the. Oh,
The execution onto
you have
the
to
A
wait for
side
the smoke to
seems
come back
be
for this.
where the majority of rounds have ended up for Vitality. Flashes over the top, drone through, a counter smoke to try and delay.
It's the one that goes heaven or under.
Straight through it, Runner leading the charge once again, but it's the same timing for Durka. He waits for that dash to go through, and then just peeks off the back of it. Happy to just play with that man advantage, and especially when you consider the ults available. There isn't a whole lot for Vitality right now. A single kill for safe could make all the difference.
Not even just
The retake's been incredible. Every single time they tried it. They had an ult once. They had better guns in the other though, so.
And a little bit more of a safe style.
Omen flash here, Recon just came up, Recon goes out, Omen flash goes in.
Durka though can't find anything. Nice cage. That's denied all information. But Boaster and Durka, they're firing up. That was a quick double from Boaster.
Retakes are too good at the moment. Can't just sit there on site, it feels like.
No chance for winning this
Maybe
round on
if they had
Vitality,
like
the
an
time
extra
not
Omen
quite loaded
smoke
up.
over towards door, but it just hadn't regened.
Down to the last couple of seconds. 5-3.
3 out of 3 retakes over towards A.
For Fnatic, who are most certainly back in the game.
3 out of 3 pass rounds as well.
Exactly right for Vitality to take a pause. It's been 3 rounds in a row. Of course, we, again, with Ascent, normally have expectations of a strong defensive side from either team, so I don't think they're any way out of this map just yet, but not wanting to allow Fnatic to do exactly what they did on the last one and just sort of steamroll their way to a large victory in the first half, just put that extra pressure on, because that is the thing. Even though
That's actually true. They did fail the one. That is very true. They failed the one in the 2v4 where they gave safe the smoke. Very, very true.
We have a point to prove. And I think that even in the last map, Vitality have already proven it. They are here to fight. They're here to battle with the best of the best. They've invested into this roster.
I'm not sure about the Cypher. I don't think so.
There's only 2 teams that go through here. Now, luckily,
I think it was more just to kind of get info if they're pushing. And to hide around for when the recon came in.
If anything, I think is the bigger win for any team.
Play him now. Play him in the double elimination. Hell yeah.
But the fact is, I still think that even going back up against Gentlemates is not an easy
Oh, is it the normal one way that's on the top?
With at least existence, without data, he's dangerous.
He's good. Yeah.
With data.
Okay, yeah, it is the normal one way that's on the top. You got to shout out Durka for smoking this though.
They lost the first one, 3-0 the next one. Sorry to bring that up.
I don't think you are, Tom.
Doing NA, yeah, for sure. Might even get a break to get some food. That'd be cool. What on earth am I eating today?
It is.
It can set up.
Much as I want to deny it. Well, Vitality have done well. 3 rounds on the board, but Fnatic started to wake up. They've picked up
Cage
a
to push
couple
middle.
now.
Well, that's actually...
The streak is on.
That's a nice
Ball
cage.
is rolling for Vitality. Organization, no stranger to sitting down on that stage, but for some of these players, younger, untested, maybe the jitters get to them. You gotta hope not. Okay.
Tell you what, no one is near enough to hear this, so it does actually create a question mark over towards spawn a little bit, and that pulled Chronicle just to go double check.
To a great start though. Player caught on the cross. It almost gets a second.
How much
as well.
HP is that? 5.
So much damage done onto safe.
Could do the ult. Could do the ult trick. Wait, no damage for him to tank though.
But this has been the problem. When Fnatic have got this early kill, their retakes have been
Yeah, it's a shame. If Kix was alive, maybe they could have shock darted him to insta-res, but...
Side of Vitality, and there just hasn't been one in a while. Chronicle going to be on that operator. The reason for that is that Dirk is about to make his presence known into this site. Already spotting out the camera. You can still see Sender wary of his behind, and Bostages isn't stopping. He's taking over, doing everything on his own.
It's almost like we've been here before.
A runner on the other side has done his best. A couple of kills in response, but again,
the 4 out of 5 retakes. 4 out of 5 retakes over towards A. Dude, it's like half of the map doesn't exist.
But not good enough this time. 6 on the board, a 3-round lead. And again, looking back at how this started out, it seemed like such a great sign with Vitality taking that pistol. But Fnatic, they've been pulling no punches as time has rolled on. We're seeing there's a lot of work to be done.
Is that 4 A retakes in a row?
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I almost feel like for Vitality, you got to be thinking we're getting into the A site for free. We're getting a plant down, and then they're doing very well in retakes. But surely one of them they have to win. And the fact is,
Huge improvements in last year's Ascent. For sure.
was,
Winston, thank you very much.
It's
Boaster, yeah, Boaster's getting a lot of important kills. Dude, everyone's fragging pretty heavy at the moment from Fnatic.
Every single time, be it Durka,
That is...
Oh my.
Yeah.
Well, he was great in the last
And
map for opening
it just
duels,
kind of
but
punished the
usually
fact
just
that
picked up
Vitality
1 or 2.
haven't been reconning bottom and middle.
Already got 3 locked in line.
We maybe...
The 4th one up
Oh
for
boy.
grabs, the 5th just around the corner, but he won't get it. Denied
Dude, he like...
on the middle.
Chad, did anyone catch his cam? He like fake punched the monitor. It's so funny.
When he gets that 3rd kill, that's when the old like Turkish
Could be a good
Valorant
replay.
brain comes back. He's like, I'm running.
He's back on Jet.
I'm
He's
getting all the
right back.
headshots. And now you almost have to think of your Vitality. It's like, well, at least the other rounds you were getting the spike down in an afterplant. I wonder if they almost go back, because that was just brutal. And the thing is, they've given Fnatic the...
Get him! He's complaining about the Odin, you know?
Yeah,
even some of the best players in the world, Tom, they don't know how to deal with it.
That might be one of the best mimes of the Odin I've ever seen.
It is beautiful. It was beautiful. Maybe we'll see it again. Vitality, 3 on the board.
Durka, dash pop. Lovely flash. That, dude, they've been waiting to do this flash over towards middle for like 7 rounds. They finally get to do it.
So many players.
He didn't even take that much damage. I don't know why. In my head, he'd been dropped to at least like 60, 70 HP. Nope, he was probably shot once.
He picked the right corner to hide in, I'll tell you that.
Of the completely wall-bangable box.
Yep. They'll never see it coming, Tom. They'll never see it coming.
And on the other side of things, Safe has taken a lot of damage. Run has taken a lot of damage. Oh, and by the way, they don't have many weapons, so it's looking pretty bleak. The other problem is Durka's right back in the position where he's had an entry kill pretty much every single time. Both are going for a little bit of spam, but the main thing is whether or not
Well, I feel like we've been here multiple times. But Safe, oh, but Safe is late over towards middle. Omen TP gets stuck, but that's fine because Boaster's used his flash. We still have the Killjoy ult to retake, but you also have Kix's ult to cancel it.
And on the side,
And that'll be why Boaster's ulting over towards here, and now he swings, thinking he'll be in the most normal situation in terms of position, sorry, over towards here.
Just looking to destroy it on the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and Vitality.
Uh-oh. No.
Let's wait.
Plan A and B don't work, but they're still
God, everyone used so many ults into this round.
It's being tapped, but it's not being stuck, and that could be the big problem. They're getting all the kills, but they need so much more. The time, really, if they can be denied by Safe.
Nice. 27 HP. Manages to just get around the corner as well.
For Vitality, with 1 more to go.
It definitely seems they've
There's the LEC Vitality squad.
Quani, thank you very much.
Pressure's off.
With the 3 months. Thank you for the prime.
Play in front of the EMEA crowd, but you got
How many
the other
ults was
team
this?
here on their home
Killjoy
turf.
ult,
Okay.
Omen ult for
I don't know if it's
Fnatic,
pressure or motivation.
and
Go
then
with motivation. I think it's gone both ways. I've seen
yeah,
the
it was
guys, I'm pretty sure they went and watched
Sova ult.
the LEC as well. Luckily, they don't really have to go far. Maybe they just never left.
Server ult, Cypher ult.
They've just been chilling there. They've woken from their slumber. They've come up from under the floors somewhere, and now they get
Recon
to watch
goes
the power.
deep towards A. They see no one. Alpha is outrageous. Chat 21. Wait, I closed my eyes trying to think. How did he go down?
Spike's already crossed the site. It can make its way in for the plant, or at least it thinks it can. You gotta watch out because sneaking onto the site is Chronicle, and they watched out. They found him, and they've rooted him from the round.
Spike planted.
Did you even see Durka? Durka got hit by the drone earlier, or a recon. I don't know which. So did he just predict where he went?
Quite go too well. Vitality with a late resurgence in this half. 5 rounds on the board really wouldn't be anything to shake a stick at. They've still got a deal with Leo, who is left completely blind and stuck in a corner, using the smoke to his advantage, at least for a second. But the thing is, he still has to clear Kicks, and he's not going to be able to. Kicks will get the 4K with the Odin.
The Odin, Tom.
Yeah, the Odin's taking him down every so
Couldn't do
often.
that with a normal weapon, I'll tell you that.
5?
Yeah, you couldn't kill someone walking around a corner with a normal weapon.
I'm just saying.
5 and a pistol, but they did get 50 straight after.
Alpha
Okay.
Twice, right,
Oh,
with
okay.
the Odin, and Alpha has 20 kills. So, you know, it seems like a 20 to 2. That's a good trade.
You know, looking at this gameplay, Tom, I'm feeling pretty confident to say Kix is doing nothing wrong. He's playing this perfect. His team are letting him down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know,
Who in particular would you
with
say?
an Odin, I don't know. You know, we'd have to look back at the
If you
VOD,
were
but
to pick someone out.
Oh, you know, anyone really. I think everyone. That's the point. You know, you should be guarding that. Protect the president. When you got the Odin out, you're wall banging. Sometimes you get blindsided.
20 to 5.
Teammates ain't watching the angle. That's probably what's happening to Kix.
20 to 5 in one half.
Confident.
Right. Okay.
On a Killjoy.
A little bit of delusion
Oh,
from Mitchman, but
oh,
here
boss.
we go. On to
Gonna
the
say.
defensive side. Vitality, bear in mind, they have won every single pistol so far. Durka's looking to try and change that, and, well, he's taken down the player in some glass, almost loses his life for it. Okay, Alpha.
Wait, they might.
Blink and you miss it.
Big jaw here. Runner needs to
A nice shot from Runner
do
in
that.
the corner, keeping things even at least for now. Still plenty still to find.
Wait,
and
got the
Runner
kill in
still
heaven?
thriving. It's now left all onto Chronicle.
1v2.
Now both players' positions are
Trying to get
noted.
the fast
He's
pistol.
actually gonna double right
There
back
is a
into
trip
the
here,
side for you
and
to
then
manage
he's going to
get
have to
past the player,
hit the
but
cam.
will be slowed down. Gives all the information away. However, he's still going to have his opportunity. Try and clutch this one out.
Got a knife if he wants it.
Well, I saw him just a second ago. taking out the reveal. They'll know that he was tapping it the first time, the second, but maybe not the third. Nice reaction from Chronicle. A quick kill and a
Oh, the swing with the knife as well. 1v2 to win them their first pistol. That was a mad way to play it, but it was really sick.
It only works if you have the cleanest aim in history.
Oh yeah, only works if you're just an absolute beast.
He fakes it twice, no one peeks. Is quick enough to react, letting go of the spike when he actually meant to plant it, and then uses the knife as a fake, and for the split second his opponent is trying to shoot it. He shoots him in the face with a classic. That's what it takes for Fnatic to win their first pistol.
And here's the thing, he just played on the reactions of a player. Because let me ask you, in that situation, for Sender, his cam's destroyed, his trap's destroyed. Why does he give a damn if he's not? He doesn't. But you see it, you shoot it. That's the rule in Valorant. Your brain doesn't react as quickly as your hand does. And he's just used it there. He's fake flashed him almost. Just disgusting. And it's not like he didn't know he was already in the corner. You know what I mean? He had that information.
Yeah, it is
Crazy
this reaction.
8-5. Fnatic, they're in the lead. But listen, it can always slip away. We've seen Vitality 14-12. They came back into it 3 in a row when they were 12-9 down. When ultis were online for Fnatic, they played it perfectly on the side of Vitality to bring it to an overtime. There, things did slip away. Hopefully, we're not still on that slope.
Looks like we're going to the stack. 2 kill trips, camera, 3 people short.
With classics.
Yeah. Not too much in terms of weaponry, but with the information, paranoia through, left completely blind. Oh, Runner will at least be able to get one. Nice idea. Execution not bad. Unfortunately, the weaponry.
They might not expect the kill trips there.
Got Leo
Yeah.
desperately low.
Because why would they? If they're, why would they push aggro short if they have loads of kill trips on site?
It wasn't quite to be. Rifles will be retrieved for Fnatic as well.
And Boast is probably wondering the same thing when he wanders into that.
Just 4 rounds needed.
Oh, there was one for everybody on the orange side. That time around, Fnatic able to find a team ace. Killing each player, an orb on each player. Nobody super close to popping anything game-changing, but the rifles that are in play and the economy that Fnatic have left puts them in a really good position. They can take pretty much any
Loud
fight.
Lev tonight?
Defensive
Oh man,
side,
I actually have no idea,
Vitality
dude.
has got kicks. He's got an Odin. He stood next to a
Flip the coin. I think Lev's sorry, I think Loud's the safe one, but just from map pool. But I just think it's. I'm not gonna be surprised basically if it goes either way.
I think for Fnatic, obviously it's wise. You don't just go rushing into a site. We've seen it from Vitality. It worked, but this is the buy round. Vitality should have an idea. Yeah. They should have some aggression somewhere. Fnatic, find it.
For Fnatic, this bonus
Big buy rounds. We go straight up towards middle. With 1 kill trip on site. Same camera as before.
Even buying down a little bit low on Durka and Chronicle, so it might hinder them a little bit for the next round, but
it is just a bonus, so I was interested to see if Durka was just going to try and take a timing or just a bit of confidence, but they still create the question mark over towards middle, which is nice.
Hot flash to help out Durka, but he's also going to be suppressed, so no ability to dash. Save getting up close, ready to try and go through.
Yeah, and
this,
does he even know that Durka walked all the way through?
A bit of a miss.
Safe on his own, doing this on your big buy round.
Currently being defended by a Runner. He's going to have to do some serious work. Does have a trip from his teammate to try and help him out, but the plant isn't going to be denied, and he just about takes Durka.
Does well to find that. They haven't stepped.
They got the golden util for the retake, but Chronicle and Leo and Alpha, of course, because he's just got 24 kills.
But instead, it's Destrian swinging
Are
out
in
to
pretty good
punish.
positions.
He's traded. The numbers stay to Fnatic, and Leo hasn't yet been spotted or rooted from this corner. He's got,
oh my, why Leo, why? That's the new line. 10 HP though. Okay. He bailed him out. Another 1v2 for Chronicle. Dude, the knife animation's too nice, man. Change your knife.
I want to forget about it.
You've just
change your knife.
In every single
Wanted to look at
you
it.
have Chronicle, who just doesn't make those mistakes. He doesn't slip up.
I'm just saying, if you do that in a ranked game, reported by 9 players on the server.
I just wanted to inspect this knife.
Have you seen this animation, guys? Unlucky. But the fact that Chronicle resets instantly, that's all you need, man. All with someone else.
Oh my, replay.
Like, so quick.
The little DJ set. The DJ set. Oh man.
You always worry when
That was such a pain, dude. Coach of Vitality now losing his mind.
Still at the top of the board, still carrying away. Goes, I get to do this for another 2 years. He has been ridiculous for Fnatic. Definitely one of the best signings we've ever seen. And I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there that are kicking themselves.
Do you think Skadoodle would have done better in the chamber meta?
In the past, they've at least
I mean,
shown
yeah,
some vulnerabilities. Not
yeah.
quite like Lotus, where it was flawless.
It's an agent that would have suited his playstyle.
They're taking their
Man, I haven't heard the name Skadoodle for like a year.
It's a round where Vitality just don't really have.
What does he do? Does he still stream?
Oh.
Chat. You guys know everything.
Very good shot to kill someone from there. He did hit him. He did hit him, but for.
I like it though. He jump spots it and then just goes, "Okay, I know where you are."
Sometimes, just real life in.
They're taking Sander. Do they expect another? They do now.
Left.
He's stepping around. He's firing back. He's hoping to pick someone off. It's not buying any sort of time. The rest of his team are around middle. Drone even going to be committed here. I mean, it's a 3 versus 5. 2 pedestrian and kicks are both extremely low. Surprised they even burn
got
up
blocked
utility
in.
that cost credits. I mean, it's not like they haven't got money for the next, but
We've had some good questions in the eco. We brought back Skadoodle. We had the Skadoodle question, and then we had the if I was in jail for a year, who's the one player that I would want to watch while I'm in there? And I'm only allowed to watch one player. Surely that was this the same guy? Dude, someone should hire this guy. He's thinking crazy different to everyone else.
We need to try and fight our way out of this one. Make sure we're not the ones going down to the spike. Kick still on this.
What was the answer? I think I went with Jing, just because he plays crazy and so many agents.
A little bit more costly, but other than that, well, Destrian's just going to go down to the spike again. Make sure.
Because you want some variety. If it's a whole year, you got to have some variety there.
Close on pretty much every single ultimate. And on the other side of things, it's the same. But
Forsaken, I considered Forsaken though, if that makes you feel better.
somewhat unsurprisingly, Vitality.
Who's my cellmate? I don't know, man. I don't know what I went down for. I'll probably take Mini down with me.
How this
whatever happened.
long stretch of rounds is going to go.
They're probably him.
Defensive side Ascent, there's a ton that you can do. But to be this consistent against what is almost inarguably the best team in the world, I would be beyond impressed.
Definitely now. The one that could be in the argument doesn't exist anymore, so...
Hey, new season. It's been a while.
Valorant jail potatoes.
You've got to look at the fact that...
Just an illegal lineup.
Was ripped to pieces, so...
That's funny.
Anyone left is the Joggerbo. But yeah, I think that realistically, they are the team to beat. Every team coming into this event knew they were the team to beat. And I like the fact that at least on map 1, Vitality have gone toe-to-toe with them. They've gone up against a comp that, as said, people weren't able to beat. Only Loud, no one in EMEA did it. Few teams came close, but every single time they ran it back. Now they go on to Ascent, and wow, they've met Prime Alpha, which for a lot of these players...
Me and Mini should have done a watch party. Like, the guy's busy taking notes right now.
Because he has just been destroying them.
Taking some
the fact
notes.
is, even when they've got close in some of these rounds, you've had Chronicle pull off a couple of ridiculous 1v2s. So it really is trial by fire for Vitality, but that's the thing. That's the good thing about the group stage. Number 1, they get to go back and play a team they've already faced. Number 2, if they make it to the playoffs, they don't have to play them again.
Here we go. Steps heard, spray in. That's too much to the right kicks.
Yeah, he kind of messed the angle up.
An unlucky start. It could
They
have been beautiful.
fully messed the angle up.
That's already Hunter's Fury Online. As said, they had a lot of ults close. They're slowly building them up. Dirk at 1 away from Bladestorm, 2 away from a lockdown. They could have pretty much everything in this round. You can see the re-aggression coming through from Vitality, leaving Runner in an aggressive position. One that's been religiously checked by Fnatic if they go back in this direction. I don't think they'll be expecting an operator to be here. For now, though, the majority are looking to head up short.
So Leo's insane, but I love him. He's bought an Odin on the attack side. Didn't go for heavy spams back, but it's a good job Kicks was stood
Dude,
slightly
look-
off center because
look
he
at
is
Darker.
tagged up, and it would be even worse if he was just
Whose
crouched
smoke
ready
was
to
that?
spam another spot. Knife going through, a little bit
Is
too
that-
late. Dirk
whose
is already
smoke? Is
crossed.
that a
He's in the
Destrian
corner.
smoke?
Runner, though, has managed to find himself a safe hole to fight from. Never
There's a
mind.
lot of room with
He
that.
stepped into Dirk's crosshair, and he won't let Dirk
Oh my.
Neither will safe with another clean
Yeah, and you can easily just go for this.
Already 3 kills, picks up close. Odin coming around the corner. He doesn't miss those shots.
And oi, Leo, come on, boss man. Come on.
Sender wasn't even looking. How dare you? But it was with an
That
Odin, so I
was
commend it. Well done.
absolutely
Add to the
savage.
stats.
That was a clean ace as well, like it was a nice one.
Relatively quiet game for Dirk standard so far.
Certainly
First map, yeah, didn't really see too much. Second map, he's been getting the odd kill with the operator, but this was
Oh my
just
god,
a
it was
Dirk
such a
round.
nice,
This is why
such a
he
nice
fears
round.
Playing this man, every time they step into the server, he has just run riot and. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
That's true. I didn't hear that. I didn't. Did you? I didn't.
No.
No. It's all
fine
good.
needed. No fine
That
needed.
was, no, it's all good.
Seven.
Look, man,
Seven
He was
chances.
definitely speaking Swedish.
Yes. Yes.
You just don't understand what that means.
I think he was talking about plucking them apart,
Yes,
like
yes, yeah,
hair by hair, and they've certainly been doing that. Each strategy Vitality have looked to deploy has been met with not the best of results thus far. Fnatic now have 7 chances to close out this map, and if you're holding on hope for Vitality, I do apologize. It's probably not going to go too well.
Yeah, and
but
if we
maybe they
ever
can get a
wondered,
few more rounds
if we
in
were
there,
ever
make it a
questioning
bit
why
more
Leo's
OT.
rating
Fnatic's
is so
map pick.
good,
And here
it's
Ascent
because he's an absolute savage.
barely making it to
That was a
T.
nice potential ace.
Pressure onto Runner. Already is actually almost the kill onto Sender in the backlines. Even still, they've managed to recover, fall back. It's going to be the peek up, and unfortunately, not quite the kill. Durka go kill still exists for a round.
Man, Kix is fuming that
This
he's
is a,
mid
this
with
is
an
a
Odin.
fake. This is a lockdown fake. They've thrown it in, but they're actually going up mid. It will clear the side. He's in the right position. Again, I don't really know how some of these players are alive. And Chronicle peeks into the Odin spray.
So
and
should
still
this guy
survives.
go middle
Yeah, I mean,
to
they
use
flashed
Cypher
before,
ult?
but what a time to go swinging. Fnatic on their way to site. Spams aren't hitting. Dirk is up close, 50 HP.
Oh
Right click,
boy.
and it's Runner down. Man advantage now for them, but Dirk can't
I mean, that's
get
an ult
far.
anyway.
He's
Here we
stuck up
go.
on the
Potential
stairs. Now
spam
the
off
info's
it.
there
Where are
to
they
play with, hat
standing?
on the body. They know exactly where they're hiding, no abilities to play with, but they've already gotten the one-way smoke out. It narrows the angles from which Vitality can approach. They don't want to go sprinting into that and give Boaster a free kill. Flash to play on the right side, but saves caught. Boaster's swung in, he's played aggressive, and the reward is there. A tap on from
Damn,
Sender.
Boasties as well. Yeah, this was convincing for sure. First map, not so much, but again, let's remember they lost. They lost both pistols on that.
Maybe they've got a chance in the lower bracket.
Considering they only won 1 out of 4 pistols, this was very impressive.
We've seen people do their tier lists, talk about teams to watch throughout the entirety of this year, and everybody will be saying, oh, I think this team's pretty good. They go better than Fnatic? No. But that's just the way things go. They were the best team of last year, and they've come in and they've started things off with a bang. A single match needed to take them through to the playoffs. And let's be honest, I think everybody's praying for RNG that puts them up against anyone but Fnatic.
Well, that's it. You're gonna tune in when it comes to playoff time. See that bracket draw and hope to God you don't get the instant loss that is facing this squad. Looking untouchable on map 2. But one hell of a battle from Vitality on the first map. In the end, though, it's the expected result at 2-0 to the best team in the world.
Yeah, an impressive performance, an enjoyable one, but Vitality still had some good things to show from it. Their Lotus looks strong, and I think that them versus Gentlemates is going to be another great series. But of course, as always, to the victors go the spoils. And for Fnatic, as said, the next time you'll see them, you'll need a little bit of a wait because they're going straight to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, they breezed straight through that second map. No signs of slowing in for anybody who had questions about how they'd come into this season, how they do after the break. Well, I think that's a pretty definitive answer. Fnatic are not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'll catch you a little bit later, MXG. Yeah,
And I
we'll
think
stick
people
around
were
for this
expecting
first
it to be
interview with Boasties, and then I'm gonna stop for a little bit. I wanna get some food. The America's games are like this. It's so stacked today that I want to be like really on it.
Aw, give yourself some credit. I
So,
want to hear from you.
we'll
but
take a little
also
break
I
after
want
this.
to hear from the man himself, Boaster. Congratulations. Little closer on the first map, right? But you know, you brought it home there in the second one. Let's talk about it though, because Vitality, heading into this game, they were talking the talk on social media. They posted a picture of themselves with a trash can with a Fnatic logo on it. So they talked the talk, couldn't walk the walk though. Now you just walk the walk. You want to talk the talk? What do you have to say to Vitality?
I'm a humble winner, so all I do is stick to my protocols. I got the AIM Labs grind right now, and obviously I'm trusting in my teammates. I can't flame Vitality after we beat them. However, if we play them next, maybe I can flame them before the game, if they're doing that. So.
That's right. You'll save it for later. Why not? It's a long season. Now, Boaster, obviously last year, you know, you were the team to beat. You're going to be expected to be that team again this year. Is that chip on your shoulder bothering you at all, or you don't even notice anymore?
Honestly, last year was just a learning curve for us. This year we're going for all three. So that's the goal. We had a bit of a slow start today. Especially on the Lotus, but
it's fine.
Once we got comfortable, Ascent is actually looking quite strong for us somehow. But yeah, Lotus, I'm happy that it happened today, the mistakes, because it was something that was in the back of my head. Like, I think there's something wrong with our defense, and I think now I can get cooking with Elmer and Mini, and we can start fixing that up.
Right, so people will be eating soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't wait, can't wait. Now, one more question for you. Obviously, last year, there weren't so many teams which really pushed you to the limit. You were able to play your game. You were able to, you know, just play your agents. Didn't have to play around much. With the shifting meta, did you guys feel compelled heading into your match today to maybe show us something a little out there, a little more creative?
I was asking the coach to play Deadlock. Not for me though, not for me. But we have done some testing on some agents. You know, we've seen that other teams are cooking, so we did try it. So you'll just have to wait and see what we have been cooking. However, first things first, I've been playing this game since it's been out, and I think like it's just about protocols and playing together, and like that's the macro. You know, teams they change up their comps, they go cheesy comps, and they lose the macro. They're all over the place. One VOD review, they're anti-stratted, and it's just Jova. So yeah, I think we're more boring, unfortunately, but we try and make that up with our players.
As long as it's a W, right? As long as it's a W. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Once more, give it up, of course, for Boaster and Fnatic taking their first stop, and it also means that they are in the playoffs. If you want to watch some more VCT EMEA, you have to wait a day. We will be back on Sunday, same time, same place. We're there.
Okay, lovely. Right, chat. Like I said, I'm gonna be back a little bit later. I'm gonna go get some food, and we have some sick America's games later. So we are gonna come back on for that. Enjoy my food. Yeah, I need to work out what on earth I'm gonna eat. Time later, so the stream should be live. I'll watch the pre-show for sure, so I'll be live in about 2 hours is what we'll do.
Big balls, boys, big balls.
Wait, they put that in the replay? For sure, David, for sure. Yeah, okay, chat, I'll be live in about 2 hours. Okay, I'm gonna head off now. Right, peace. Shout out to everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. Peace.
Rejoicing. Artist is back.